reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 Radar out of stock. Fang Lang thought carefully about his plan for the company. It seemed that he had indeed overlooked this important link. However, if he wanted to set up another marine engine manufacturing plant, there might be a problem of duplicate construction. This was obviously inappropriate for the layout of his industries. As soon as he heard the name of General Electric, Fang Lang knew that the background of this company must be related to the Morgan family. With the current relationship between him and the other party, he obviously didn't have to worry about being strangled by the other party, but this didn't mean that he had to give up his research on marine engines. Fang Lang didn't think about letting Fang Yuan shipyard set up its own marine engine production plant. After all, a factory couldn't be made large and comprehensive, which would not be good for the development of the factory. The state-owned factories in the previous life have fully proved this point. If you want to make the company competitive, you still have to let it marketize. Thinking seriously about the various industries under his own umbrella, the industry closest to the engine must be several automobile manufacturers, among which Mercedes-Benz and Porsche are joint ventures with Germans, and Aston Martin is a British brand acquired by himself. According to Fang Lang's memory in later life, MTU under Mercedes-Benz is the world's leading diesel engine manufacturer, but according to Fang Lang's understanding, there is obviously no such company under Mercedes-Benz now. It is obviously impossible to obtain large diesel engine technology from Mercedes-Benz. Soon a company came into his sight, which was Caterpillar, which he had just acquired. Although the reason for acquiring this company was to produce enough engineering machinery to provide suitable engineering machinery for his road and bridge company. But after he really took over the company, he realized that this company was not a simple engineering machinery manufacturing company. At least it had very strong technical accumulation in mining machinery and power generation equipment. Both projects require large diesel engines, and Fang Lang vaguely remembers that Caterpillar in later generations is also one of the world's famous marine engine manufacturers. Although Caterpillar has not yet carried out research on this aspect, it has already accumulated enough technology. It is obviously not a difficult task to research a large diesel engine suitable for ships, as long as it provides financial support. After figuring this out, Fang Lang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Aragon, saying, "It's okay. Just focus on the shipbuilding work. I will slowly find a way to solve the engine problem." Now that Fang Lang has become the new boss of Caterpillar, he will certainly let Caterpillar open a branch in Brazil in the future. At that time, producing qualified large diesel engines will naturally no longer be a problem. This is not that Fang Lang wants to make everything bigger and more complete and pull all American companies to Brazil to open a new company. In fact, his deeper purpose is to cultivate some qualified Chinese talents for these industries. In the future, after having these talents, when the hometown needs them, will it be possible to come and poach people? Fang Lang is not sure what these people will choose in the end, but he will definitely not stop these talents from flowing to his hometown. At most, he can transfer some talents from the American headquarters. As for whether the Americans will sanction or restrict the flow of these people, please, this is Brazil. No matter how great your influence on Brazilians, can you still restrict the actions of a Brazilian? Besides, with his secret protection, the Chinese don't have to care about the attitude of the United States. Aragon didn't know what Fang Lang was thinking, and he never thought of equipping the shipyard where he worked with an engine factory. Now a shipyard is enough to make him anxious. If the engine factory is added, he is very worried whether he can handle it. Since the boss said he would solve it, he didn't say much, just smiled and nodded and said, "Understood, boss, don't worry. I will strictly control the quality of shipbuilding to ensure that the ships produced by our shipyard can reach the world's first-class level." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded, said no more, and looked at the river not far away. It turned out that the few people had come to the riverside of the shipyard while walking and chatting. At this time, a small patrol boat was docked at a small pier on the riverside. The military green paint and the large caliber machine gun mounts at the bow and stern were particularly eye-catching. Needless to say, this must be the high-speed patrol boat that Fang Lang wanted. Osman Aragon, the general manager of the shipyard, pointed at the patrol boat as he walked and said, "Boss, this is a high-speed patrol boat we made. It is 9.7 meters long, 3.6 meters wide, and has a draft of 0.8 meters. It has a full load displacement of 7 tons when driven by a propeller. If it is replaced with a pump jet drive, the displacement may reach 7.2 tons. The bow is equipped with a rotatable twin-mounted 12.7mm heavy machine gun, and the machine gun rack at the stern can be equipped with an M2 Browning heavy machine gun on the left and right, and a 60mm mortar in the middle. There are 5 to 6 members. In general, this high-speed patrol boat is not exactly the same as the BPRMK-2 used by the US military in the Vietnam War in Fang Lang's impression, but it is not much different. This is a mature product that has been tested in actual combat. Fang Lang is not worried about the role it can play. Just look at the firepower configuration above to understand that this is a little hedgehog. 4 12.7mm large caliber heavy machine guns can fire 2000 large caliber bullets per minute, which can completely suppress the enemy facing it and make them unable to raise their heads. In addition, its small body can move freely in the jungle. Its high speed can make the enemies being chased by it terrified. Well, not bad. Let them go up and test it. I want to see how maneuverable it can be when using a propeller drive. Fang Lang nodded and pointed to several workers on the boat, who were obviously testers. Osman Aragon would certainly not refuse such a small request. He nodded, turned and walked to the front of the speedboat. After giving instructions to several people for a while, he turned back and stood behind Fang Lang. After several people on the boat fiddled with it for a while, a low roar came from the engine on the boat. Before everyone could think about it, the sound suddenly increased, and the boat had already rushed into the river quickly. The bow of the boat tilted up slightly and was thrown up from time to time, and then hit the water surface heavily under the action of gravity. The moment it hit the water, it was thrown up again by the force of the water. The 2 white water lines behind the boat clearly told Fang Lang that this was a 2-axis propulsion speedboat. Watching it cut through the waves on the water, Fang Lang nodded secretly. Although the speed, turning radius, and flexibility were still a certain distance from what he wanted, he also understood that this was caused by the lack of propulsion. As long as the pump jet engine is successfully developed, these problems can be greatly improved immediately. At that time, it is just right to upgrade the old products, or modify the old products to make another fortune. After thinking about it from the perspective of a businessman, Fang Lang's unsatisfactory mentality immediately changed. After patting the arm of Osman Aragon beside him, he smiled and said, "Very good. Although it is still a little lacking in speed and flexibility, it can be regarded as a very outstanding patrol boat." After seeing the performance of his boss, Osman Aragon finally let go of his worries. He took a long breath and said to Fang Lang, "Boss, don't worry. After our pump jet engine is successfully developed, its performance will definitely meet your requirements." Fang Lang did not respond to Osman Aragon's words immediately after hearing this, but fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly raised his head and said, "You just told me that most countries in the world have given up the research of pump jet technology, right?" The jumpy question made Osman Aragon stunned, but he reacted immediately and nodded to Fang Lang. "Yes, boss. In order to meet your pump jet propulsion requirements, we have looked for related products in several European and American countries, but unfortunately we were unsuccessful. In the end, we had no choice but to hire relevant experts to conduct self-research." Fang Lang, who came from the future, knew very well that there were still many pump jet propulsion systems. Since no one paid attention to this technology now, he could set up a company to focus on this project. When more technical patents are invented in the future, can he form his own set of technical barriers? In this way, the pump jet propulsion system produced by his company can occupy the largest share in the market. Wouldn't that make him rich? Thinking of this, Fang Lang clenched his fist and made a decision, saying, "In this case, we will gather these experts who are researching pump jet propulsion systems and set up a specialized pump jet system manufacturer to specialize in the research and production of pump jet propulsion systems. We will strive to develop more relevant patents and form a complete set of technical barriers. In the future, other countries and companies in the world who want to purchase pump jet propulsion systems must come to our factory to purchase them. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Osman Eragon looked at Fang Lang hesitantly and said, "Boss, why are you so optimistic about the pump jet propulsion system? As far as I know, most of the current ship companies are unwilling to use pump jet propulsion. I'm worried." Looking at Osman Eragon with a worried look on his face, Fang Lang laughed, patted him on the shoulder and said, "When our pump jet technology is successfully developed, you will install it on the ship for testing and comparison, and then you will know why I'm determined to research the pump jet propulsion system. Although the pump jet propulsion system of later generations is not as common as propellers, it is definitely not without a market. For example, many motorboats of later generations use pump jet propulsion systems, and high-speed ships, planing boats, wave-piercing boats, hydrofoil boats, hovercraft, etc. all use water jet propulsion, that is, pump jet propulsion systems. Therefore, Fang Lang is not worried at all that these technologies will have no market after they are developed. Osman Eragon looked at Fang Lang's confident expression and understood that the other party was serious. He stopped persuading him and nodded seriously, saying, "In this case, after our first pump jet propulsion system is successfully developed, I will start to set up a special company to develop and produce it according to your requirements. At that time, we can also recruit more experts who are interested in this technology from all over the world to join us." Fang Lang, who was watching the patrol boat speeding in the river, heard the words, glanced at Osman Eragon, and nodded with satisfaction. But as he looked at it, Fang Lang suddenly found something wrong. It seemed that there was no radar device on the 500-ton inland patrol boat in this speedboat just now. Even ordinary fishing boats have radars, so how can warships not have radars? A 500-ton inland patrol boat must at least have an air-to-air radar and a sea-to-sea radar, and this speedboat should also have a sea-to-sea radar. After all, when a ship is sailing on the water, it must also pay attention to the situation on the opposite side. With a sea-to-sea radar, other targets on the water surface can be discovered from a distance. As a warship, it should be the first step to discover the enemy in order to take the initiative. Why don't we see radars on our 2 patrol boats? Osman Eragon hurriedly explained, "Boss, our 500-ton inland patrol boat has a reserved position for radar installation, but the current radar has not arrived yet. As for this small high-speed patrol boat, there should be no need for radar, right? There is no place to install radar on such a small boat." Fang Lang was relieved to hear that the radar of the large ship had not arrived yet. After all, when he designed it, he still considered the position of the air-to-air and sea-to-sea radars, and even considered the needs of later upgrades, and reserved a position for installing air defense missiles. Of course, anti-ship missiles are not necessary. After all, there is no chance of using anti-ship missiles in the Amazon and the river basin. How can a small boat not need radar? All warships need radar. At least they must have the ability to detect surface ships. Otherwise, when the high-speed patrol boat is patrolling on the water, the enemy's ship will discover them in advance, hide, and wait for our ship to approach. But we can't find them at all. How can that work? Hearing this, Osman Eragon scratched his head a little aggrieved and said, "But boss, this high-speed patrol boat has a total displacement of only 7 tons, and there is no such large space to install radar." Fang Lang understood what the other party meant, and asked uncertainly, "You mean, the radars on the market are very large now, and there are no such small radars, right?" "Yes, boss." After getting a positive answer, Fang Lang frowned. Coming from the future, he really didn't think about this problem. It's still the era of electronic tubes, and radars are indeed still relatively large in both size and weight. Obviously, he was still a little too hasty. Then which company produces the radar that our ship ordered? "Boss, our current radar is ordered from Raytheon Company in the United States, but because we only ordered one set of products, the other party does not attach much importance to it, and it has not been shipped yet." Fang Lang had of course heard of the great name of Raytheon Company. This is a large defense contractor in the United States, and 90% of the company's business comes from defense contracts of the US military. Sparrow missiles, Sidewinder missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and Patriot missiles are all products of Raytheon Company. In addition to these missiles, Raytheon Company is also a well-deserved world giant in the field of optoelectronics. In later generations, Raytheon Company was the main supplier of the Aegis system that was praised by the Americans. Unexpectedly, this time, the first warship built independently by his company actually purchased radar products from the other party. Chapter 427 The Logistics Minister's Surprise. Given Raytheon's position in the United States, it really doesn't need to take a small shipyard in a small place like Brazil seriously, and it's normal for them to ignore this order. But Fang Lang felt a little unhappy. As a businessman, they didn't even have this sense of service, but they were able to become bigger and stronger later. He had to sigh that God didn't have eyes. Since others don't care much about our small business, haven't you thought about changing a supplier? Hearing Fang Lang's dissatisfaction, Main Arrogant said with some embarrassment, "Boss, I'm really sorry, because we are a civilian shipbuilding company, we are not very familiar with the suppliers of these military equipment, and we don't know which supplier should provide us with suitable radar equipment." Looking at Main Arrogant's appearance, Fang Lang could only shake his head helplessly. The information consultation of this era was far less developed than that of later generations. Many of the information that people in later generations saw could be easily found at night. People of this era had to go through a lot of hardships to find it. He could only shake his head helplessly and asked, "Then why did you find Raytheon?" Because the radar on our cargo ship was purchased from their company." Hearing Main Arrogant's answer, Fang Lang became even more angry and said in disbelief, "You mean, the radar products of our shipyard are originally supplied by them, but now they are unwilling to provide a different one? The other party means that our shipyard uses civilian products and there is no problem with sales. But now we want to order military products and the other party needs to approve them layer by layer." In the end, although they agreed, they were a little procrastinated. Hearing this, Fang Lang completely understood what was going on. To be honest, Fang Lang had a bad impression of this company for many reasons. In the future, Fang Lang knew that this company was sanctioned by his hometown for exporting contraband to Taiwan. Now he heard that the other party treated customers like him like this, and his first reaction was to replace him, or at worst make it himself. But now it was obviously too late. He thought bitterly in his heart that he would ask around after he returned. He still didn't believe that without you, the butcher, he would have to eat the hairy pig. "I understand. Since this Raytheon company doesn't give us face, let's change our radar supplier in the future. Don't worry, I will go and find a suitable supplier myself later." Main Arrogant could clearly feel Fang Lang's dissatisfaction. Of course, he didn't dare to say much and could only nod repeatedly. Originally, he came to see the new equipment slowly, but he didn't expect that the radar would ruin his fun in the end. This made Fang Lang very dissatisfied. He turned around and left the dock. The first thing he did when he returned to the shipyard office was to call the Brazilian office of Shatter Company. Since it was to purchase military equipment, of course, Shatter Company under his own company was the most familiar with the business. Sure enough, he soon got a positive reply. "Osman Aragon, this is the company address of Westinghouse Electric in the United States and the phone number of the general manager. You should arrange for the company's purchasing staff to go to the United States immediately, meet up with the people from Global Shipbuilding, and negotiate with Westinghouse Electric. Purchase the latest radar for cargo ships and air defense and sea defense radars for our warships from Westinghouse Electric. Remember, this time we are purchasing at the same time as Global Shipbuilding. The supply quantity is very large. Our requirements can be slightly larger, such as providing production technology and authorizing us to produce it ourselves. We need to discuss all these. Do you understand what I mean?" Osman Aragon obviously did not expect Fang Lang's ambition to be so big. In fact, Fang Lang was thinking about how to get involved in radar production as early as when he entered the television and electronic computer industries. After all, radar has many applications in later generations. For example, the most commonly used car reversing radar or various sensors in later generations actually have similar working principles to military radars. It's just the power size and the use of different wavelengths. Professor Tanke, the aircraft expert he hired, had experience in missile research. If he wanted missiles to be accurate, radar was also very important. So Fang Lang certainly couldn't give up easily on the production and research of radar products. Otherwise, there would be a gap in his military product line. It just so happened that the current radar development had not yet reached a high precision level. If he didn't take advantage of this period to enter the market early and accumulate enough technology, it would be difficult to catch up in the future. It turned out that Fang Lang didn't know which radar manufacturers there were. This inspection reminded him of this important technology, so he quickly sought help from Shatter Company. And Shatter Company didn't disappoint him and immediately told him about another radar manufacturer besides Raytheon. Fang Lang, who came from the future, really had some impression of Westinghouse Electric. If he remembered correctly, when the anti-Japanese war just won, the national government organized a team of more than 70 people to go to Westinghouse Electric for training and study. This group of students later became the backbone of China's electrical development, and among them was an academician of the Academy of Sciences. It provided great help for the construction and development of his hometown. But he didn't know that Westinghouse Electric was actually one of the main radar suppliers for the US military. In fact, the strength of Westinghouse Electric far exceeded Fang Lang's imagination. The world's first pulse Doppler radar installed on a fighter jet was developed by Westinghouse Electric. However, this company was later acquired by Northrop Grumman and became a subsidiary of Grumman. Yes, many people may feel familiar with this company. It is the company that manufactured the famous F-14 Tomcat fighter and B-2 stealth bomber. Like Raytheon, it is the most important defense equipment manufacturer for the US military. Of course, Fang Lang didn't know these. He only knew that now with the introduction of Shatter Company, his shipyard had the opportunity to purchase radars from this company and learn the most advanced radar technology from here. That was enough. Hearing Fang Lang's instructions, Aus Mainerigan didn't understand what he meant and nodded seriously. Please rest assured, boss, we will arrange for procurement and negotiation personnel to set off immediately to strive to obtain the radar production technology you want from Westinghouse Electric. Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction. Soon, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Several cars stopped outside the Fangyuan shipyard, and Fang Lang also stood at the door with people to greet them in person. Haha. General Lita, welcome, welcome. When Fang Lang saw the other party's adjutant open the car door and the short, round-faced General Lita got out of the car, Fang Lang extended his hand to him enthusiastically. In theory, both of them were major generals, so Fang Lang didn't need to deliberately please him. But as the Minister of Logistics, although the other party couldn't do anything to Fang Lang, if he made some trouble for Fang Lang in the allocation of logistics materials, it would make Fang Lang very uncomfortable. Not to mention that the products produced by his Fang family's military industry in Brazil also had to be approved by him before they could be used by the Brazilian army. They were his customers. Based on the principle that customers are God, Fang Lang would definitely not be hostile to him. In addition, Fang Lang and the other party had established a good friendship in the early stage, so actively welcoming the other party's arrival could only be regarded as a courtesy between friends, and it was not considered flattery or fawning at all. Haha. General Fang, long time no see. I'm flattered that you came in person this time. General Lita's attitude towards Fang Lang is completely different from before. After all, Fang Lang is now a powerful naval commander with a large number of troops. In addition, Fang Lang has a close relationship with the Minister of Defense and the President. If he says something bad about him in front of the two of them, he may be dismissed and investigated at any time. More importantly, as the largest buyer of his wife's calligraphy and paintings, he and Fang Lang have long been the closest of friends. Haha. You're welcome, please come in. The two walked into the office building of Fangyuan Group shipyard, talking and laughing. General Lita casually said to Fang Lang, Fang, I heard that you have been making a lot of noise recently. Many retired soldiers in Brazil have been recruited by your military contracting company. What is this for? Fang Lang did not expect that the other party would actually ask him about this matter. He smiled and looked at the other party and said, "Why? Are you interested in this business too?" General Lita shook his head and said, "I don't have the ability like you. I'm just curious. What are you doing by suddenly recruiting so many retired soldiers?" To be honest, recruiting soldiers from Brazil is not a whim of Fang language. After all, military contracting companies need to make money. The cost of recruiting soldiers from the United States is obviously much higher than that of Brazil. And the combat effectiveness of Brazilian soldiers is not much worse than that of American soldiers. Therefore, in terms of personnel recruitment, military contracting companies will of course choose good quality and cheap. Since the military contracting company won the contract for the United States to interfere in the military operations of Brazil and Turkey, the military contracting company has begun to expand rapidly, and the original situation of only American instructors has changed rapidly. A large number of cheap Brazilian retired soldiers were hired by military contracting companies to receive training at a military base near Raposa, ready to be sent to Greece and Turkey to perform missions at any time. Considering that military contracting companies need to perform dangerous tasks, the intensity of military training is very high, and the instructors are also veterans of the battlefield with a lot of actual combat experience. Of course, Fang Lang did not explain this business behavior to the Brazilian military too much, but just recruited normally in Brazil. I didn't expect that this matter would actually interest General Lita. It seems that there are no secrets in this world. Even General Lita, who is in charge of logistics, knows about it. Other military generals must be guessing what's going on. It's better to use General Lita's mouth to spread the details of the matter. Haha. Isn't this the whip of God military contracting company that won the contract from the US Department of Defense and is organizing people to go to Greece and Turkey to eliminate the rebels there? Such a military operation certainly requires a large number of people, and as a Brazilian, of course, I have to give priority to our own Brazilians. After all, although this job is dangerous, the salary is really good. What? Your whip of God actually won the contract from the US Department of Defense? General Lita, who was walking side by side with Fang Lang, was stunned by Fang Lang's words. He stood there in astonishment, looking at Fang Lang in disbelief. Seeing that the other party stopped in place, Fang Lang smiled and patted the other party's shoulder, indicating that he was walking and said, "This is a business, nothing to be surprised about." General Lita had to give Fang Lang a thumbs up. This guy is good at pretending, and he must give full marks. Isn't this a job for the military? How did it become a business? Isn't your God's Whip military contracting company a private army recognized by the United States? General Lita asked Fang Lang, while following Fang Lang's footsteps. Fang Lang smiled and waved his hand indifferently, saying, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. Who stipulates that this kind of work can't be a business? The US Department of Defense feels that the war has just ended and the disarmament plan is being implemented. Continuing to send troops to other countries to carry out military operations may cause domestic people to resent. But they can't watch their allies in a state of turmoil. At this time, isn't it normal to take out a sum of money to hire a professional team to help the allies stabilize the local situation and eliminate the rebels? As for private armies, it's even more nonsense. They don't pledge allegiance to anyone. They are just employees of God's Whip military underwriting company. This is just a job to support their families. In fact, this kind of thing is very common in European and American countries. Mercenaries have existed as early as the Middle Ages. The so-called military contracting company is actually just a modern mercenary. Therefore, it was not that General Lita could not accept the existence of such a military contracting company. What really shocked him was that the company founded by Fang Lang could actually get a military contract from the US Department of Defense. He knew very well what this meant. But it was obvious that Fang Lang could not answer his question directly. The less Fang Lang said, the more Lita would think about this question divergently. In the end, what kind of conclusion would be drawn was not something Fang Lang could control. In fact, Fang Lang did not want to control the other party's thoughts. But will the Brazilians appearing on the battlefields of Greece and Turkey have any adverse effects on our country? Hearing this, Fang Lang looked at the other party with some surprise, but soon laughed and patted the other party's arm and said, "Don't worry. Our company is a formal military contracting company. We only accept formal employment contracts from the government and will not do illegal work. In this case, no one will care where these soldiers come from." General Lita thought about it and thought it made sense, so he didn't say anything else, but in the end he didn't forget to give Fang Lang a thumbs up and said, "Fang, you are a great guy." Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed, pushed open the door of the company's conference room, invited the other party into the room, and said, "Haha. It's not just me who is great, the products produced by our company are also very great." How could General Lita not understand what Fang Lang meant? This was the beginning of selling him the products of the shipyard. He didn't dislike this, but rather appreciated it very much. After all, according to the information provided by the Fanglan Group shipyard, the 2 patrol boats that came to inspect this time really met their needs. Chapter 428 Intention to order new destroyers. Fang Lang's skill of changing the subject was not very clever, but General Lita also understood what the other party meant and did not want to talk too much about the business of the military contracting company. Fortunately, General Lita was just curious about Fang Lang's military contracting contract. Now that he knew the general situation, there was no need to ask questions. Smiling, he followed Fang Lang into the conference room. The staff of Fanglan Shipyard had already arranged the venue and even placed nameplates, drinking water and fruits on the conference table. Seeing this, General Lita smiled and patted Fang Lang's arm and said, "Then let's take a look at your company's products." Then he pointed to the situation in the conference room and said with a smile, "We are all family members. There is no need to engage in these formalisms." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "I know we are family members, but this is a public matter. I certainly can't make it difficult for you. Following the formal process can save you a lot of trouble, right?" As he said this, Fang Lang also pointed to the logistics officers who came with General Lita. Knowing that Fang Lang was thinking about him, he stopped talking. After all, his position was too sensitive, and many people wanted to take this lucrative position. Therefore, he could not guarantee how many of his subordinates would be completely loyal to him. "Okay, I heard that you participated in the design of this product. Why? Don't you trust my level?" Fang Lang asked jokingly. General Lita waved his hands and said, "Of course not. What I mean is that you are our Admiral of the Navy. We don't need to inspect the products you participated in designing. After all, you are our authority." Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed loudly. While sitting side by side with General Lita at the conference table, he smiled and said, "This won't work. Procedures are procedures. Although I think these 2 products are very suitable for us, the actual user is not me. It still needs to be confirmed by you, the professionals in the logistics department who are responsible for equipment procurement." As the 2 talked, the logistics department personnel who came in with them and the staff of Fanglan Shipyard took their seats. Seeing this, General Lita shrugged and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's get started." Fang Lang nodded and winked at the shipyard's general manager, Osman Aragon, who nodded knowingly. Soon, a professional technician stood up and hung a rendering of a 500-ton inland patrol boat on the wall. He began to explain, and everyone's attention was quickly attracted by the patrol boat shape in the painting. They all listened carefully to the technician's explanation. When they heard that the autonomy rate of this inland patrol boat reached 90%, General Lita could no longer sit still. He turned to Fang Lang beside him and asked in a low voice, "Are you serious about the autonomy rate of 90%? Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and nodded and whispered, "Now, except for the radar, most of the other parts are produced by our own factories in Brazil. Even the machine tools and equipment for processing these parts are from our own factories in Brazil." General Lita, who received a positive answer, looked at Fang Lang in surprise. For a moment, he was speechless. According to this situation, the autonomy process of Brazil's military industry will be greatly accelerated. In the future, perhaps all weapons can be completely domestically produced by Brazil itself. Just as General Lita knows now, artillery and firearms can be domestically produced. In addition, the Air Force and Naval Aviation have commissioned Fang Lang Group's aircraft manufacturing company to start developing independent trainer aircraft. Once successful, it is believed that this Air Force equipment will also have independent production capabilities. From the current situation, Fang Lang Group shipyard is fully capable of manufacturing naval ships. This made him look at Fang Lang differently, because he knew very well that these industries were under his control. It can be said that Fang Lang was the actual equipment minister of the Brazilian Ministry of Defense. The quality of Brazilian military equipment was completely in his hands. Even with his relationship with the Minister of Defense and the President, it was not difficult to push a product into the procurement list of the National Defense Force. But if someone wanted to replace the other party, it would not be so easy. First of all, the other party was the real power in the Navy, holding more than half of the Navy's military power. In addition, the close relationship between the other party and the United States meant that no one could easily move the other party. And if the capital market now shakes the other party's position in Brazil, it would be even more unlikely. As far as General Litter knew about the three major joint venture automobile brands and supporting industries, their influence in Brazil was not something that could be easily shaken, not to mention the Nice company, which actually controlled the Brazilian farmers and herdsmen and the entire process of production and sales. Some enterprises that export goods to foreign countries through the United States Global Import and Export Corporation have gradually grown and developed with the support of the Brazilian Development Bank. Under the integration of Fang Lang Asset Management Company, these enterprises have become a force that cannot be ignored in the Brazilian capital market. Just the industries that General Litter said he knew have made the Fang family a giant consortium in Brazil. It is almost impossible to shake their position in Brazil. It was not until this moment that General Litter realized that the young man sitting next to him was already someone he could only look up to. The explanation in the conference room was still going on, but General Litter's mind was no longer on the specific information of those products. He had a lot of messy thoughts in his mind. I don't know how long it took, only to hear warm applause from everyone in the conference room, and he suddenly woke up. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they were obviously waiting for him to speak, he coughed twice to drive away the messy thoughts in his mind, and said in a brisk tone, "Very good, I said that Fang Lang Group's products will not disappoint us." Then he turned to look at Fang Lang beside him and asked, "I heard that the product has been produced. I wonder if you can take us to see the real thing." Hearing this, Fang Lang glanced at the expectant eyes of everyone in the conference room, smiled and nodded, and said, "Of course, you can. The ship can sail normally now, except that the radar has not been installed in place. It is now undergoing navigation tests. It's just right for everyone to accept it." General Litter heard this, and stood up and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go and see the real thing together." Everyone left the company's conference room in a mighty manner, and came to the dock, where they saw two patrol boats, one large and one small, parked on the dock. Without being told, the general manager of the shipyard, Ausmain Aragon, had already begun to visit with the personnel of the Military Logistics Department. And General Litter was completely relieved after seeing the two warships on the dock. He did not go on board to check it out in person. Instead, he stood at the dock with Fang Lang, waiting for reports from his men. After turning his head to take a look at Fang Lang, who was calm and composed, General Litter asked softly, "Fang, I wonder if your shipyard has any idea of building a larger warship?" Fang Lang, who was standing aside, heard this and his eyes moved. He looked at General Litter with a smile and said, "Of course, General Litter, the reason why this shipyard was established was because of the commission of Marshal Moores, who hoped to build warships for the Brazilian army one day. The two inland patrol boats now can only be regarded as a small test, and it can be regarded as a preliminary achievement of Marshal Moore's expectations. The next step is to refer to our current US Fletcher-class destroyers, combined with the latest development direction of military equipment, to develop our own Brazilian destroyers." As the Minister of Logistics, General Litter was obviously very interested in this project, and hurriedly asked, "Oh, I wonder what the development direction of military equipment you are talking about?" This question stumped Fang language. When it comes to producing destroyers, Fang Lang certainly doesn't want to continue producing the current traditional destroyers equipped with artillery. What he wanted to produce was a destroyer equipped with a brand new anti-ship missile, but now Brazil's missile development has not yet started, and it is impossible to launch a real missile destroyer so quickly. Even the United States and the Soviet Union have not yet started research on this project. If he takes the lead in opening a historical precedent, it may attract the attention of the whole world, which is not what he wants to see. However, he could not evade the question of the Brazilian Defense Force's logistics minister. He could only think carefully before saying, I wonder if General Lita has heard of the HS-292 anti-ship missile invented by the Germans at the end of World War II? This question obviously touched the knowledge blind spot of the logistics minister General Lita. After all, the other party is not a professional naval officer. He has heard of missiles, but he has never heard of anti-ship missiles. So, he shook his head awkwardly and said, I have heard of V2 missiles, but I have not heard of this HS-292 anti-ship missile. But what does this have to do with the destroyer you want to build? Obviously, General Lita did not know much about missiles. After all, as a general who did not participate in World War II, and was in a logistics position, in his opinion, perhaps all missiles should be launched on land like V2. It seems that it will take some time for the other party to fully understand missiles, not to mention directly manufacturing missile destroyers. This made Fang Lang hesitate. After all, no one has yet determined the future development direction of warships. Even the United States had to wait until the 1950s to start the development of the first generation of missile destroyers. It seems that one cannot take too big a step. Otherwise, everyone will think that he is a lunatic. So, he thought about it again, and then slowly said, how should I put it? This is just my personal opinion. At the end of World War II, the Germans used HS-292 anti-ship missiles to destroy many Allied transport ships. This is a brand new way of fighting, which is completely different from the current attack method of relying on luck after the artillery and torpedoes are launched. I feel that this may be the future naval warfare mode. Think about it, if these anti-ship missiles are put on warships, after the missiles are launched, they can turn themselves under the guidance of radio or radar and lock the attack target. Even if the enemy warships evade, the missiles can also lock the enemy ships by adjusting their flight posture. Then the enemy will have no way to avoid it, and as long as they are locked, they will definitely be destroyed. In this case, all of our current warships will be quickly eliminated, and warships that can launch missiles will become the future. So, my idea is that we must be able to manufacture this kind of missile destroyer in the future. After saying this, Fang Lang regretted it a little. Isn't this sabotaging his own business? If General Lita really listened to his advice and agreed to manufacture guided missile destroyers only after the relevant technologies of guided missile destroyers matured, wouldn't his own shipyard lose a large number of orders? However, in fact, Fang Lang was obviously overthinking. General Lita didn't know whether it was because he was older or because his term of office was about to end. He didn't want to consider too far-reaching issues. After listening to Fang Lang's vision of the future, he just looked at Fang Lang seriously for a while before slowly speaking. Fang, how long do you expect these technologies to mature? Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this, but he still calculated it in his mind before saying, if steadily advancing, it is expected that it will be fully realized in about 10 years. General Lita's expression was somewhat intriguing. He looked at Fang Lang and said seriously, then how many years do you think I can be the Minister of Logistics? Fang Lang didn't know how to answer this kind of question. After all, the other party's position was too fat, and too many people wanted to replace it, so it was really hard to say how long the other party could stay. However, after the other party said this, combined with the previous question, Fang Lang understood what the other party meant. It seems that the other party wants to take advantage of the last term to make another fortune. Since this is the case, Fang Lang will certainly not refuse. General Lita, who had been staring at Fang Lang, noticed the change in Fang Lang's expression and realized that the other party had known his thoughts. He smiled again and said, since Marshal Maurice supported you to build a shipyard in order to build our own warships for the Navy, now that you have the strength to build warships, shouldn't you take action? You know that our Brazilian Navy now has a huge gap in warships. Do you still want us to purchase warships from abroad? In fact, although Brazil has a long coastline, the environment in South America is relatively safe. In addition to Argentina and Chile, which have good naval strength, Brazil does not have too many competitors and does not have too much naval pressure. But as the owner of the shipyard, Fang Lang certainly hopes that the Navy can order more warships. Only in this way can his shipyard have more business. More importantly, if the shipyard has the ability to build warships, as long as the warships produced can keep up with the times, they can sell their warship products in the world in the future. This is a real big business for Fang Language. Since the Minister of Logistics wants to make more money during his tenure, he must purchase more equipment. With his good cooperative relationship with Fang Lang, he must want to start with warships now. The other party has already put the words in front of him, and Fang Lang will certainly not refuse such good intentions. So, he said without hesitation, "General Lita, I understand. As long as it is needed for national defense, our shipyard has no choice but to do it. We will immediately organize researchers to develop our own destroyers." Hearing this, General Lita nodded with satisfaction, pointed at Fang Lang with his finger and said, "Haha. Fang, you are still taking too small a step. Our Brazilian Navy needs more than just destroyers, but also higher level cruisers and even aircraft carriers. There are also submarines, which are urgently needed by our Navy." Fang Lang did not expect General Lita to have such a big appetite. The current Fangyuan shipyard certainly does not have such strength. According to Fang Lang's idea, the first step to build is definitely destroyers and submarines. As for cruisers and aircraft carriers, they will definitely be built in the future, but Fang Lang is not very interested in this project now, especially the aircraft carriers built during this period, which are actually not the highly professional aircraft carriers of later generations. And they will soon be eliminated, so there is no need to waste resources. In Fang Lang's heart, he does not think that now is a good time for the Brazilian Navy to expand. Whether considering the quality of personnel or the economic environment, Brazil does not have the strength to own another aircraft carrier. So, he told the truth. The Brazilian Navy does need to expand its strength, but I think we can't rush this matter. There was a saying in the era of sailing battleships, which is called 10 years for the army and 100 years for the navy. I think it still makes sense now, especially when I was leading this aircraft carrier formation. I found that the gap in personnel quality was really serious. So far, my aircraft carrier formation has not really formed combat effectiveness, and it is still just an existing fleet. If at this time, blindly expanding the size of the Navy is not a wise move, I think we can start with the construction of destroyers and submarines, and slowly move towards aircraft carriers. General Lita obviously did not expect that Fang Lang would look at this matter so rationally, and he had no idea of making money as soon as he could. He couldn't help but look at Fang Lang with a strange look and said, "Then how many destroyers and submarines do you think we should expand to be more appropriate?" Now Fang Lang is a little confused about what General Lita is thinking. According to his idea, he should first produce inland patrol boats to gain experience in manufacturing military ships, and then start building destroyers to grow Fangyuan shipyard little by little. But now General Lita's words made Fang Lang feel that the other party was a little too hasty. Could it be that the other party's position was about to change? Or was the other party's appetite getting bigger? For a moment, Fang Lang didn't figure out the reason. He looked up and looked around, and found that no one was paying attention to the conversation between the two. He lowered his voice and asked, "General Lita, is there something special happening?" Looking at Fang Lang, who was looking at him with an inquiring look, General Lita smiled and said, "The New Year's fiscal budget will be planned soon. As far as I know, this time the Minister of the Navy submitted a naval expansion plan, hoping to further expand the strength of several other naval bases. This is an opportunity, isn't it?" Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this, and said hesitantly, "Can this be passed? The military expenditure is so much. If the Navy's military expenditure is increased, the Army and the Air Force will be squeezed. Can the strong Army agree to this?" Chapter 429 Mercenary Recruitment. After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Lita looked at the inland patrol boat that had been started not far away, and said calmly, "It is said that the performance of the Army in this operation to eliminate the Eddy brothers rebels made Defense Minister Marshall Morris and President Dutra very dissatisfied and rejected the military expenditure application submitted by the army. Maybe the Minister of the Navy saw this opportunity. I heard that the Minister of the Navy told the Minister of Defense that this kind of landing operation is the specialty of the Navy. From the performance of your Marine Corps in the landing operation of the Fernando de Noronha Islands, it can be seen that your Marine Corps is a powerful team. Therefore, he asked the Minister of Defense for a battle on behalf of the Navy. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. Although he also wanted to fight to eliminate the Eddy brothers, he didn't want to do it now. After all, the inland patrol boats have not been delivered yet, and the jungle tactics of his Marine Corps have not been trained yet. At this time, launching an attack on the Eddy brothers' anti-government forces will definitely win, but it may also cost huge casualties. Did the Ministry of National Defense agree? Of course not. How could the army allow this to happen? Don't they have any face? The army minister has signed a military order in front of the defense minister. In the first month after the rainy season, the army will be able to end the battle and completely wipe out the Eddy brothers' anti-government forces. For some reason, Fang Lang felt that General Lita was gloating when he said this. However, Fang Lang didn't care about General Lita's psychology at this time. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, he couldn't help but take this matter to heart. He was thinking about finding a reason to participate in the operation, to encircle and suppress the Eddy brothers' anti-government forces. Unexpectedly, the Navy minister was more anxious than him. However, Fang Lang didn't mind the Navy minister's approach. After all, in his position, he really had to seek benefits for the entire Navy. Now the arrogant army brother has capsized in the gutter. If the Marine Corps can easily solve the enemy, the army will definitely look very ugly. This may be the truest thought in the heart of the Minister of the Navy. After all, in World War II, except for Fang Lang's real military exploits during the escort process, the Navy basically had no other achievements to show. However, the army performed well on the European battlefield. This is also the reason why the army was so powerful in the country after the war. Military expenditures always gave priority to the army. Fortunately, the landing operation in Fernando de Noronha Islands gave the Navy a good show, which made the Navy's status in the Ministry of National Defense rise to a certain extent. It was this situation that allowed Lieutenant General Friedrich Crook, who served as the Minister of the Navy, to find a way to improve the status of the Navy, that is, to constantly show its strength. Now the failure of the army in suppressing the rebellion has obviously given Lieutenant General Crook new hope. After thinking all this through, Fang Lang touched his chin with a smile and said, "It seems that, if the army cannot succeed in this battle, this job may have to fall into my hands. If this is the case, then I have to prepare early." After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Lita said with a smile on his face, "Oh. So, General Fang is not optimistic about the army's actions this time." Fang Lang certainly would not say such obviously offensive words, and quickly smiled and waved his hands, saying, "General, you're joking. What I mean is that I have to prepare for a rainy day. Regardless of whether the army can completely eliminate the anti-government forces of the Eddy brothers, I must be prepared to be ordered to join the battle at any time." General Lita obviously did not really believe Fang Lang's explanation, but he also understood that it was normal for others not to want to express their opinions on such matters. After all, if the words reached the ears of the army, there might be very bad consequences. He smiled and patted Fang Lang's arm and said, "Haven't you been preparing for a long time? These two patrol boats are prepared for the battle in the Amazon River Basin." Hearing this, Fang Lang coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said, "I'm indeed preparing for the battle in the Amazon River Basin, but the people who participate in the battle are not necessarily our Navy people. These patrol boats can also be prepared for the Army Department. I took the initiative to produce these two patrol boats for business." Seeing that Fang Lang was unwilling to admit it, General Lita did not force him, but smiled and stretched out his index finger to point at Fang Lang and said, "You kid is a slippery guy." Then his expression changed again, and his expression was serious. "However, you did a good job in this matter. Our Amazon River Guard does need to have these two types of equipment. Next, we can talk about the specific purchase quantity." Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. This turn was a bit fast. The inspection has not yet ended, and the purchase intention has been clarified here. However, this is also the main purpose of Fang Lang coming here in person today. Seeing that the intention was reached, he would not participate too much. After all, his current official identity is a soldier, and it is not suitable for him to discuss the specific negotiations of the purchase with the military. So, he smiled and shook his head and said, haha. I came here today to see if the patrol boat I designed can meet the actual combat requirements. As for the issue of military procurement, you still have to communicate with the general manager of the shipyard, Mr. Rausmann. However, please rest assured that we will still follow the old rules. I will explain it clearly to Mr. Rausmann. Seeing that Fang Lang said the last sentence with a look that was a signal to him, General Lita remained calm on the surface, but the slightly upturned expression at the corners of his mouth did not escape Fang Lang's eyes. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the old rules that Fang Lang mentioned. It seems that the 2 patrol boats designed by you are definitely urgently needed by our National Guard. I believe they will be able to withstand the test of actual combat. I hope you can continue to work hard and come up with a design plan for a new destroyer as soon as possible. I will report to the Minister of Defense to see if I can directly entrust you to design and build a new destroyer for the Navy from the military level. Of course, it would be even better if you can convince the Minister of the Navy, General Crook, to personally apply for it. It seems that General Lita is really determined to let the Fang Lang Group shipyard independently manufacture the next model of a new destroyer. Fang Lang certainly wanted this. So, he said without hesitation, no problem, I will push the Navy Department as soon as possible to propose an independent shipbuilding plan. General Lita smiled and stretched out his right hand when he heard this. Fang Lang smiled and stretched out his right hand as well. The 2 hands were tightly clasped together. A private conversation has already reached a huge arms purchase order. The next thing became much simpler. The logistics officials who came with General Lita and others to inspect were clearly arranged by Mr. Rausmann, the general manager of the shipyard. After the inspection, everyone praised the 2 patrol boats of Fang Lang Group and gave them very high evaluation. Soon the 2 sides reached an agreement, and the Logistics Department of the Brazilian Defense Forces purchased 10 Amazon-class inland patrol boats with a displacement of 500 tons from Fang Lang Shipyard, and 50 Flying Fish-class high-speed patrol boats with a displacement of 7 tons. This was also the first military ship order received by Fang Lang Shipyard from the military. Soon, under the promotion of all parties, the Ministry of National Defense commissioned Fang Lang Shipyard to start designing its own destroyer, based on the US military's Fletcher-class destroyer. After receiving this order, Fang Lang Group shipyard officially began to transform from the original civilian shipyard to a dual-use military and civilian shipyard. In the early morning, at a construction site in the urban area of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Kai Yaosheng from Guizhou, China, was standing in the open space outside the shed smoking. Kai Yaosheng, 32 years old this year, is not tall, has dark skin, and is a lean man from the mountains in the south. Unlike most of his fellow Chinese compatriots who are content with the status quo, he is not satisfied with the work on the construction site. As early as the age of 16, Kai Yaosheng was drafted into the Guangxi army to serve as a soldier and receive a salary. Apart from being a soldier and fighting, he has not learned any skills. Nearly 16 years of military career have made him accustomed to a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Originally thinking that the war was won, and not wanting to continue to put his head on the belt to make a living, he secretly became a deserter, thinking of returning to his hometown to accompany his parents, and by the way, marrying a wife to live a stable life. But who knew that when he returned to his hometown, he found that his hometown had long been destroyed in the war, and his old house was burned to the ground. After much inquiry, he learned that his parents had already died in the war. Kai Yaosheng lost his direction for a while, and didn't know where to go. He went home to farm, and had no land to plant. He wanted to find a job in the city, but he met the military police who were catching deserters everywhere. Fortunately, he was smart and ran away. Now he had no home and no job, and he was hunted by the military police again. He was desperate and heard that many people were going to Brazil to make a living. He joined them without knowing why. When he finally arrived in Brazil, he was assigned to a construction site. Because he had no skills, he could only start from the most basic small jobs. He did some heavy physical labor. He got up before dawn every day and had to participate in cultural training organized by the company after work. Although he could learn a lot of knowledge and his life was very fulfilling. But this kind of work was not a career he was willing to do for a lifetime. He originally thought of learning a new skill in the training class and looking for an opportunity to change careers in the future. But a piece of news 2 days ago made him start to grow weeds in his heart, and he no longer had the heart to stay at the construction site and study while working. Yaosheng, have you thought about it? If you don't go, we'll have to leave. A tall and strong young man standing at the corner of the shed not far away shouted loudly, awakening Kai Yaosheng from his deep thoughts. Turning his head to look at the tall and strong young man, Kai Yaosheng gritted his teeth, threw the cigarette butt hard on the ground, and crushed it with his feet. He looked up at the direction of his dormitory, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but he finally took a deep breath, turned his head, and responded to the tall and strong young man, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, the tall and strong young man laughed and said, "Haha. Yaosheng, I know you are also a person who is unwilling to be ordinary. Let's go." Hearing the words of the tall and strong young man, Kai Yaosheng walked towards him and forced a smile and said, "Maybe." Then, as if he remembered something, he said to the other party, "Shitao, are you sure they really said there is no age limit?" The tall and strong man called Shitao nodded, took 2 quick steps, put his arm around Kai Yaosheng's shoulders, and pulled him and himself out of the construction site. "Don't worry. I found out everything. Adult men aged 18 to 40 can participate. Those with military experience will be given priority. You have 1 more military experience than the rest of us. Your chances of being selected are greater than ours." Kai Yaosheng heard this and was still a little hesitant. Is the salary really $50 a month after being selected? Looking at Kai Yaosheng, who was still a little hesitant, Shitao smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Haha, brother Yaosheng, this is posted on the notice. However, we still have to pass the test after we go there. Others don't necessarily want us yet. So, it's a little too early for you to think about this now." Hearing this, Kai Yaosheng wiped his hands on his trouser legs a little embarrassedly and said directly to Shitao, "Then let's tell the captain and go over to take a look now." The so-called captain is actually the foreman on the construction site who is responsible for managing the workers. After hearing Kai Yaosheng's idea, Captain Gufu looked at Kai Yaosheng in surprise. In his impression, Kai Yaosheng was an honest man who obeyed orders very well. As for his previous experience in his hometown, he also had a general understanding. He didn't expect that he would want to apply for such a dangerous job. "Yaosheng, have you really thought about it?" Since they were all Chinese, Gufu felt that he still needed to persuade him. "Captain Gu, I want to give it a try. After all, the salary there is much higher." Kai Yaosheng had already made up his mind, so he no longer hesitated and directly applied for leave from the captain of the construction site. Seeing that the other party had indeed made up his mind, Captain Gufu nodded and said, "Since you have thought about it, I won't say anything more. In this foreign country, you must remember that no matter where you go, don't embarrass us Chinese, and don't embarrass Mr. Fang. Either don't do it, or do it to the best of your ability. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, ask for help from our Chinese organization as soon as possible. If there are Chinese compatriots who need help, please don't stand idly by." Kai Yaosheng didn't expect that Captain Gufu had no intention of stopping him. Instead, he told him so many things. Obviously, he also sincerely hoped that he would be well, which made his cold heart feel a little warm. He smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand, Captain Gu. I will not embarrass the Chinese or Mr. Fang." After bidding farewell to his captain at the construction site, Kai Yaosheng met Shitao at the entrance of the construction site and took a bus with another short and strong looking young man to a confession site near the Sao Paulo police station. At this moment, there were already 3 long queues in front of the recruitment site, and there were police officers in police uniforms on the roadside maintaining order. After studying for this period of time, Kai Yaosheng saw a sign with black characters on a white background at the entrance of the recruitment site, which read God's Whip Military Contracting Company Recruitment Office in Chinese and Portuguese. Kai Yaosheng didn't know what the name of this company meant, but according to what Shitao and others had inquired, it seemed that all the soldiers recruited here were soldiers, but they were not soldiers fighting for any country. Instead, they fought for whoever paid them. In his opinion, this was similar to the work in his hometown. After all, he was also a soldier in his hometown and got paid. As for the specific reason for the war, he didn't know. Anyway, someone paid the salary, so he would beat whoever the superior told him to beat. He originally thought that he was tired of the life of licking blood on the edge of a knife and would never pick up a gun again. But after experiencing a period of time, he still felt that he was more suitable for a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Especially when he heard that if he could pass the test and become a formal employee of the company, he could receive a salary of $50 a month, and he could also receive combat allowances when there were combat missions. He no longer had the heart to continue to work hard on the construction site. The guy named Shitao on the construction site was also a very lively young man. He had long been tired of the boring life on the construction site every day and had long hoped to go out and see the bigger world. When he learned that the employees of this company might be on a mission in any country in the world, he was tempted. As for being a soldier and fighting in wars, which was life-threatening, it was not within his consideration at all. In his original words, "If you are not afraid of poverty, how can you be afraid of death?" Looking at the dense crowd of applicants, Kai Yaosheng was very worried whether he could apply for the job. After all, his age was there, which made him very nervous. There were very few Chinese people like the three of them in the whole team. Most of them were local Brazilian soldiers, including blacks and whites, but most of them were locals with brown skin. Seeing them coming, a black guy in front of them turned around and looked at them in surprise and asked, "Hey, brother, which army did you retire from?" As a young man who likes to run around, Shitao had already learned Portuguese. After hearing the black guy's question, he said nonchalantly, "I didn't retire from the army, but this old man Kai is a veteran who has been in the army for 16 years. The black guy never thought that this inconspicuous skinny middle-aged man would be a veteran who had served for 16 years. According to their military positions in Brazil, such a veteran should be at least a sergeant major, so he quickly saluted Kai Yaosheng and said, "Hello, Mr. Sergeant Major." This reaction made Kai Yaosheng a little confused. He had been a soldier for most of his life, and this was the first time someone saluted him and called him Sergeant Major. However, his military instinct made him stand at attention and salute. The other people around were very surprised to hear that there was a veteran with 16 years of military service here, and their eyes would involuntarily glance over here, which made Kai Yaosheng feel very uncomfortable. On the contrary, Shitao had a feeling of being a crowd pleaser and began to actively communicate with the people around him. Shitao, who had lived in Brazil for more than a year, was no longer as timid as when he first came. Because of Fang Lang, the number of Chinese in Sao Paulo increased sharply, and after Han Yiting set up a flag in Sao Paulo, it had several frictions with local gangs. The daring style of the Chinese brothers of Han Yiting also caused a lot of suffering to the local gangs. In addition, the chief of the Sao Paulo police was originally one of their own, which made the people of Han Yiting do things even more unscrupulously. As a result, the image of the Chinese in Sao Paulo began to become tough. After a period of subtle influence, the presence of the Chinese in Sao Paulo became stronger and stronger. The local residents did not dare to easily make enemies with the Chinese, which made the life of the Chinese in Sao Paulo slowly become like a fish in water. Chapter 430 New Soldiers Experience. Name: Kai Yaosheng. Age 32. Have you ever served in the military? Yes. Arms infantry service 16 years. The person in charge of registering Kai Yaosheng was a retired US military officer. He was very surprised to see a Chinese come to apply for the job because he knew that the boss of the company was Chinese. Therefore, he was kind to the Chinese who dared to apply for the job, and he didn't want to reject him no matter whether he was suitable or not. But when he heard that this inconspicuous skinny middle-aged man in front of him had 16 years of military service, he became a little serious. After all, China has been in the midst of war in recent years. Those who can serve in the army for 16 years in such an environment and still stand here intact must be veterans among veterans. Have you ever fought against the Japanese? In the end, the officer couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Kai Yaosheng was stunned when he heard this, wondering why the other party would ask such a question, but he still answered honestly, I have fought. Now, the face of the officer opposite him began to smile, and he stretched out his right hand to him and said, hey, old soldier, we are still comrades. I fought several battles with the Japanese in Guadalcanal and Iwo Jima, how about you? Hearing this, Kai Yaosheng's face was a little tangled. He didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he had fought too many battles with the Japanese. If you ask him where they were fought, he really didn't know how to answer. Looking at the hand stretched out by the other party, he shook it hesitantly. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, China, fought for 8 years. Hearing this, the American officer opposite him changed his eyes and shook Kai Yaosheng's hand a little harder, and his expression on his face couldn't help but become a little serious. He knew how crazy the Japanese were on the battlefield. Since this inconspicuous middle-aged man opposite him could fight the little Japanese for so many years, he was an absolute combat hero in his eyes. So, he stood up without hesitation, saluted Kai Yaosheng and said, old soldier, you are hired. Please bring your belongings and gather here before noon tomorrow. We will go to Santa Ana for a 3-month training assessment. A living allowance of $30 will be issued every month during the training. If you can pass the test and are successfully selected, you will be paid a basic salary of no less than $50 per month, based on your personal ability and combat position. Kai Yaosheng did not expect that the interview would be so simple, which finally put his heart at ease. I don't know if it was because they were Chinese. Shitao and another young man also passed the interview at the same time. Santa Ana is a town in Amapá State, the northernmost state of Brazil. It is located near the mouth of the Amazon River and has a population of less than 30,000. Since Fang Lang established the God's Whip military contracting company and set up its recruit training camp and jungle warfare training camp here, the town has become more and more lively. After a week of bumpy ride, Kai Yaosheng and his companions arrived at the training camp built in the muddy ground. Because of the rainy season, the training camp was now full of mud, with almost no place to step. But the officers of the training camp obviously didn't care about this. The people who had just put down their luggage were driven directly to the playground to line up. A bald strong man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a tight army green t-shirt on his upper body, army green shorts on his lower body, and a pair of muddy military boots on his feet. With his clothes obviously soaked by rain, he looked quite embarrassed. But there was no embarrassment on the face of this strong man. Instead he revealed a kind of excitement like a beast finding its prey. With a wicked smile on his face, he licked his lips and shouted at the new recruits, rookies, welcome to hell. I'm your training instructor, Sergeant Major Harmon. Next, you will complete a 3-month military training under my leadership. From now on, everything about you will be controlled by me. You can only speak when I tell you to speak. The first and last word out of your stinky mouth must be sir. Do you noobers hear clearly? Because Sergeant Major Harmon spoke American English, many people in the team could not understand it. Therefore, except for a few people who understood and answered, most people were still in a state of confusion. As a new recruit, Shit obviously could not imagine the cruelty of the army. He still casually asked Kai Yaosheng beside him in the queue, Yaosheng, what is this bold guy talking about? Kai Yaosheng, who has rich military experience, is an experienced person. Although he did not understand what the instructor was saying, he understood that he must not talk in the queue. So, he stood there motionless, looking forward, lips still, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, don't talk. But before Shitao could hear what he said, a group of soldiers rushed up with rubber sticks and beat all the recruits who didn't answer. Kai Yaosheng, Shitao and others were all confused and squatted down with their heads in their hands. After everyone was beaten at least 5 or 6 times, this deliberate beating ended. Instructor Harmon seemed to have just realized that everyone didn't understand English. He came to a soldier who understood what he said and asked loudly, what's your name, Trash? Sir, my name is Jack, sir. No, your name is Trash. Sir. Yes, sir. Very good. You can understand my orders, trash? Sir. Yes, sir. Then you, trash, repeat my orders in your trash dialect, so that these shits who are worse than trash can understand what they are going to do. Understand? Sir. Yes, sir. Next, this guy named Jack became Instructor Harmon's mouthpiece. Instructor Harmon, who quickly tormented Jack, came straight to Kai Yaosheng, stared at Kai Yaosheng fiercely with his eyes, and shouted with an expression that wanted to eat him into his stomach. Shit, were you talking in my cue just now? Looking at the instructor with an expression that wanted to eat people, Kai Yaosheng didn't know what the other party was saying specifically. Just when he was a little confused, the soldier named Jack had loudly repeated Instructor Harmon's words in Portuguese. Thanks to the training at the construction site school, Kai Yaosheng can now barely understand Portuguese. Yes, sir. Kai Yaosheng's answer obviously did not meet the requirements of Instructor Harmon's speech skills, so Instructor Harmon punched Kai Yaosheng in the stomach without hesitation. This sudden punch made Kai Yaosheng's entire abdomen churn, and the pain was like a knife twisting, which made him fall to the ground like a shrimp. Instructor Harmon's cruelty made Shitao beside him silent. Rubbish. Repeat my first order. Sir, we can only speak when the sergeant tells us to. The first and last word out of our mouths must be sir. Over, sir. Do you understand? Shit. Sir. I understand, sir. Then back to the question just now. Who allowed you to speak in my cue? Shit. Sir. No one, sir. You stinking shit. I will remember you. I will kill you. From now on, you are not allowed to laugh or cry. You will learn. I will teach you to be good. After saying that, he punched Kai Yaosheng in the stomach again, who had just struggled to stand up. This time, Kai Yaosheng was knocked to the ground and could no longer stand. Shitao, who was standing aside, was a young man after all. After seeing that Kai Yaosheng was beaten twice because of him, he could not help but said, "Sir, I was the one talking to him, sir." Instructor Harmon, who was beating Kai Yaosheng severely, turned his head suddenly after hearing Shitao's words, looked at Shitao fiercely, walked over slowly, and said in a teasing tone, "Wow. It turns out there is a stinkier pile of dog shit here. Stinky dog shit soldier, I admire your honesty, but you have provoked me." After that, he pinched Shitao's neck and pressed his knee hard on Shitao's stomach, which made Shitao weak all over and fell to the ground, but his neck was pinched tightly by Harmon. For a while, Shitao's breathing was difficult and his abdominal pain made his face turn red. But Instructor Harmon did not let go. He pinched Shitao's neck and shouted, "Do you still want to talk now? You stinky shit." Shitao endured the pain and said loudly, "Sir, I don't want to, sir." "Stinky shit, are you a sissy? I can't hear you." The painful Shitao could only answer loudly with all his strength, "Sir, I don't want to, sir." Hearing Shitao's answer, Instructor Harmon pushed Shitao to the ground. The mud and water on the ground made Shitao's whole body filthy, but he didn't dare to lie on the ground anymore. He tried his best to stand up. "I remember you. From now on, you are not allowed to make any sound without my permission, otherwise, I will sew your mouth shut, understand?" "Sir." "Yes, sir." After dealing with Kai Yaosheng and Shitao, Instructor Harmon continued to walk through the queue. It started to rain heavily, but no one dared to move. The only sound in the queue was Instructor Harmon's roar. "If you sissies want to leave my base, if you make it past recruit training, you will become human weapons, eager to fight. Before that day comes, you are all trash. You are the lowest creatures in the world. You are not even qualified to be human beings. You are nothing but a bunch of unorganized stinky shit. Since I will be strict, you will not like me, but the more you hate me, the more you will learn. I'm fierce, but I'm fair. I want you to promise that there is no racial prejudice here. I will not discriminate against niggers, Jews, Chinese, Indians, or Germans. You are all equal trash here. My order is to eradicate those bastards who should not appear in my team. Do you hear me clearly? Garbage." "Sir." "Clear, sir." "I can't hear you, you shits." Everyone screamed in unison with all their might. "Sir." "Clear, sir." Everyone seemed to understand who was the master here. Instructor Harmon nodded with satisfaction and said, "In this case, let's warm up first. Everyone, turn left. Run 5 kilometers around the training camp. The last 10 people will not have lunch. Do you understand? Sir. Yes, sir. Begin. In this way, Kai Yaosheng, Shitao and others began their life in the God's Whip Military Contracting Company's boot camp. Although most of these people were retired soldiers, in order to make everyone adapt to the life in the military camp again, the company had to organize everyone to retrain for military training, and at the same time, it was necessary to select truly qualified soldiers from the military training. The intensity of military training here is obviously higher than the intensity of these soldiers' original service in the army. At least in Kai Yaosheng's opinion, the intensity is not a little bit higher. This made him, who was over 30 years old, almost unable to hold on. If he hadn't bitten a bite of anger in his heart that he couldn't embarrass the Chinese, he would probably have given up. Fortunately, after the physical training, he successfully surpassed the score in the professional skills training that began with his excellent shooting skills. In rifle long-range shooting, his performance was ahead of others, which made him stand out from the boot camp. He was quickly selected by the instructor and sent to the sniper training camp. This was a type of soldier that Kai Yaosheng had never been exposed to before. Here he received a rifle with a scope and started professional training that was different from ordinary infantry. Here he had to learn more professional shooting training, such as the impact of wind speed, humidity and other environmental factors on shooting accuracy. In addition to these professional trainings, he also had to receive professional training in topography, stealth, camouflage, construction of fortifications, and survival in the wild. These undoubtedly opened a new door for Kai Yaosheng. With the unique hard-working character of the Chinese, Kai Yaosheng soon stood out again in the training camp. He became the first batch of formal employees sent to Greece to perform tasks. With salary and subsidies, he could have a high salary of $150 per month, which made Kai Yaosheng very motivated. In addition to Kai Yaosheng, Shitao also passed the assessment smoothly and became one of the employees of God's Whip Military Contracting Company. According to the company's statistics, there are more than 8,000 employees performing military contracting tasks in Greece and Turkey, including more than 3,000 Brazilian retired soldiers, more than 200 Chinese, and the remaining 5,000 retired soldiers from the United States. Because the labor cost of military contracting companies is much lower than that of US soldiers, and the requirements for logistics support are not as high as those of the US military, the US Department of Defense has tasted the sweetness after experiments in Greece and Turkey. It began to continue to bid for related military contracts, which made various military contracting companies emerge like mushrooms after rain. The strongest and most well-equipped of them is of course the God's Whip Military Contracting Company, which was the first to take the plunge. Because the company has a large number of retired senior generals of the US military who serve as senior consultants in the company, and the friendship between Secretary of State Marshall and Fang Lang, the God's Whip Military Contracting Company has always been in a leading position in the employment list of the US Department of Defense. It was even rated as the most trustworthy contractor. By the end of 1949, the God's Whip Military Contracting Company had nearly 100,000 formal employees worldwide, most of whom were veterans with more than 5 years of military experience. Until June 1950, the Whip of God Military Contracting Company declined the military contract to participate in the Peninsular War on the grounds that the company's manpower was tied up in the Middle East battlefield and was unable to undertake new tasks, causing the company's orders from the Ministry of Defense to drop sharply. But it was precisely because the company refused to participate in the Peninsular War that the company's backbone employees were well preserved. When the war ended in 1953, many companies participating in the Peninsular War contracts had to declare bankruptcy directly due to the large number of employees being laid off and the compensation pensions. After the Peninsular War, the Whip of God Military Contracting Company did not take the opportunity to expand its strength, but began to reduce its strength in a planned manner. By the time the Vietnam War broke out in 1961, the number of employees of the entire Whip of God Military Contracting Company had dropped sharply to less than 30,000. And these 30,000 people are indeed the elite of the elite, most of whom have experienced jungle warfare training in the Brazilian jungle training camp, and have formed many special operations teams. When the American attacks were blocked, the whip of God soldiers who were put on the battlefield were often able to make breakthroughs unexpectedly, which surprised the US military who were studying special operations. The Special Operations Force named Green Berets by Kennedy directly issued a training contract to the Whip of God Military Contracting Company. According to the content of this contract, the jungle warfare training camp of the Whip of God Military Contracting Company began to slowly transform and became a special forces training school that specializes in training jungle warfare experts for countries around the world. This is very similar to the Hunter School that Fang Lang had heard of in later generations. Because of this, after decades of development, the Whip of God Military Contracting Company went through the initial rapid development and the later transformation, and slowly began to become low-key. Although it began to be surpassed in scale by military contracting companies supported by the US and British governments in the later period, no one dared to ignore the existence of this company. Until the 21st century, the employees of this company were still active on the battlefields of countries around the world. It is a world-recognized powerful military contracting company. Chapter 431 The Development Direction of Destroyers. Rio de Janeiro, the capital of Brazil. Fang Lang, who had just walked into the Navy office building, smiled and greeted everyone he met with a casual expression. This time, in order to promote the Brazilian Ministry of Defense, Fang Lang commissioned Fang Lang shipyard to design and build a new destroyer. He made great efforts. He used to come to the Navy office twice in half a year, but he must come every day in the past week. Even many officers who were not familiar with the Navy Department have become familiar with him. When they meet, people keep taking the initiative to greet him, which makes his facial muscles swell and ache. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After this period of unremitting efforts, the independent shipbuilding plan has finally been smoothly promoted. The Ministry of Defense officially issued an announcement to commission Fang Lang shipyard to design and build a new destroyer. It also made specific requirements for the specific performance of the destroyer, but looking at the requirements put forward by the Navy Department, Fang Lang could only shake his head helplessly, because this requirement is not much different from the current Fletcher-class destroyer. However, Fang Lang soon understood what the Ministry of National Defense meant. This was also because they were worried about the technical strength of Fang Lang shipyard and were afraid that the requirements were too high and Fang Lang shipyard could not complete them. But this was obviously not what Fang Lang wanted. He kept greeting people along the way and finally arrived in front of the office of the Minister of the Navy. When the secretary saw Fang Lang coming, he hurriedly stood up to greet him. "General Fang, you are here." The minister ordered that you don't need to report your arrival, just go in directly. General Crook's secretary was a young major officer. Although he was young, he was actually 2 years older than Fang Lang. Fang Lang could still see a hint of immaturity on his face. Unlike Fang Lang, although he was young, he already had a sense of maturity. Of course, this feeling was mainly reflected in his temperament. After all, the chief officer of the army who held a large number of troops naturally had a sense of decisiveness and vigor in his words and deeds. At this moment, the major secretary standing opposite Fang Lang felt it very clearly. Although Fang Lang looked like he was smiling, the confidence and determination revealed in his eyes could not be ignored at all. Coming to a place that did not belong to him, he did not feel any restraint at all. Instead, he looked like a leader who came to inspect. His eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. When his eyes stayed on the secretary, he would unconsciously straighten his spine. Hearing the secretary's words, Fang Lang smiled indifferently, waved his hand at the other party and said, "Okay, you do your own thing. Don't worry about me." Then he knocked on the door of the office without stopping and said loudly, "Report." A low voice came from inside, "Come in." Fang Lang turned his head and nodded to the secretary with a smile after receiving the reply and directly opened the door of the office. Before Fang Lang could speak, the voice of General Crook came from inside. "I can tell from the voice that it's you, Kit. Come in quickly." The secretary at the door heard that General Crook, who always behaved very seriously, would have such an easygoing side. His expression froze, and he looked at Fang Lang's back with envy. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "When will I get such treatment?" Fang Lang didn't care about the secretary's thoughts. After hearing what General Crook said, he walked into the office with a smile and said, "I finally have time. to stay in Rio de Janeiro for a while. Of course, I have to get closer to you. Don't you welcome me?" The secretary at the door waited for Fang Lang to enter and hurriedly stepped forward to close the office door. General Crook in the office had already stood up and walked to the reception area, pointing to the coffee table in the reception area and motioned Fang Lang to sit down. Fang Lang was not polite and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. His hand naturally reached out to the tea tray on the coffee table. This was a small tea tray made of mahogany, and there were all kinds of tea sets on the tea tray. This was installed by Fang Lang himself when he came to visit 2 days ago. In the past week, he came here every day to sit and drink kung fu tea. Under his influence, General Crook also got used to this novel way of drinking tea. Seeing Fang Lang's casual look, as if he had returned to his own home, General Crook was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and joked, "Will you not come if I say you are not welcome?" Hearing this, Fang Lang looked up at him in surprise and said with a smile, "That's impossible. I believe that the general will welcome me at any time." General Crook handed a cigar to Fang Lang and took out another one for himself. He then casually sat on the other side of the coffee table and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Didn't you say yesterday that you would not come today?" Fang Lang took the cigar and put it on the coffee table. He continued to make tea in his hand. Hearing this, he also put away his joking expression and said to General Crook in a slightly formal manner, "After I went back yesterday, I carefully studied the performance requirements for destroyers proposed by the Navy this time. I personally feel that there is still some room for adjustment, so I want to discuss it with you again." Hearing this, General Crook looked at Fang Lang with an unchanged expression, lit the cigar in his hand, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, "Tell me what you think." Fang Lang did not answer immediately, but brewed the tea in his hand, handed a cup to General Crook, and brought himself another cup. He took a sip and said slowly, "I think the requirements of the Ministry of Navy are still a bit conservative. Since we have decided to produce destroyers ourselves, we should not just imitate them, but have our own innovations, and develop a brand new destroyer that meets the actual needs of our Brazilian Navy." Hearing this, General Crook did not change his expression too much, but continued to smoke the cigar in his hand calmly. After waiting for a while, he smiled and said, "Then what kind of destroyer do you think our Brazilian Navy needs?" Fang Lang already had the answer to General Crook's question, but he did not answer the question directly. Instead, he picked up the cigar on the table, trimmed it while thinking about how to start, and after a while, he slowly said, "Your Excellency General, I was born in the army and became a Navy halfway through. Maybe many people think I'm not professional, but when I was receiving training in the United States, I learned about the history of destroyers. Combined with my own naval combat experience and my actual feelings in the Pacific battlefield, I also have a general direction for the future of destroyers. If there is anything wrong with what I said, please feel free to give me some advice." Knowing that Fang Lang has always been a very humble person, Crook didn't say much, but smiled at him and said, "You are the backbone of our Brazilian Navy. Do you dare to say that you are unprofessional?" Unexpectedly, the old guy Crook would be so naughty. Fang Lang could only smile bitterly and said, "At my age, I have become a powerful general in the Brazilian Navy. How could there be no one to gossip about me? But I don't care about this. After all, I was promoted by real combat exploits. Of course, the general's strong promotion of me is indispensable. In addition, I never forget to improve myself and have been learning naval related knowledge from US military advisors. Now, I think I'm still a very professional naval officer." General Crook didn't let Fang Lang speak his mind directly, but continued to smile at Fang Lang and said, "Then do you know why the Navy Department put forward such a design requirement?" Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I understand what you mean. The reason why the Navy Department put forward such a design requirement is to give our shipyard an opportunity to learn and exercise. But I think this is wrong. Our shipyard cannot always live under the protection of the government. We must accept the baptism of reality. Moreover, the times have changed. Communication between countries in the world has become very easy. We don't have to worry about the shipyard not having such strength. At most, we can hire professional designers and excellent engineers from developed countries to work in our shipyard. Moreover, with the relationship between our Fanglan shipyard and global shipbuilding of the United States, I don't think these are difficult. With technical support from the United States and the world, I think we are fully capable of taking bigger steps. Looking at Fang Lang with a serious face, General Crook also understood that the other party's attitude was serious. At first, the Navy Department did consider training the team, so it completely aligned the performance parameters of the destroyer with the American Fletcher-class destroyer. In General Crook's view, this is a protection for the country's shipbuilding enterprises, but after Fang Lang's words, he felt a little relieved. As Fang Lang said, they really shouldn't lower the performance requirements in order to protect their own shipyards. This is not only irresponsible to the Navy, but also not good for the development of the shipyards. After thinking about all this, General Crook nodded solemnly and said, "What you said makes sense. What kind of destroyer do you want? Or how big a step do you want to take?" Seeing that the topic returned to the development direction of destroyers, Fang Lang took a sip of tea from the cup, moistened his throat, and then slowly said, "When I was receiving training in the United States, my teacher said that the first purpose of destroyers was to protect our large warships from attacks by small torpedo boats. They mainly killed enemy torpedo boats through artillery and torpedoes. But as time goes by, the role of torpedo boats is becoming more and more diverse. In World War I, with the emergence of submarines, destroyers were given the task of anti-submarine warfare. In this world war, destroyers are not only used for anti-submarine warfare, but also responsible for protecting aircraft carriers from attacks by enemy aircraft, so destroyers are given the mission of air defense. The tonnage of ships has also grown from the initial 400 tons to the current 5,000 tons. Its role has also changed from killing enemy torpedo boats and protecting our large warships to anti-submarine, air defense, ground attack, support for landing operations, etc. As for the future of destroyers, I think their functions will be more diversified and their tonnage will be further expanded. And our construction direction must continue to go in this direction. As an old Navy, General Crook was of course very clear about what Fang Lang said, but Fang Lang's conclusion surprised him a little. After a little contemplation, he said uncertainly, "You said that the future of destroyers is to have more diversified functions, which I agree with. But isn't the current function diversified enough? You know, it covers almost all directions from which the enemy can launch an attack, whether it is land, sky, sea or seabed, all have been included in the attack range of destroyers. In addition to these, can the enemy launch attacks from other places we don't know about? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Equipment Manufacturing Development Law. Hearing General Crook's words, Fang Lang smiled and did not rush to answer. Instead, he picked up the cigar and took a deep puff. He found that General Crook still did not seem to think that the destroyer could develop in that direction. He did not keep him in suspense and took a sip of tea and said, "I wonder if the general has paid attention to the V2 rocket invented by the Germans in the late stage of this war." As the Minister of the Navy, General Crook was a rare practical man. He also paid a lot of attention to the new weapons born during the war. Hearing this, he immediately understood what Fang Lang meant. He blurted out, "You mean, the enemy will use missiles to launch attacks directly from a long distance in the future? But how can the accuracy of the missiles ensure that they can hit the warships sailing in the sea?" Fang Lang looked at General Crook, who was full of surprise, and smiled faintly. "In fact, the HS-292 missile invented by the Germans has already proved its practical value at the end of the war. This anti-ship missile sank several Allied transport ships in actual combat. Since it can sink transport ships, it can naturally sink warships. From this we can see that missiles will become the key weapon to determine victory or defeat on the battlefield in the future. So looking back, look at our warships. When facing missile attacks, do we have any means to deal with it?" Hearing this, General Crook's face changed drastically, and he stood up from his chair with a bang, and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground. But at this moment, General Crook seemed unaware and began to pace back and forth in the office. Seeing his performance, Fang Lang did not say anything, but continued to take a puff of cigar slowly and blew a smoke ring into the sky, watching the smoke ring grow bigger and bigger in the air and finally slowly dissipated. General Crook, who was feeling horrified by the scene Fang Lang had just described, suppressed his restlessness after seeing Fang Lang's movements, turned to Fang Lang and asked, "Fang, do you mean to research a destroyer that can defend against missile attacks?" Fang Lang was stunned after hearing this and shook his head for a long time and said, "No, General, with the current technological strength, we are not yet able to intercept missiles. But we must master the right to launch missiles. Intercepting missiles is of course possible, which can be seen from the various anti-missile systems in the future world. But it is definitely not now. If intercepting missiles is taken as a research goal now, it is estimated that it will take decades to have the possibility of success. In this case, the time for the production of large warships in the shipyard will be infinitely postponed. This is not the result Fang Lang wants. However, it is not an impossible task to directly study warships carrying missiles. You should know that the first missile destroyer Mitchell class built by Americans in later generations began to be built in 1950. It was officially put into service in 1953. At the beginning, this destroyer was only equipped with a weapon, that is, the Mk-108 Alpha anti-submarine rocket launcher. Later, it was replaced with an 8-mounted ASROC anti-submarine missile and a Mk-13 single-arm missile launcher for launching Tatar air defense missiles. It became the world's first missile destroyer. The warship that was actually equipped with anti-ship missiles was the US Navy's Coons-class destroyer, which began construction in 1957 and was an excellent warship that served until the 1990s. Fang Lang's current goal is to be the first to propose the concept of missile destroyers, and then, with the support of the Brazilian Navy, invest funds to start research. After all, if this kind of project is completely funded by his own private funds, it is definitely unacceptable. Why not use the country's money to research new products for yourself? As for whether it can be exported after the research is completed, it depends on whether everyone can sit down and discuss it properly. Fang Lang believes that with the nature of Brazilian government officials, as long as the money is in place, nothing should be impossible. After hearing what Fang Lang said, General Crook directly grasped the key point. You are right. Whether we can intercept the missile attack or not, we must first have the right to launch the missile. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, but we don't have the strength to develop missiles at all. Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "General, as long as the government can give enough support, I can organize people and start researching missiles. Whether it is air defense missiles, anti-ship missiles or ground-to-ground missiles, one method can lead to all methods. Only when we master this new weapon can we have our own voice in the world. Otherwise we may have to purchase their missiles from European and American countries. But the strength of national defense cannot be bought. My idea is that we must independently own our own national defense industry, and our Fang Yuan group is willing to take on this important task. However, all this must be supported by the country." General Crook understood Fang Lang's meaning and his personal selfishness in this matter. But it must be said that what Fang Lang said makes a lot of sense. If Brazil can really have its own national defense industry, then Brazil's international status will inevitably be rapidly improved, which is an opportunity that no patriotic person is willing to give up. General Crook is just such a patriot, so after listening to Fang Lang's words, he was very excited. Repressing the restlessness in his heart, General Crook slowly sat down, picked up the tea in front of him, drank it in one gulp, and then looked at Fang Lang and said, "I agree with what you said, but this matter is obviously beyond my authority. This needs to be discussed with Marshal Maurice and President Dutra before a final decision can be made. Why don't we return to the issue of destroyer construction? If I understand correctly, you want to develop a missile destroyer directly, right?" Facing General Crook's gaze, Fang Lang did not dodge, but nodded firmly and said, "Yes, General. I don't think we should be too self-deprecating to restrain our own hands and feet. We can completely abandon the current old-fashioned destroyers and embark on the track of developing new missile destroyers. In this way, we can overtake on the curve and avoid the embarrassing situation of lagging behind developed countries in Europe and the United States. Looking at Fang Lang's determined eyes, General Crook showed a relieved smile on his face. After lighting a cigar, he took a deep puff, feeling the fragrance of the cigar smoke left between his lips and teeth, and his mood was calmed down a little. General Crook slowly said, "I understand your mood and thoughts, but I believe you can understand that the research of missile engineering is obviously not something that can be completed overnight. You want to overtake others, but I don't think we need to rush. Even though we have seen through the inevitable trend of the development of war weapons, we don't need to rush for quick success. Instead, we should take steady steps and make careful progress. So, my opinion is that your shipyard can use the construction task of this new destroyer to start with imitating the US Fletcher-class destroyer to exercise the shipyard's construction capabilities. At the same time, start to set up a missile research team, research and manufacture missiles while designing a new missile destroyer." Fang Lang understood that what General Crook said was all out of good intentions. But Fang Lang was a little worried because the current Brazilian government has a close relationship with the United States, the economy is developing rapidly, and the domestic economic strength is also steadily improving. Moreover, the president was born as a military general and attaches great importance to military construction. With both strength and willingness, he may be able to agree to this series of military expenditures. But after the change of government, there may not be such good policies as now. At that time, it is hard to say whether the government's financial support can be obtained. This is also the reason why Fang Lang rushed to find him and hoped that the Navy Department could resubmit a new performance requirement. In Fang Lang's view, as long as a clear guiding document is issued or a formal document contract is signed during the term of this government, no matter how the subsequent government wants to deal with it, at least he has a legal advantage. But General Crook obviously does not have such concerns, so he repeatedly emphasizes stability. Seeing that General Crook has spoken to this extent, Fang Lang certainly can't be too stubborn. After all, being an official is ultimately about human relations. After a moment of silence, Fang Lang poured himself a cup of tea, and his thoughts turned quickly. "General, you are right. I was indeed a little too hasty. Thank you very much for your care for Fang Yuan Shipyard. If I understand correctly, you mean that, while we are imitating the Fletcher-class destroyer, we should also start pre-research on the next generation of missile destroyers, right?" Hearing Fang Lang's active admission of his mistake, General Crook felt very relieved. He had to say that Fang Lang was indeed the best naval officer he had promoted, without a doubt. Before he could be happy for long, Fang Lang's next words stunned him. "What do you mean? When did I say that we should pre-research the next generation while imitating?" Just as he was about to ask, Fang Lang slapped his thigh, stood up directly from the sofa, and said with surprise, "I understand. General, what you mean is that our future military equipment should achieve one generation in service, one generation in development, one generation in pre-research, and one generation in exploration. Really? Now we will first put the American-made Fletcher-class destroyer into service, and at the same time, conduct research and imitation, and also start pre-research on missile destroyers, and explore interception of anti-missile destroyers. Oh my god. This is the law of development of our military equipment manufacturing summarized by His Excellency the General, right? This is really too forward-looking. I think this should be written into our white paper on the development of national defense equipment. In the future, all the development of our military equipment should follow this law. Oh my god. Your Excellency, you are so far-sighted." General Crook, who was listening to Fang Lang talking to himself, seemed a little dazed at the moment, with no focus in his eyes. Looking at Fang Lang, who was excited and overflowing with words in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a while. As Fang Lang completed the summary of the 4 generations, and even mentioned the white paper on the development of national defense equipment, his eyes slowly began to focus, his expression began to slowly become wonderful, and later, his face turned red. It must be said that the 4 generations summarized by Fang Lang are indeed very forward-looking, and almost point out the development direction for the entire defense industry. If he puts it forward at the Ministry of National Defense meeting, it will be very brilliant. Such an incisive summary and extremely practical development ideas alone will surely be recognized by everyone. Once it can be passed at the National Defense Conference, it will be the most representative political proposition in his personal military career. With this political achievement, whether he wants to be promoted or wants to go into politics in the future, it will be a major political capital. Chapter 433 Each takes what it needs. Fang Lang, who was performing an impromptu performance in the office, glanced at General Crook's reaction inadvertently and saw that his expression kept changing, and finally his face turned red with excitement. Fang Lang knew that his performance was not in vain, and a smile appeared in his heart involuntarily, and he couldn't help but perform more vigorously. With an excited face, he quickly walked to General Crook, grabbed his right hand, held it tightly, and shook it vigorously, and said incoherently, "General, your vision and wisdom are really admirable, and I believe your future must be limitless." General Crook, who was also in an excited state, gladly accepted Fang Lang's compliment, pretended to be calm, patted the back of Fang Lang's hand holding his right hand, and said with a smile, "That's right, it is to serve one generation, develop one generation, pre-research one generation, and explore one generation. In this way, our weapons and equipment will never lag behind, and our national defense strength will surely improve steadily." Wait a minute, I want to record this sentence. At the next national defense meeting, I will take it out and focus on it. I must turn this law into the guiding ideology of our national defense equipment development white paper. As he said, he let go of Fang Lang's hand, walked quickly to the back of the desk, picked up a black notebook from the upper left corner, and opened a blank page. His right hand fumbled around his body, but he couldn't find a pen. At this time, Fang Lang took out a pen from the pen holder on the desk, unscrewed the pen cap, and handed the pen to General Crook. General Crook, who was looking for a pen everywhere, grabbed it without hesitation, and wrote a line of Portuguese on the white paper. The content was exactly these 4 generations. Seeing this scene, Fang Lang showed a knowing smile on his face, and General Crook seemed to be appreciating a beautiful calligraphy work, looking at the line of text on the notebook without blinking, with an indescribable satisfaction on his face. At this time, Fang Lang would naturally not interrupt General Crook's self-intoxication. He quietly put down the pen cap in his hand, quietly retreated to the sofa in the reception area, and continued to smoke the cigar, hiding his achievements and fame. But General Crook was obviously not a fool. After experiencing the sudden excitement, his brain gradually regained its rationality and slowly tasted some flavors. Looking up at Fang Lang, he said with a bit of laughter, "Okay, I almost fell into your trap. This is not a rule I summed up. It is clearly forced upon me by you. Tell me, what do you mean, and what do you want to do?" Fang Lang heard this, and looked at General Crook with a blank face. "What do you mean? What are you talking about, General?" Seeing Fang Lang's unwillingness to admit it, General Crook glared at him fiercely, put the pen back into the pen cap, looked at the handwriting on the notebook again, and then slowly walked to the sofa in the reception area and sat down. He picked up his cigar from the ashtray, put it to his lips, and took a deep puff, and then exhaled the smoke with satisfaction after a while. "Okay, stop pretending. You know very well what kind of person I am, so let's not play this game between us. I'm not a fool. Don't you know whether I have said such a thing or not? I have to say that the equipment development law you have summarized is very constructive. I think it is also a very good suggestion to include it in the white paper on the development of national defense equipment. However, it is completely unnecessary to force this credit on me." Seeing this, Fang Lang also knew that General Crook had reacted. There is no fool in the world who can be the Minister of the Navy. If there is, it can only be a person who pretends to be stupid, and the other party is obviously not the kind of person who would pretend to be stupid. He shook his head helplessly and said, "General, it doesn't matter who proposed this law of development. What matters is whether this law can be implemented. You also know that Fang Lang Group is behind me. If I declare to the outside world that this law was discovered and proposed by me, what do you think everyone will think? Will they think that I proposed it just to allow Fang Lang Group to obtain more research and development funds from the government? Will this make many people stand up and oppose our inclusion of this law in the white paper on the development of national defense equipment, which will cause unnecessary trouble to our national defense development in Brazil? If you propose it, there will be no scruples in this regard. Not only can it gain the recognition of most people, but it can also make this development idea that is beneficial to the country land smoothly, and at the same time it can also allow you to achieve greater political achievements and have the opportunity to take a higher position in the future. With such a wise leader as you, it is unlikely that our national defense industry will not develop rapidly. Am I right? General Crook listened to Fang Lang's words, smoking a cigar in his mouth, obviously thinking seriously about the meaning of Fang Lang's words. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "So, you just want to get more R&D funds from the government, right?" Fang Lang's expression froze when he heard this. He looked at General Crook in disbelief. It took him a long while to react. He held his forehead with one hand and sighed helplessly. "General, what about trust between people? Let's put aside the R&D funds for now. Just tell me, is this law of development wrong? If we continue to develop according to this law, can our national defense industry become stronger?" As a result, General Crook still didn't speak, but looked at Fang Lang seriously, as if he wanted to analyze whether what he said was true or false from his expression. Fang Lang was really helpless now, and finally he could only speak frankly. "Yes, I do want to get more research funds from the government. But is there a problem with that? The R&D investment in the defense industry is funded by the government. Is there a problem? Besides, we only proposed a development idea, not to allocate funds directly to our Fang Lang group. If there are other companies that are capable and can take over certain projects, we will not have any objection to the government allocating funds to them. The ultimate goal of this development idea is to enable us to have a strong defense industry system." Seeing Fang Lang's exasperated look, he spoke his inner thoughts frankly. General Crook could no longer hold back and laughed. He pointed at Fang Lang with his finger while laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, I knew you were going to use me as a gun. Look, I guessed it right now." After laughing for a while, his expression slowly calmed down, and he nodded seriously and continued, "However, what you said does make sense. If, as you said, someone raises an objection because of your identity, and this excellent development idea is buried, it would be a pity. But, considering the relationship between the two of us, wouldn't it be easy for people to associate it if I put it forward?" He understood that General Crook said this just because he was embarrassed to take Fang Lang's research results for himself. Fang Lang, who knew that this matter might be able to land as long as he gave the other party a step, didn't he understand what he should do? He immediately looked at General Crook seriously and said, "General, this is the inspiration we got when we were discussing the independent design and construction of destroyers. Although this idea was proposed by me, you are also one of the participants in this idea. Since it is not suitable for me to propose it, then of course it should be proposed by you. More importantly, only with your identity can you propose such a development idea and attract the attention of the military. Only then can this idea be truly implemented. In the end, our country's defense industry can become truly strong. As for me personally, if this idea can be implemented, our Fang Lang group will definitely be able to profit from it. This is a win-win situation for both of us. What do you think?" General Crook, who was stared at by Fang Lang with a sincere face, did not answer Fang Lang's question immediately, but sat in his seat, smoking a cigar, obviously thinking seriously about what Fang Lang said. Fang Lang did not urge the other party. He understood that General Crook was now trying to convince himself to agree to take this idea as his own. From this, Fang Lang could be sure that there was absolutely no problem with the other party's character. Time slipped away quietly. About 5 or 6 minutes later, General Crook suddenly put out his cigar in the ashtray, raised his head, and looked at Fang Lang seriously, nodded fiercely and said, "Okay, I will shamelessly take advantage of the younger generation this time. Don't worry, I will do my best to promote this development idea that has guiding significance for the defense industry in the Ministry of National Defense. As for the order for the construction of destroyers, it must belong to your Fang Lang group. At the same time, I will also propose to start our country's independent missile development plan and strive to entrust this project to your Fang Yuan group. Fang Lang understood that this was the same as the Western capitalists donating campaign funds to politicians in exchange for sufficient commercial benefits after the politicians were elected. It's just that Fang Lang did not provide campaign funds, but a development idea for the defense industry. For a businessman, this deal is indeed worthwhile. Although he is also a soldier, he does not want to be a senior general far away from real power. On the contrary, the powerful boss who holds a large number of troops and has enough real power is more in line with his position. Neither too prominent nor too ignorable. People dare not take action against him easily, and at the same time he has enough influence on the national defense forces in the political arena. Such a positioning will make him comfortable in both the military and political circles. In the military, people don't have to worry about him competing with them for the promotion channel, and they can become friends with him. In the political world, as long as he makes it clear that he does not want to go into politics, he will be the object that all politicians must win over. After all, the Social Democratic Party is now basically under the control of their family. Of course, some people may think that he has been occupying this position, which may hinder the promotion of his subordinates. However, Fang Lang does not think so, because with his influence in the military, he has long been thinking about recommending his loyal subordinates to other powerful positions, and slowly, a powerful military group with him as the core will be formed. By then, his relationship in the military will become intricate and his influence will become extremely powerful. He is even looking for opportunities to extend his tentacles to the Air Force and the Army. Among them, the aviation school is an important direction for him to infiltrate the Air Force. Seeing that his goal today had been achieved, Fang Lang stood up with a smile on his face, saluted General Crook and said, "Thank you, General." Seeing this, General Crook also stood up quickly and saluted Fang Lang seriously. "I should be thanking you." The two shook hands tacitly, and everything was said without words. Chapter 434 Navy Club. When Fang Lang left General Crook's office, it was almost noon. General Crook, who was in a hurry to sort out the 4 generations, did not invite Fang Lang to dinner. Given the relationship between the two, they did not need to care about 1 or 2 meals. After walking out of the office building of the Navy Department, Fang Lang looked at the continuous drizzle outside and breathed a sigh of relief. The guards who had been waiting outside drove the car to the entrance of the Navy Department. Adjutant Kikingshan walked quickly to Fang Lang with an umbrella and held the umbrella over Fang Lang's head. Fang Lang did not say much and walked directly to his car. Kikingshan followed quickly with the umbrella. In the Navy Department building behind him, people looked downstairs from time to time through the window, watching Fang Lang get on the car and slowly drive out of the Navy Department building under the escort of a group of guards. Everyone had different thoughts, and most of them were envious and jealous of this frontier official who had visited the Navy Department frequently recently. As for the other party's purpose, most well-informed people have already fully grasped it. Fang Lang didn't care about what the people in the Navy Department thought. At this moment, he was sitting in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed. Kikingshan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned his head and looked at Fang Lang, who seemed very relaxed, and said, "Boss, Colonel Adams, teacher of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, wants to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you are free." Fang Lang heard this and slowly opened his eyes and said, "What is this old guy doing? He has to make an appointment to have dinner with me." Kikingshan heard this and smiled slightly and said, "You are busy. Colonel Teach may feel that if he doesn't take the initiative to invite you, he is afraid that your time will not be right." Fang Lang shook his head indifferently and said, "When did this guy become so distant? Then please call him later and ask him to meet at the Navy Club." The so-called Navy Club is actually less than 5 kilometers away from the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base. It was the Baroque-style seaside manor with a history of more than 200 years that Fang Lang entrusted Radio Redondo, who was then the manager of the Brazilian branch of global trade, to find after a party with several naval colleagues. Because Fang Lang's Chinese courtyard in Rio de Janeiro is still under construction, Fang Lang has been living in the Navy Club, which has already started business in Rio de Janeiro. The owner of this Navy Club is, of course, Fang Lang himself. but nominally, the owner of this club is a retired Navy colonel. But in fact, the people in charge of this club are from the investigation department of Fang Lang Group. As for how the people from the investigation department dealt with the retired Navy colonel, it is not a problem that Fang Lang cares about. The reason why Fang Lang asked the people from the investigation department to manage this Navy club is, of course, that Fang Lang wants to get some of the intelligence he wants from this Navy club. At the same time, he also has to guard against other intelligence agencies infiltrating here. Because of the relationship with this Navy colonel, the Navy club has developed very rapidly. It has become the preferred gathering place for naval officers in Rio de Janeiro. And the arrival of a powerful Navy Rear Admiral like Fang Lang will naturally make the club more famous and attract more naval officers. Fang Lang's choice to live here can be regarded as an advertisement for his own club. Kikingshan received Fang Lang's clear reply and nodded his head, saying, "Yes, boss." After communicating this little thing, Fang Lang did not say anything more, but just casually admired the scenery outside the car window. But as he walked, Fang Lang discovered something very interesting. This was the first time he found Mercedes-Benz cars on the streets, after coming to Rio de Janeiro so many times. Of course, this does not mean that there were no Mercedes-Benz cars on the streets of Rio de Janeiro in the past. But Fang Lang was very sure that there were definitely not so many Mercedes-Benz cars in Rio de Janeiro in the past, and these Mercedes-Benz cars were obviously brand new models. Although the styling of these models has not yet gotten rid of the style of the large wheel covers during World War II, they have obviously begun to have some shadows of modern models. This surprised Fang Lang very much. Obviously, these vehicles are brand new models produced in factories in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Since Fang Lang introduced several car brands from Germany, he actually has never had time to really pay attention to the development of these companies. It was not until now that he saw these newly manufactured cars that Fang Lang was sure that these factories had begun to produce cars. Fang Lang watched the cars passing by quickly outside the window and instructed Kikingshan, "Contact the Fang Lang Group Secretariat. This afternoon, we will visit the Mercedes-Benz factory in Rio de Janeiro." Hearing this, Kikingshan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked back at Fang Lang in surprise and said, "Don't we have to go to the Ministry of National Defense today?" Fang Lang smiled, glanced at Kikingshan casually and said, "No, my goal has been achieved. The rest of the things will be left to General Crook to promote. It's better for me to withdraw in time." After hearing Fang Lang's answer, Kikingshan did not continue to ask, but nodded and said, "Okay, boss." After returning to the club, "I will call the Fang Lang Group Secretariat." Fang Lang nodded and did not say anything more. I don't know what he was thinking. There was no conversation along the way, and the convoy returned to the Navy Club smoothly. At this time, it was only noon, and there were not many guests in the club. As soon as the car stopped, a graceful and beautiful woman in her 30s walked out of the club. The voluptuous figure, coupled with a dress with a bit of bohemian style, the looming waves attracted Fang Lang's eyes. Seeing Fang Lang get off the car, she walked up quickly and performed the etiquette of a Western lady to Fang language. The cleavage revealed when she bowed slightly could make people addicted. "General Fang, you are back." This sweet voice can make people's skin stand up. Obviously, this is a top beauty in the world. But Fang Lang just took a deep look at this woman. He did not respond to her greeting, but nodded slightly, showing a politeness, and walked into the club quickly. The woman obviously did not want to let Fang Lang go easily. She took 2 quick steps to catch up with Fang language. But the guards around didn't care whether she was the top woman or not. The training they received told them that anyone who approached the general privately without the general's permission was a potential threat. Therefore, a guard stood up without hesitation and stood in front of the other person, staring at him with a warning look, his hand unconsciously pressed on the holster at his waist. Seeing this, the woman could only snort in dissatisfaction. Then she turned around reluctantly and continued to leave. All this fell into the eyes of the adjutant Kikingshan. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frowned, walked quickly to Fang Lang and whispered, "Boss, do you want us to deal with this woman?" Fang Lang heard this, looked at the other party with some surprise and said, "Deal with it? How to deal with it? Why do you want to deal with it? I mean, she always comes up to harass you like this. Should we drive her away?" Kikingshan was also a little unsure of Fang Lang's attitude, so he asked uncertainly. Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Why should we drive her away? Don't forget, this is the Navy Club, not my home. On the contrary, nominally, this is still her man's property. With such a woman here, the club's business will be better, right?" It turned out that this woman was Catalina Kibbe, the third wife of retired Colonel Haymans Brennan, who was invited by the investigation department to act as a mascot. Haymans Brennan, who was nearly 60 years old, was obviously a little overwhelmed when he met such a young, beautiful, and sexy beauty. What's more, this woman was obviously a socialite. Since she knew that there was such a high-end club, she never went home again, but occupied a room here for a long time, treating it as her home. Every day, she had a hot fight with the naval officers, who came to the club for entertainment. According to statistics from the investigation department, there are now as many as 5 naval officers who have practiced wrestling with Mrs. Brennan in the room. This is also the reason why Fang Lang turned a blind eye to such a sexy beauty. As Fang Lang's adjutant, Kikingshan certainly knew that this club was actually Fang Lang's property, and this woman named Catalina Kibbe was obviously unaware of this. When Fang Lang checked in, after hearing about Fang Lang's identity, the other party was like a cat that smelled fishy smell and began to find ways to get closer. At first, Fang Lang, who didn't understand the situation, still politely chatted with this sexy beauty for a few words. But after hearing about the other party's identity, Fang Lang lost interest, not to mention that the other party had affairs with so many officers. For someone like Fang Lang who has a slight obsession with cleanliness, she no longer has any appeal. I mean, this is the Navy Club, and all the people who come here are naval officers. If this Ms. Catalina Kibbe has other purposes, will it have a bad impact on our club? Kikingshan's words made Fang Lang frown, and he asked in confusion, "Do you mean spy?" After saying this, Fang Lang couldn't help but touch his chin, which had begun to grow a beard, and walk to his room while thinking about this problem. Fang Lang was not worried about the other party's identity. After all, he knew very well that this was actually a base of Fang Yuan Group's investigation department in Rio de Janeiro, and many of the staff members inside were intelligence personnel developed and trained by the investigation department. It was impossible not to investigate the identity of Ms. Catalina Kibbe. Since an investigation had been conducted, but no measures had been taken, it meant that there was no problem with the other party's identity. The question Fang Lang was thinking about now was whether such a person could be developed into an intelligence officer of his own. After all, Fang Lang had personally experienced the other party's communication skills, and there should be few men who could resist such a temptation. Thinking of this, Fang Lang whispered to Kikingshan, "Call the club's room manager for me." Kikingshan heard this, nodded, turned around and left. Fang Lang quickly returned to his room. Not long after he sat down, Kikingshan walked in with a dark-skinned man. Judging from his skin color, this middle-aged man looked like an Indian, but Fang Lang knew that he was a real Chinese. The reason why his skin color became like this was because they were deliberately exposed to the sun. After entering the room, the man stood behind Kikingshan, smiled at Fang Lang and said, "General Fang, are you looking for me?" Kikingshan didn't know his identity. Although Kikingshan was his adjutant and his childhood friend, he only knew a little about the situation of Fang Yuan Group's investigation department, and didn't go into it too much. After all, Fang Lang clearly understood the truth that, if the king is not discreet, he will lose his ministers. If the ministers are not discreet, they will lose themselves. If a few things are not discreet, harm will be done. Chapter 435 Socialite. Judging from the other party's expression and tone, this is an ordinary room manager, but Fang Lang knows that this ordinary room manager in front of him is the person in charge of this base, Shen Shinkan, now known as Atom My Bearer. Fang Lang nodded to him, waved to Kikingshan and said, "Kingshan, go out and confirm when Colonel Teach will arrive, and the afternoon schedule. I will ask Mr. Atom My Bearer something first." Hearing this, although Kikingshan felt a little strange, he didn't think much about it. After all, this is Fang Lang's industry, and it is reasonable for the boss to understand the situation from the employees here. Nodding, he turned around and pushed the door open and walked out, gently closing the door. After Kikingshan went out, Fang Lang pointed to the sofa next to him and said, "Chenken, sit down and talk." Shen Chenken nodded to Fang Lang and sat directly on the sofa next to Fang Language. "Boss, what do you want? Have you investigated the identity of the woman named Catalina Kabi?" Fang Lang glanced at her casually and asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Shen Chenken looked at Fang Lang with a strange expression and then answered seriously, "Yes, boss. This Ms. Catalina Kabi grew up in Victoria and moved to Rio de Janeiro with her mother when she was 14. Her mother worked in a nightclub and she became a socialite since she was a child. At the age of 25, she married a businessman, but 2 years later, she divorced her husband because of her unruly life after marriage. She hooked up with Colonel Hemmons Brennan the year before last and married him 3 months later. This woman is a natural socialite and has had affairs with many men. According to our observation, she wants to hook up with a more powerful man. If she causes you trouble, we can come forward to solve this problem. It has to be said that what kind of family makes what kind of person. It seems that the reason why Catalina Kabi has become what she is today should be related to her mother. Of course, this has nothing to do with Fang Language. On the contrary, as long as the other party's identity is confirmed, it will be easier to achieve his goal. No, she is not capable of causing trouble to me. However, I heard that she has ambiguous relationships with many naval officers. Has her man, Colonel Hemmons Brennan, never expressed any objection to this? Hearing this, Shen Chenken said with a strange look on his face, "We also learned about this. According to our investigation, Colonel Hemmons Brennan himself has 3 lovers in Rio de Janeiro alone. He also turned a blind eye to his wife's romantic affairs. Although I don't quite understand what kind of psychology this is, but, anyway, I don't know how to say it." Looking at Shen Chenken's constipated expression, Fang Lang knew that he certainly couldn't understand this lifestyle. However, Fang Lang, who had the experience of living in the future, still understood what the other party meant. After all, from the TV and movie materials of the future, we can see that the chaotic relationships between men and women among the nobles in Western countries, anyone who doesn't have a few lovers will be looked down upon. Even Fang Lang himself was very worried about whether his women would put a hat on him. Fortunately, the people who were assigned to protect his women reported that the 2 women were still very well behaved. In fact, not all Western women are very open-minded. There are many religious women and traditional women in their hometowns. Fang Lang smiled knowingly and said to Shen Chenken indifferently, "There are many Westerners who have this kind of living habits. We don't need to pay attention to these things, as long as they don't bring any adverse effects to our business. Since you have already investigated and confirmed that there is no problem with the couple, it's fine. I'm a little worried that this Ms. Catalina Kabi has an affair with so many naval officers, and she will definitely have the opportunity to access intelligence. Don't wait until the other party enters the club for the purpose of obtaining intelligence, then we will be in trouble." After hearing Fang Lang's words, Shen Chenken's expression tightened, and he understood why Fang Lang asked him to question him this time. At first, he thought Fang Lang was interested in this beauty, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. As an old intelligence officer, he immediately became alert and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, boss. We will immediately start a more detailed investigation on Ms. Catalina Kabi to ensure that there is no risk." Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said, "All the guests of our club are naval officers, and this group is very sensitive. Although Brazil does not have many enemies now, it does not mean that there are no intelligence personnel who want to infiltrate and obtain intelligence. If, once any intelligence is obtained through our club, then we will be blamed. This is why I asked you to use this place as a base. Not only do we have to obtain intelligence from here, but we also have to prevent others from obtaining intelligence from us. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Shen Chenken quickly stood up and respectfully stood beside Fang Lang, nodding with a serious face. "Yes, boss. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind and never let any intelligence personnel sneak into our club." Looking at Shen Chenken with a serious face, Fang Lang nodded, stretched out his hand, and pressed it down, motioning the other party to sit down and talk. In fact, this time I also found a new inspiration from Ms. Catalina Kabi. You should also know the oldest honey trap in our hometown. As far as I know, there is a professional intelligence agency in this world that has trained a group of professional female spies, codenamed Swallows. They are a group of professionals who specialize in obtaining intelligence and carrying out assassination missions through the honey trap. Can our investigation department also consider developing someone like Ms. Catalina Kabi? Shen Shenken now completely understood what Fang Lang meant. In fact, there are such female spies in the Military Control Commission. Even their enemies often use this method to obtain intelligence and instigate government officials. It's just that the Military Control Commission personnel who fled to Brazil did not have female members, so they did not pay attention to this aspect, and now Fang Lang took the initiative to bring it up. Shen Shenken reacted immediately and quickly stood up again and bowed slightly to Fang Lang, saying, "Yes, boss. I will report your idea immediately, and I believe the minister will take action immediately. As for Ms. Catalina Kibi, if we find that she is indeed not a problem, I will try to recruit her for our use." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded and did not let the other party sit down, but said in a serious tone, "You must always remember your identity as an intelligence officer. Although you are working for me now and there is no support from the country behind you, this is by no means an excuse for you to relax. Now the United States foreign intelligence agencies have completed the integration and officially established the CIA. Corresponding to this, the Chika of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is also developing rapidly, with the US government now officially starting to operate under the guidance of Laodaism. The situation of US-Soviet hegemony will surely take shape quickly. The struggle on the intelligence front will also become very fierce, and all countries in the world will not be able to stay out of it. The entire South America is definitely the focus of competition between the two sides. As the largest country in South America, Brazil is definitely the focus of competition between the two sides. Maybe one day, there will be spies from both the United States and the Soviet Union in our club. You must grow up quickly, hide yourself deeper, and make yourself stronger, so as not to give any enemy a chance. Do you understand? Listening to Fang Lang's words, Shen Shenken's face began to become more serious. He had come from the war period and knew very well how cruel the struggle on the intelligence front would be once the confrontation between the two major countries of the United States and the Soviet Union occurred. Although he did not belong to either side, it did not mean that they were safe. If they were not careful, they would be affected. This made his nerves, which had been relaxed slowly because of the peaceful environment in Brazil, tighten quickly. He looked at Fang Lang solemnly and said sincerely, "Please rest assured, boss, I will report your thoughts to the headquarters immediately and respond quickly. We will never let you down." Fang Lang has been looking for an opportunity to report the changes in the current international situation and the situations that may be faced in the future to the investigation department of Fang Yuan Group. This time, he took the opportunity to achieve his goal. Seeing Shen Shenken's expression, Fang Lang also understood that the other party had taken his words to heart. A good drum does not need a heavy hammer, and he was not going to say too much. After all, on the intelligence front, they were all veterans who had experienced many years of actual combat tests, and they must know the risks of this industry better than himself, an outsider. This situation will continue for a long time. I will always pay attention to you. I hope you will not let me down. That's it for today. You can leave if you want. Shen Shenken's face was serious. He bowed slightly, took a few steps back, and then turned around to open the door and leave. When he walked out of the room, the expression on his face had already returned to a humble and professional smile. No one would have thought that this clubroom manager with a professional smile on his face would actually be a senior intelligence officer. Fang Lang, who watched the other party leave, did not make any move, but began to think about other issues. The aid plan for Turkey and Greece has begun. In the early stage, it must be to quell the rebellion and ensure the basic lives of local residents. Then it will be to restore transportation and develop the economy. According to the latest news, the Bank for International Settlements has begun loan negotiations for the local government's transportation restoration plan. The highway construction plan proposed by Secretary of State Marshall has obviously received the attention of various governments. In fact, countries have begun to discuss the construction of a highway network covering the whole of Europe. Anyway, now that Americans are providing loans, they can provide a large number of employment opportunities for displaced and unemployed local people. No government can refuse such a good thing. Only with stable jobs can people settle down and not participate in anti-government activities. At the same time, people with jobs have stable incomes, which will further promote economic development. No government can refuse such a win-win situation. As for using taxes as collateral, there is no problem. After all, if the current situation cannot be reversed, the government may be overthrown, and the tax revenue will not be theirs at that time. What is there to hesitate about? It is precisely because of seeing through the mentality of the local government that the professional negotiation team organized by the Morgan Consortium quickly took the lead in opening a breakthrough in Greece. The Pan-European Highway Management Company, which was just established by the global group, soon sent a professional team to Greece to discuss and plan the highway route with the local government. Once the route is determined and the relevant agreements are signed, highway construction can begin. Chapter 436 Colonel teaches opportunity. Caterpillar, which was acquired by Global Group not long ago, has the guidance of the mature plan brought by Fang Lang from the future. After a period of day and night work, the design department has completed the design of several engineering machinery required by Fang Lang and has trial produced a batch. The engineering team of Global Road and Bridge Company use these brand new engineering machinery and brand new asphalt concrete materials to build a 2-lane asphalt road between Rockefeller Manor and Fang Lang's Manor in the Hudson River Valley of New York. Mr. Alvin Rockefeller praised the construction efficiency and the effect after completion of this road. Global Road and Bridge Company, which has not yet started to build highways in Europe, has received several orders for road reconstruction in the United States, which makes Fang Lang very happy. Global Road and Bridge Company also began to take this opportunity to recruit a large number of experts in road and bridge construction in the United States, and even hired several professors of architecture from Cornell University in the United States to work as consultants for the company. As long as the Pan-European Highway Management Company signs an agreement with the local government, Global Road and Bridge Company will be ready to start construction. While Fang Lang was thinking about these business matters, there was a gentle knock on the door, and Qi Qingshan's voice came from outside the door. "Boss, Colonel Tich is here." Hearing this, Fang Lang stopped thinking, slowly stood up, and tidied his appearance. Seeing that he was wearing a military uniform, he thought for a while and said, "I know, I'll change my clothes and go downstairs." Because he is now Major General, if he wears a military uniform to meet Colonel Adams Tich, it may make the other party feel cramped, so Fang Lang decided to change into casual clothes before going downstairs. After all, the other party is considered his friend. Qi Qingshan, who was outside the door, heard this and whispered, "Yes, boss." Then he stopped talking and stood quietly at the door, waiting for Fang Lang to come out. Fang Lang took off his military uniform in the room, changed into a simple white shirt and black trousers, and pushed the door and walked out. Under Qi Qingshan's guidance, he soon saw Adams Tich in a neat military uniform in the restaurant. When the other party saw Fang Lang in casual clothes, he was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted, walked quickly to Fang Lang, and saluted. "General, good afternoon." Seeing this, Fang Lang could only smile helplessly, stood and saluted the other party, and then said, "Good afternoon. Okay, brother, we are friends. Don't be so unfamiliar. It's been so long since we last met, and it's a rare opportunity to get together, so let's not play the game of superiors and subordinates." Hearing this, Adams Tich quickly put down his saluting hand with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand to Fang Lang and said, "Haha. Although we are friends, you are my superior, and you must maintain absolute respect." Fang Lang understood the meaning of the other party's words. After all, Fang Lang had promised to push the other party to the top, and now he could be regarded as the other party's backer, so the other party was also showing his loyalty to him in disguise. Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed, stretched out his hand, and held the other party's hand, and gave him another big hug, before letting go of him and saying, "I received your kindness, but today is just a gathering of friends. There is no superior or subordinate. Sit, let's eat and talk." Adams Tich, who understood Fang Lang's attitude, no longer hesitated, and sat back to his previous position. Fang Lang also sat casually opposite him. Seeing Fang Lang sitting down, Adam's Stitch directly stretched out his hand to greet the waiter and asked Fang Lang, "How about some Chinese food? I have been to this club twice, and the Chinese food here tastes quite good." Obviously, this is to accommodate Fang Lang's taste, and Fang Lang will certainly not refuse this. Otherwise, wouldn't his purpose of arranging a Chinese chef to join the club be wasted? Now there are more and more Chinese in Brazil, and Fang Lang is trying every means to let Chinese culture penetrate into the daily lives of Brazilians. The Chinese chef in the club is naturally one of such means. After all, Chinese food has withstood the test in later generations. He nodded and said, "Of course, I have no problem." Colonel Adam's Cheech, who received a positive answer, no longer hesitated and picked up the menu without hesitation to start ordering dishes. Although the pronunciation of a foreigner ordering Chinese food was very strange, Fang Lang did not care. Instead, he watched it all with interest. After ordering 4 dishes, Adam's Cheech handed the menu to Fang Lang, indicating whether Fang Lang wanted to take another look. Seeing that there were only 2 of them eating, Fang Lang did not waste any food. He waved his hand casually and said, "4 dishes are enough for the 2 of us." Hearing this, Adam's Cheech closed the menu in his hand and handed it to the waiter beside him, saying, "That's all. Hurry up and serve the dishes." The waitress was a Brazilian girl. Hearing this, she smiled slightly and nodded politely, saying, "Would you like some wine to go with the meal?" Before Adam's Cheech could answer, Fang Lang had already waved his hand and said, "No, I have other arrangements in the afternoon." Hearing the girl's question, Adam's Cheech, who had just reacted, could only shrug helplessly and said, "Forget it. Work is more important." Fang Lang smiled and said, "If you want a drink, call Abubakari Blackwell next time, and we old friends will have a good gathering together. I have something to do this afternoon, so it's not suitable for drinking." Upon hearing this, Adam's Cheech knew that Fang Lang really had other arrangements and was not trying to give him face, so he nodded quickly and said, "No problem, there's plenty of time for a drink. When you're free, let me know, and I'll be there for you anytime." The waiter saw this and realized that today's drinks couldn't be sold, so he stopped pestering and nodded politely, saying, "Please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon." After that, he turned and left. After the waiter left, Fang Lang casually looked at Adam's Stitch across from him and said, "Brother, what's the matter with you suddenly asking me out today?" Given their relationship, Fang Lang didn't think he needed to beat around the bush, so he directly asked Colonel Stitch about his purpose. Hearing this, Colonel Stitch didn't have any special expression. He just lowered his body with a little curiosity, got close to Fang Lang and said, "I heard that you came to the Navy Department this time to push the Ministry of National Defense to agree to our own production of destroyers, right?" This kind of thing did not have any confidentiality significance, so Fang Lang never thought about hiding it from anyone. He nodded casually and said, "Yes. Things have been settled. The Ministry of National Defense will officially issue a document today, entrusting Fang Yuan Shipyard to design and build our own destroyers." "Oh, did you say how many ships you plan to build?" Fang Lang laughed when he heard Colonel Teach's question. "Why? How many do you want? Didn't you just receive a Fletcher-class destroyer? Has it formed combat effectiveness now?" Colonel Teach chuckled and said, "I heard some news and wanted to see if there is still a chance to add 2 more ships. Since the new destroyer, those old ships seem to be completely unable to keep up. The people below are asking me when they can get a new ship." Fang Lang smiled and said, "This construction plan is experimental in nature. The performance is still in line with the Fletcher-class destroyer, and there are not many highlights. There is only 1 ship. As the capital's naval base, it is very likely to be delivered to you for use after completion." Upon hearing this, Colonel Teach's face immediately broke into a smile, but soon as if he thought of something, he immediately stabilized his emotions and asked, "Don't you need your aircraft carrier fleet?" Fang Lang smiled and waved his hand and said, "The current aircraft carrier fleet has been formed, and the tonnage of warships has exceeded more than half of the entire navy. If we continue to fight for other brothers' shares, it will seem a bit greedy, and we will be besieged at that time." Colonel Teach shook his head and said, No, I definitely won't have any objections. Although the other party said so, if Fang Lang really pulled all the warships under his command, even if he didn't say it, his subordinates would definitely have very big opinions. Fang Lang still understood this bit of human relations, so although Colonel Tich said this, Fang Lang didn't take it seriously and just smiled. When Colonel Teach was about to say a few more words, he saw the waiters had already started to bring the dishes over, so he didn't continue. After the dishes were served, Fang Lang said directly, okay, there's no need to talk about this issue anymore. I understand your intention. But, you also lead troops to fight, and you have brothers under your command. Even if you have no objection, can they still have no objection? So, if you are interested in this new destroyer, you can start working now. Do you understand what I mean? Don't worry, I won't compete with you this time. Your opponents are the brothers from the other 3 naval bases. Hearing this, Colonel Teach also sighed and said, you're right, I have no objection, and the brothers below will definitely have an opinion. Since you have no idea about this warship this time, I'm really rude. Fang Lang nodded indifferently, picked up the chopsticks, and gestured to Adams Teach, and began to pick up food for himself. After taking a bite, the taste was indeed good. He nodded with satisfaction and said, is this what you asked me to do today? Seeing Fang Lang had already started eating, Adams Teach was no longer polite, and picked up the chopsticks awkwardly. But it was obviously not easy for someone who had never learned how to use chopsticks. Fang Lang laughed and demonstrated to him. After a long while, Colonel Teach picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. Seeing the other party's satisfied expression, Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh. While eating, Colonel Teach smiled and said, of course, this is a brand new warship, and we can't give up the opportunity. Fang Lang remembered his promise to him last time, and while eating, he casually said, have you ever thought about going up? Adams Teach, who was struggling with his chopsticks, paused and looked at Fang Lang in disbelief. After a long while, he said uncertainly, what do you mean? Seeing the other party's expression, Fang Lang smiled and gestured to the other party to eat and talk. How many years have you been the commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base? Adams Teach swallowed hard, looked at Fang Lang eagerly and said, 6 years. Do you want to change your position? Looking at Fang Lang who was picking up the food casually, Adams Teach's heart began to shake violently. Since Fang Lang expressed this to him at the last gathering of the Ministry of Defense, he has been waiting for this moment. Unexpectedly, all this came so suddenly. He did not answer the question directly, but slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Fang Lang solemnly, and said word by word, where do you need me to go? Chapter 437, Replacement Player. Fang Lang did not expect that Colonel Teach would answer him like this. Obviously, the other party's meaning was very clear. As long as he needed, he could change his position. He could go wherever he wanted him to go. Fang Lang did not comment on this. His expression did not change at all. He continued to eat the dishes while slowly speaking. Do you have any place you want to go? Colonel Teach shook his head slightly, exhaled lightly and said, no, I never thought about this question before. I thought I would work in this position until retirement. Seeing the other party sitting upright, Fang Lang motioned for him to pick up the chopsticks, and said with a smile, don't be so serious, let's talk while we eat. Although Fang Lang acted very casually, as if he was chatting, Colonel Teach knew very well in his heart that his words now might affect the direction of his military career in the next few years. He never doubted Fang Lang's influence on the Brazilian Navy, although the other party was much younger than him. But the other party's rapid growth in recent years, and the increasing influence of the other party's family in Brazil. The family's business has supported the entire Brazilian defense industry, allowing Brazil to have the ability to produce its own guns and artillery, and even accepted the commission of the Air Force to develop training aircraft. Now it has begun to undertake the construction of naval warships. If this is not enough, looking at his close relationship with the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of Defense and the President, it would not be too difficult to help him operate and change his position. So, when Fang Lang asked himself if he wanted to change his position, he knew that his opportunity had come. But, to be honest, he himself had not thought about this issue before, and for a while, he didn't know where to go. To be honest, his current position is one of the few powerful positions in the Brazilian Navy. but he is old and no longer has the drive to continue to gallop on the ocean. Instead, he hopes to have the opportunity to become a general so that his life can be considered complete. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Adams Teach took a deep breath, calmed himself down, picked up the chopsticks on the table again, and slowly said, "Is there anything I can be used for?" It must be said that Colonel Adams Teach was a very smart man. He knew that Fang Lang would never treat him unfairly. Therefore, he did not mention where he wanted to go at all. Instead, he repeatedly told Fang Lang that he would go wherever he needed him to go. Fang Lang smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth while asking Colonel Teach, "Are you interested in sitting in the office of the Navy General Staff?" "Of course I'm interested, so that I can inform you as soon as possible if there is any new news from the Navy Department." Colonel Teach obviously misunderstood Fang Lang's meaning, but this attitude did leave Fang Lang speechless. He could only shake his head and say, "What I mean is, since you continue to stay in your current position and have no chance to go further, I will let you jump out." Now it happens that the construction of new warships must require the participation of the Navy Department, and you have rich frontline work experience, and you also have a Fletcher class destroyer that we are using now, and you are very familiar with this warship. It should be more appropriate for you to come forward and connect with Fangyoan Shipyard for ship design and construction work. After speaking, he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up some food, as if he was a little worried that Adams Teach would misunderstand him, and continued, "This is the first 5,000-ton modern destroyer independently developed by our country. Once this warship is successfully built with your participation, then your contribution must be great. Next, you can consider leaning on the position of Chief of Staff of the Navy." At this moment, Adams Teach could not understand what Fang Lang meant. This was to push himself to the position of Chief of Staff of the Navy. As Fang Lang said, he was now the commander of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base. If there were no special circumstances of war, he would basically have no hope of promotion. After all, if you want to be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral by accumulating experience, there is definitely no chance. But if, as Fang Lang said, you participate in the construction of the first independently built warship of the Navy, it will be a real political achievement. With this political achievement as a foundation, and Fang Lang coming forward to promote it, then you really have a chance to get a Major General. What's more, Fang Lang still wants him to serve as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, which is a real and powerful position. You should know that the current Minister of the Navy, General Crook, was promoted from the position of Chief of Staff of the Navy. During his tenure as Chief of Staff of the Navy, he actually controlled the affairs of the entire Brazilian Navy. Although I don't have the qualifications and abilities of the other party, but I have the support of Fang Lang. It is equivalent to gaining the support of half of the Navy. Where can I find such a good thing? Thinking of this, Adams Teach trembled unconsciously all over. He finally stabilized his emotions and said calmly, "I'm very willing. Fang, please rest assured. I will obey your orders." This is a naked show of loyalty. Soon Adams Teach seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to Fang Lang, "Fang, although my current position is rather awkward, I have to say that as a naval base that protects the capital, both its strength and position are very important. If I leave this position, I think it is very necessary for you to arrange someone of your own to guard this place." Adams Teach's words were regarded as unscrupulous submission to Fang Lang's command, and he began to give Fang Lang advice directly. Fang Lang could certainly see the importance of this position, but he had little experience in the Navy, and it would be difficult for him to find a suitable candidate to replace Adams Teach for a while. After all, the person in this position must be at least a colonel, and the commander of the naval base in the capital garrison is actually the leader among all the commanders of the naval bases in Brazil. Once Adams Teach leaves, there will definitely be a large number of people eyeing this position, and there will definitely be a fierce competition at that time. Fang Lang went through the people in his mind, but couldn't find a suitable candidate for a while. He could only look at Adams Teach opposite him and said, "Do you have a suitable candidate?" Hearing this, Adams Teach also frowned. He himself had never thought that he would have the opportunity to go further, so he had never thought about who would be suitable for his current position after he left. Now hearing Fang Lang's question, he couldn't help but start thinking. He has been working in the Navy for half his life. Of course, there are people under his command who are suitable for this position. But unfortunately, the rank and qualifications are not enough. More importantly, he feels that he cannot recommend people under his command, because this will give Fang Lang the idea that he wants to cultivate his own personal power. So, he directly rejected this option. But what other options are there besides this option? Adams Teach began to look for a suitable candidate in his mind. First of all, this person must be willing to be under Fang Lang's command, or even someone who only follows Fang's lead. Such a person must be like himself, who has no backing in the Navy. At the same time, if you want to become the commander of the naval base guarding the capital, you must have enough ability to completely control the naval base in your own hands. Adams Teach's mind flashed through a name, and suddenly a name entered his mind. After thinking carefully about this person's personal resume, it is indeed very suitable, but I don't know if he is willing to be attached to Fang language. However, it is better for Fang Lang to decide this matter himself. He is only responsible for recommendation. Whether to use it or not depends on the choice of both parties. Adams Teach, who understood this, no longer hesitated and said directly, I do have a candidate here, but I don't know if he is willing to get close to us. Hearing this, Fang Lang became interested. The meaning of the other party's words was very clear. There was a person who had this ability, but he was not his man. I don't know if the other party was willing to join his camp. Fang Lang didn't expect that Adams Teach was not the one who recommended him. This made Fang Lang have to look at the good man in front of him again. In fact, Fang Lang was a little worried about whether Adams Teach could be qualified for the position of Chief of Naval Staff. After all, a nice guy is not suitable for management. But he didn't have a suitable candidate, so he could only push him up. Now it seems that this guy is really reassuring in terms of loyalty. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm a little interested. Tell me, who is this person? Have I heard of him? This person's name is Heydrich. He should be about 40 years old this year. He is a German Brazilian born in Salvador. He graduated from the Royal Military Academy of Portugal. He started as a naval gunner and worked his way up to the captain of the cruiser Rio Grande do Sul. Before Brazil joined World War II, he was transferred to the Navy Training Department as a sinecure because of his German identity. But, as far as I know, the reason for his transfer actually has nothing to do with his German identity. It's just because someone got through the way of the original Minister of the Navy and wanted to be the captain of the cruiser Rio Grande do Sul. So, he was replaced. This made Fang Lang a little amused. Who was the original Minister of the Navy? Fang Lang only heard of him, but never saw him. But the person who could be almost marginalized by General Crook should be a guy with mediocre ability in Fang Lang's mind. But what he didn't expect was that the other party actually transferred the captain of the cruiser to a sinecure because he received benefits and helped someone get promoted. Obviously, this Heydrich did not give a gift to the Minister of the Navy. As for the ability of this Heydrich, Fang Lang could not draw a conclusion from Adams Teach's words, but since he was able to serve as a cruiser captain in his 30s, he should still have certain abilities. Otherwise, Adams Teach would not have recommended him to himself, but these words obviously could not satisfy Fang language. Looking at Adams Teach with a somewhat strange expression, Fang Lang asked doubtfully, why do you want to recommend this person? Is it because he is now in a sinecure and is easy to control? Hearing this, Adams Teach waved his hands and said, of course not. In fact, in my opinion, this guy has a somewhat rigid personality. He does things in a methodical manner and does not know how to adapt. But it must be said that he is a truly capable person. Almost everyone does not like to associate with him. But as for his work ability, no one has ever dared to say that he is not capable. As long as he is given clear instructions, he will be able to complete them perfectly. You also know the situation of the Brazilian army. It is simply impossible to get a promotion without currying favor with your superiors. But this guy is an exception. How should I put it? If I have to give him an evaluation, I think he is a real soldier. Chapter 438, Inspecting Mercedes-Benz. Although what Adams Teach said was a bit confusing, Fang Lang had some understanding of the character of the Heydrich. To be honest, Fang Lang liked such people to be his subordinates, but if he was placed in the position of commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base, Fang Lang thought it was not appropriate. Because if the other party was a pure soldier, unless he could get his loyalty, there was no way to guarantee that the other party would be able to use him after sitting in this position. This was obviously not in his own interests. Adams Teach obviously knew Fang Lang's concerns, so he hurriedly continued, "Fang, if you are willing to meet the other party, I can come forward and talk to him first. I believe that after these years of silence, he should be able to understand something. If he still has no changes, then we will see if there are other candidates." Fang Lang did not expect that Adams Teach would respect this person so much, and he did not know whether he had some personal relationship with this person, but these were not important. If this person was really like what Colonel Teach described, Fang Lang would like to transfer him to his own aircraft carrier formation to work. Since Adams Teach volunteered to contact the other party, he certainly would not refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, you go out and talk to the other party first. If it's appropriate, you can bring him to see me." Adams Teach seemed very happy after getting a positive answer. Although Heydrich was not his man, if he recommended him to Fang Lang, there would be a sense of incense. If Heydrich really joined Fang Lang's camp at that time, he would definitely become his ally. "Okay, without further ado, I will meet him this afternoon to talk." The two of them no longer continued to discuss this topic. Instead, they started chatting about all sorts of things. Fang Lang also took the opportunity to instill some future naval construction concepts into the other party, even the development direction and trend of missiles in future wars, as well as the construction ideas of the next generation of missile destroyers. Let Adams Teach be able to keep up with his own development direction. This lunch was a great success for both the host and the guests. Adams Teach gained a lot. He could not hold back his tears of joy until he left the Navy Club and returned to his car. For so many years, he had been a good guy. No one dared to offend him. He had to please everyone. Only then could he sit firmly in the position of commander of this naval base. When he first came into contact with Fang Lang, Lieutenant Colonel Graham of the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Force Command had a lower rank than him, but he could completely ignore him. It was because he had someone backing him up. But now that he has joined Fang Lang's camp, he is also a person with someone backing him up. When he can really become the chief of the Navy staff, who dares to treat him as a good guy? After seeing Adams Teach off, Fang Lang returned to his room and called Sirio Reich of the 2nd Section of the Logistics Department, asking him to send someone to investigate the naval colonel named Heydrich. It's not that Fang Lang doesn't trust Adams Teach, but there are many things that Adams Teach may not know, such as the other party's political inclinations, interpersonal network, etc. Since he wants to use him, he must conduct a comprehensive investigation of the other party to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. This kind of internal investigation is of course easy for the agents of the 2nd Section of the Logistics Department working in the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. After all, the other party's work files must be backed up and archived in the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. Of course, if Fang Lang wants to investigate the other party, he must not only look at these things on the surface. There are many things that are not written in the files that Fang Lang must fully understand. After receiving the order, the 2nd Section of the Logistics Department immediately started to act. Today's matter can be regarded as a temporary idea, so it was done in a hurry. It must be said that this is also an opportunity for Adams Teach, just in time for the opportunity to manufacture warships independently. Fang Lang was thinking in his heart how to use this opportunity to deepen his influence within the Navy. At the same time, he was escorted by guards to the Mercedes-Benz car factory in the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro. There was no conversation along the way. When the convoy arrived at the gate of the Mercedes-Benz car factory, more than 10 people were already waiting at the gate. Among them, only 2 people were people Fang Lang knew. One of them was the German representative during the negotiations in Germany, and the other was the general manager of the Fang Lang Group stationed at the Mercedes-Benz car factory. Because Fang Lang Group owns 51% of the shares of the Brazilian Mercedes-Benz car factory, the general manager must be sent by Fang Lang Company. This professional manager named Gambino Blank was hired by Fang Lang Group from Ford Company in the United States at a high salary. From the fact that he was able to put the Mercedes-Benz car factory in Brazil into production in a short period of time, it shows that he must be quite capable. When Fang Lang got off the car, everyone took the initiative to come forward and shake hands with Fang Lang very enthusiastically. As the general manager stationed by Fang Lang Group, Gambino Blank even declined a lot of work when he suddenly received a notice at noon and personally went to the door to wait for Fang Lang's arrival. After everyone exchanged greetings at the door and introduced themselves to each other, Fang Lang did not hesitate to praise directly. Today, I found that there are many new Mercedes-Benz cars on the streets of Rio de Janeiro. It seems that your work is very effective. The people who were still a little uneasy breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. After all, such surprise inspections really made these professional managers worry about whether they had done something wrong. Gambino Blank stood in front of Fang Lang on the left, guiding Fang Lang to the inside of the factory, and said with a smile on his face, "Yes, boss. This new Mercedes-Benz factory combines the technology of Mercedes-Benz cars with the assembly line technology I brought from Ford, which makes our car production more efficient, cheaper, and easier to train workers. This year, we plan to reach an annual output of 50,000 vehicles." Westerners don't know what modesty is. Fang Lang made a compliment, and Gambino Blank accepted it without hesitation and praised his achievements. Fang Lang didn't care when he heard it, although the annual output of 50,000 cars was not even a quarter of Ford's current production. But for a car desert like Brazil, being able to build a factory with an annual output of 50,000 cars in 2 years is still very worthy of recognition. Therefore, Fang Lang must praise him. "Very good. If you can successfully achieve this goal this year, I will let the head office reward all employees. I hope you will not let me down." Hearing that there are awards accompanying the managers, they are all excited. Gambino Blank asked directly, "Really? Thank you so much. I wonder what kind of reward we can get?" This guy's directness is really a headache. It seems that he is afraid that Fang Lang will go back on his word and directly clarify the reward plan on the spot. Fortunately, Fang Lang is not a stingy person. For managers who are capable and can make enough profits for him, he has never been stingy with rewards. If you can achieve this goal, I promise to take out 5% of the annual net profit of the factory as a reward to everyone. As for how to distribute it, it depends on your work performance. Everyone began to whisper to each other after hearing this, and even the German representative was excited. Don't think that 5% is a small amount. If you calculate it, each of the management may get a reward of tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars in this era is not a small amount. At the current price, it can buy at least 3 to 4 cars. No wonder everyone is so excited, and many people applauded directly. Gambino Blank directly expressed his opinion on behalf of everyone. "Boss, please rest assured. We have secured this reward. We guarantee that we will successfully complete the annual production target of 50,000 vehicles." Hearing this, the people behind him also followed suit. After seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, Fang Lang promptly began to pour cold water on everyone. "Don't be too happy too soon. What I want is not only the output of cars, but more importantly the quality of cars. Because of the World War, the global civilian car production has come to a standstill. It was not until June 1945 that the US War Production Board relaxed regulations and reapproved the production plan of 200,000 new cars. This is also the only country among all countries to relax the control of civilian car production. During the war, because there were no new cars, people's requirements for after-sales service of vehicles continued to increase. Many car brands were unable to provide customers with accessories when they needed repairs due to quality problems. This made customers lose confidence in the brand. After this incident, people began to focus on the quality and after-sales service of cars, not just the price and performance of cars. I wonder how we, Mercedes-Benz, provide customers with after-sales service and car quality assurance? Fang Lang's words obviously surprised everyone. They didn't expect that the other party would know so much about the automotive industry and get to the point directly. Even the general manager, Gambino Blank, didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. He glanced at the people who came with him and saw that no one knew what to say, so he could only bite the bullet and said, "Boss, the common practice of all car brands now is to only sell cars. As for the after-sales problems of vehicles, they are solved by dealers in various places themselves." Since Fang Lang raised this question, he was obviously very clear about the current situation. Coming from the future, he knew very well that the concept of 4S stores did not appear in Europe until the 1970s and 1980s. Although from the development trend of the future, 4S stores may also face the situation of being eliminated. But at least the next 70 to 80 years will be the golden development period of automobile 4S stores. It is precisely because of the existence of automobile 4S stores that major brands have achieved rapid development. This is also the reason why Fang Lang suddenly had a whim to visit the Mercedes-Benz factory. Do you think such service can satisfy customers? Everyone looked at each other, and for a while, they were speechless. People who positioned themselves as production managers naturally could not answer this question. Seeing that no one spoke, Fang Lang did not blame them. He just walked forward and said, "Don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to discuss this issue with you. I hope we can discuss a solution that can satisfy the customer. Everyone can speak freely. If you can come up with a good solution, we will all thank you." After hearing what Fang Lang said, a middle-aged white man in his 30s in the crowd whispered, "The customer will not be satisfied. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 439 Edwards Deming. Fang Lang smiled slightly when he heard this, turned his head, and looked at the other person and said, "What's your name? What position do you hold in the company?" The white man seemed a little nervous, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "Hello, boss. My name is Steele McPherson, and I'm in charge of marketing in the company." Fang Lang smiled slightly and continued to ask, "Have you thought about how to satisfy customers?" Steele McPherson thought for a while and said uncertainly, "Strictly control product quality and provide good after-sales service." Well, that's right. What else? Don't just listen, but also think. Let's think while we walk, and then summarize together when we return to the conference room to see if we can summarize a set of effective methods. Fang Lang said while walking, and did not forget to turn around and remind the others behind him. Soon the group came to the conference room of the company's office building. As a routine process for visiting a company, the leader should generally go to the conference room to listen to the company's situation report. Then, go to visit again, and after the visit, return to the conference room to make a summary. The leader expresses his own opinion. But Fang Lang obviously did not intend to follow the process. After entering the conference room, he started asking questions directly. "Don't be embarrassed. I'm not here to cause trouble for you, but I hope that through our brainstorming, our products can satisfy all customers, the company can go further, and your abilities can be better improved. So, I hope everyone can use their brains and brainstorm to find a sustainable development path for our company." Although Fang Lang said this, in fact, no one is familiar with Fang Lang, the boss. They only know that he has another identity, that is, the Brazilian Navy Rear Admiral. This can be seen from the pump of the guard platoon accompanying him when he travels. Such people usually have a decisive character. If they express a bad attitude, how will they be dealt with? No one knows. Even the general manager Gambino Blank, who was not afraid of the boss's majesty, was confused by Fang Lang's unconventional approach and didn't know what to say for a while. However, since the boss had asked the question, it would be inappropriate to remain silent, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Please rest assured, boss, we will strictly control the quality of our products and not let any unqualified products leave the factory." Fang Lang heard this and nodded. Well said. How do we control the quality of our products? After speaking, he looked around the conference room and found that everyone was taking notes with notebooks. He then instructed General Manager Gambino Blank, "Find 2 people to take minutes of the meeting. Don't take notes yourself. Use your brains and think about what we should do." After the meeting, have someone send a copy of the minutes to everyone present. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to put down their notebooks and prepare to answer the boss's questions at any time. This situation made everyone feel very uncertain, but they had to bite the bullet and sit here. Soon, 2 young men came in with 2 notebooks and sat in the corner of the conference room. Seeing this, Fang Lang began to call out names and ask him politely, who is in charge of production management? A skinny middle-aged man in his 40s stood up and nodded to Fang Lang, saying, "Boss, my name is Mozella, and I'm in charge of production management in the company." Fang Lang smiled and stretched out his hand to press down, motioning the other party to sit down. "Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Today is a symposium. Don't be nervous. I won't blame you if you don't speak well. Mr. Rayla, just now General Manager Janvito Blank told me that we must strictly control product quality and not let any unqualified products flow out of the factory. How do you control product quality now? Do you have any new ideas?" Mozella was a little nervous when he heard this, but fortunately the question he asked was his job, and it was not difficult, so he explained the current factory's quality inspection system. Fang Lang also nodded while listening, and from time to time he would take a pen to write something down, which made everyone present at the meeting more nervous. After all, the boss was really listening to their reports carefully. If there were any omissions in what he said, there might be trouble. It must be said that the Germans are really rigorous, and the factory's product quality inspection standards are set very high. The assembly line production of Ford Motor introduced by General Manager Gianvito Blank also emphasizes product standardization. However, affected by the limitations of the times, many management theories in later generations have not been proposed, but there are already many advanced management concepts, such as the statistical process control theory proposed by Walter Amanda Shewart in 1925, which uses applied statistical techniques to monitor the production process. The idea of prior control, prevention first, and prevention and inspection combined was proposed, and the opportunity to discover problems was transferred from the aftermath to the product production process. In fact, Fang Lang has never worked on the production line, but when he was sailing in later generations, he had a lot of free time, and he would touch a little bit of various books, and the content of short videos in later generations was also very complicated, and Fang Lang also absorbed a lot of fragmented knowledge from them. But Fang Lang knew that relying on these fragmented knowledge alone was obviously not enough. If you really want to make the quality of the product reach an unprecedented level, in addition to the attention of the factory management, there must be a method. Everyone thought that Fang Lang was recording the problems in the content of the statement of Mozella, the deputy director in charge of production management, but in fact, he was recording some nouns mentioned in the other party's words to help him recall something. Because with the discussion just now, he seemed to have caught something fleeting, and it was very important. This made his mind begin to diverge from the factory meeting. As some professional vocabulary became more and more, the deep memories in Fang Lang's mind were finally activated, and a name appeared in his mind: Edward Deming. A great man who transformed Japan from a declining industrial country to a world economic power, known as the pioneer of quality management. In 1950, he proposed the strategic idea of occupying the market with lower prices and better quality for the revitalization of Japanese industry. It has had a profound impact on Japan's industry. Until now, many people are still kneeling and licking the good quality of Japanese products. But no one knows that it was this American doctor of management named Edward Deming who brought all these changes to Japan. The Deming Quality Award, named after Deming, is still the highest honor for quality management in Japan. It is not known whether Edward Deming has gone to Japan now, but in any case, Fang Lang will not let this genius slip away from him. So, after Mozella finished talking about the current practices of Mercedes-Benz and his own ideas, Fang Lang did not make too many comments, but made up his mind that no matter what method is used, Edward Deming must be dug into Fang Lang Group to be responsible for the quality control of all products of the group company. He even planned to let the other party be responsible for setting up a new quality control department directly under Fang Lang Group. It is not that Fang Lang does not want the other party to be responsible for the direct management of any factory under Fang Yuan Group, but that this master has always been an outsider to improve the production process at the scientific level. That is to summarize theory from practice and then use theory to guide practical work. Well, you have done a great job and have a lot of ideas. When you go back, you can organize the frontline employees to discuss and see if there are any areas that need to be supplemented. At that time, our Fang Yuan Group will hire a professional quality control expert to be responsible for the product quality control of all companies in the group. Here, I want to tell you that as a boss, I have an attitude towards product quality. That is, quality is life. Quality determines the future. I hope everyone can keep this sentence in mind and strictly implement it in daily work. After speaking, he turned his eyes to the general manager, Gambino Blank, and said, when you go back, you will use this sentence as a warning slogan in multiple languages and paint it in various conspicuous places in the factory. Make sure that everyone in the factory can see it every day. Gambino Blank nodded and replied, yes, boss. Although Fang Lang's words still did not leave quality management, Gambino Blank felt that the boss's thinking should have changed in some wonderful ways in the past few minutes. Even the comments on Mozilla felt a bit anticlimactic. However, the boss's emphasis on product quality still surprised him. The quality control expert Fang Lang mentioned attracted Gambino Blank's attention. Fang Lang, who had already started thinking about how to poach Edwards Deming, didn't have much time to discuss how to control the company's product quality. He just needed to convey his attitude towards product quality. The rest could be left to the more professional Edwards Deming. Then let's continue to discuss how to satisfy our customers. Mr. Steele McPherson just proposed to strictly control product quality and provide good after-sales service. Then let's continue to discuss how to provide good after-sales service and what kind of after-sales service is good service. I know that suddenly raising these questions may make everyone a little confused for a while. Then I will throw out some of my views here. What is the biggest problem facing customers during this world war? I don't know if it was because of Mozilla's example. Seeing that the boss really didn't mean to blame, the nervous mood slowly relaxed. After hearing Fang Lang's question, they all wanted to attract the boss's attention, and someone immediately began to answer. There are no spare parts. New car production has stopped. All the workers have joined the army, and there are no professional maintenance technicians. Everyone began to express their opinions, and the atmosphere gradually became lively, which made Fang Lang very happy, because it showed that everyone began to use their brains to participate in the discussion. Very good, everyone is right. Let's analyze it one by one. First, someone mentioned that there are no spare parts. This is true. After all, the factories have switched to wartime status and started to produce military equipment. Therefore, new civilian car parts are not available on the market. Everyone can only look for old cars or second-hand markets. This has indeed brought great inconvenience to people's use of cars. But now that the war is over, does this problem no longer exist? Chapter 440 New Sales Method. After hearing this, everyone started to think about it, and soon someone began to answer. It's normal now. The problem no longer exists. Why do I still feel it's not convenient? Hearing everyone's discussion, Fang Lang smiled slightly, and when everyone's voices died down, he slowly said, someone just said that the problem has been solved and the supply of parts has returned to normal. Some people also said that it's still not convenient if it's not solved. In fact, everyone is right. Why? First of all, the factory has resumed normal production, and there are related spare parts on the market, so customers and auto repair shops can buy spare parts. So, many people think that the problem has been solved. But why do some people feel that it's still not solved and it's still not convenient? I think this is because although there is a supply of auto parts on the market again, this supply is very chaotic. What you can buy, although it is this part, may not be suitable for your own vehicle. After all, the products produced by each car brand are different. So, how can we help customers solve this problem? Shouldn't we allow customers to have channels to directly buy the spare parts corresponding to our own brand? Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Very good. Then how should we solve this channel? As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately answered directly. Sell the parts to our dealers. Fang Lang heard this and nodded. Very good, but as far as I know, now the car dealers are often only willing to sell cars, and they don't just sell our brand. Our parts are sold to this dealer, and other brands of parts are also sold to this dealer. Isn't it still chaotic? In fact, this is the current situation of the automobile market. Everyone was speechless for a while. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Fang Lang finally stopped hiding and got straight to the point. So, today we have to change this situation. How to solve it? At this point, Fang Lang slowly stood up and came to a blackboard behind the meeting room, picked up a pen, and wrote the words exclusive store on it. Specialized stores. Maybe someone will say that we have them now. But I want to tell you, no, the stores opened by our dealers now cannot be called specialized stores. They can only be called dealerships. The specialized stores I'm talking about, in addition to operating our brand independently, are also responsible for the after-sales service of our brand vehicles. He wrote the words after-sales service on the blackboard. Just now we discussed how to provide good after-sales service and the supply of parts, or more accurately, the supply of original parts. He wrote the words parts supply on the blackboard. So, in addition to the supply of original parts, what other after-sales services can we provide? Do maintenance and repairs count? If a customer's vehicle has a scratch or a bump, does an accident repair count? Everyone followed Fang Lang's rhythm and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Fang Lang smiled and nodded. Very good. Since these are considered after-sales services, shouldn't we provide them to customers? You know, we are the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz cars. Shouldn't the services we provide be the most professional? Shouldn't customers trust us more? Seeing everyone nodding in unison, Fang Lang asked again, so besides these services, what other services can we provide? Now everyone was a little confused and didn't know how to answer this question. Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly and continued. Think about it, since these franchise stores that only provide services for our brand vehicles can gain the trust of customers, does that mean that we have established an effective communication channel with our customers? With the existence of this channel, customers can feed back any questions through this channel. And can we improve our shortcomings based on the actual feelings of customers? Let our products meet the needs of customers more and more. Once our products become the products that best meet the needs of customers, what does this mean? Do you understand? After listening to Fang Lang's words, everyone's eyes gradually began to shine. This is an idea that everyone has never thought of before, and it is a completely different idea. General Manager Giant Vito Blank's eyes lit up when he heard it. What would happen if it was really as Fang Lang said? He immediately gave the answer in his heart and blurted out, this means that we will become a company as great as Ford Motor Company. Yes, Ford is indeed the greatest car company in this era. Because the sales miracle created by the T1 car produced by Ford is an unattainable myth, and it is a goal that all car companies want to surpass. Fang Lang smiled when he heard this. He knew that Giant Vito Blank came from Ford, so he must have an obsession with Ford. For Fang Lang, it was not a bad thing for his subordinates to have such an obsession, because this unattainable goal would surely inspire everyone to work hard. However, Fang Lang noticed that after General Manager Giant Vito Blank said this, the faces of several German representatives were not very good, and Fang Lang soon understood the reason. After all, as a company founded by the inventor of the car, Mercedes-Benz was born great. So, he quickly said, this sentence is not accurate enough. Everyone should know that we are Mercedes-Benz, and we are born great. Or you can say, let us be great again. Hearing this, everyone applauded excitedly. Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to press down, and continued to ask, then can anyone tell me now, how can we make us great again? Everyone said in unison, build the car that best meets customer needs. This answer made Fang Lang a little amused. It seems that it is difficult to change everyone's thinking for a while. After all, the real economy is the king in this society, and all companies will eventually speak with products. It has not started to play some fancy concepts like in the future, but as a traverser with the soul of the future. Fang Lang must of course bring some changes in advance, and now is the best time to pretend. No, it is the best time to brainwash people. What you said is not comprehensive enough. Cars are just our products, and making cars that best meet customer needs is our goal. What I want to tell you is that first-class companies buy concepts and culture. So what concept can we sell at Mercedes-Benz? As the head of the marketing department, Mr. Steele McPherson, you have to remember that from now on, you have to find a way to convey a concept to the outside world, or the concept of our Mercedes-Benz. That is, we are a company that adheres to customer centricity and constantly creates and improves customer experience products and services. In other words, tell everyone that we sell not only products, but also services. These are the marketing concepts created for our upcoming franchise store plan. This is also the main purpose of my coming here today, to establish a Mercedes-Benz car sales company and develop a new 4S store sales method. What is a 4S store? It is the brand franchise store I mentioned earlier. This franchise store includes service content such as whole vehicle sales, spare parts, spare repair, after sales service, information feedback, survey, and so on. This is a sales model different from the traditional sales method. In order to set a benchmark, I plan to invest in and build 2 4S stores in New York and Rio de Janeiro, USA, and invite our dealers to learn in the stores. Promote our 4S store sales method to the world. General Manager Gian Vito Blanc obviously did not expect that Fang Lang went through a long way to set up an independent car sales company and even hyped up a fancy concept for it. Although this would take away some of his power, who let the other party be the boss of the company. Even if he had his own ideas, he had to bear it. He could only applaud with everyone to express his warm welcome. Then, Fang Lang popularized some of the concepts and business methods of 4S stores that he had learned about to everyone. Not until everyone clearly understood this new concept did Fang Lang change the subject and said, "These are all we need to tell the outside world, but these services alone cannot cover everything. If you want to truly become a great company, you must rely on your products in the end. Everyone should remember that we are Mercedes-Benz, a company founded by Mr. Carroll Benz, the inventor of the car. As early as the beginning of its establishment, Mr. Carroll Benz told us that keep improving and always lead, and Mr. Gottlieb Daimler asked us to pursue excellence. The mottos of these predecessors have long become the corporate culture of Mercedes-Benz. We must follow in the footsteps of our predecessors and bring safe, high quality, comfortable and reliable cars to the world. And all of this depends on the joint efforts of everyone present." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they stopped talking about some new concepts. It was still understandable what they had now. General Manager Gian Vito Blanc quickly stood up and said, "Please rest assured, boss. We will definitely live up to your trust and follow the pace of our predecessors to produce exquisite, reliable and durable Mercedes-Benz cars." From this sentence, Fang Lang can see that General Manager Gian Vito Blanc has his own understanding of Mercedes-Benz's brand culture. This makes him very happy. After all, things are constantly changing. The fragmented information he received from the future still needs to be combined with reality to produce more delicious fruits. Today, Fang Lang came to the automobile company for inspection. In addition to bringing the 4S store sales method to the company, the biggest achievement is that it reminds him of Edwards Deming, the management master. Fang Lang Group now has 2 joint venture automobile brands, Mercedes-Benz and Porsche, as well as Aston Martin, a car brand that Fang Lang has fully acquired. Fang Lang certainly will not favor one over the other for the 4S store distribution method. Everyone will definitely promote it soon, but this is just a new change brought to the automobile industry. Edwards Deming is a weapon that can delay the rise of Japan and help Fang Lang Group rise rapidly. After expressing his opinions in the conference room, Fang Lang, accompanied by others, began to visit the factory. Watching the cars being assembled one by one on the production line, Fang Lang felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. However, looking at the backward shapes of these cars, Fang Lang felt uncomfortable. Therefore, the first thing Fang Lang thought of was that he really needed to bring some new styles to Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 441 Racing. Under the guidance of General Manager Gianvito Blanc, the group came to the R&D department of the Mercedes-Benz automobile factory in Brazil. Affected by Germany's defeat in the war, Mercedes-Benz had a hard time in Germany. Therefore, when Fang Lang negotiated with Mercedes-Benz, he asked Mercedes-Benz to move its R&D department to Brazil as a whole. This has resulted in the current R&D department of Mercedes-Benz in Brazil being very large. There are not only power research laboratories, but also research centers for various new models and new technologies. The entire R&D department occupies more than half of the factory. It also concentrates almost the best technical forces and excellent R&D personnel of Mercedes-Benz in Germany. This is also the main reason why Mercedes-Benz in Brazil can be put into production quickly in Brazil. The first thing everyone visited was the new model R&D department of Mercedes-Benz. The environment of the entire R&D department looked far less clean and tidy than the factory Fang Lang saw in later generations, but the workers all wore uniform work clothes printed with Mercedes-Benz standards. This is a kind of work clothes style that workers in this era like most: cotton shirts and cotton suspenders. The workers did not stop their work because of the boss's arrival. After entering the gate, Fang Lang saw at a glance a vehicle with a shape similar to that of an F1 racing car parked in the middle of the R&D workshop. It had a baguette-like body, 4 wheels sticking out, and an open top cab without a windshield. The entire front face was an oval air intake, and the Mercedes-Benz logo was installed on the hood near the front face. With just one glance, Fang Lang could tell that this was definitely not the pre-war style family car he had just seen in the production workshop, but a real racing car. The appearance similar to the F1 racing style said it all. But Fang Lang searched his memory carefully, but could not find any impression of F1 events in this era. In fact, F1 is also called the World Formula 1 Championship, which was not held until 1950 at the Silverstone circuit in the UK. Of course, Fang Lang didn't know all this, so he felt a little strange about it, and looked at General Manager Gianvito Blanc and said, "Is this a racing car?" General Manager Gianvito Blanc immediately gave the answer to the boss's doubts. "Yes, boss. This is a racing car that we specially built to reshape the image of our high-end car brand Mercedes-Benz. We plan to bring Mercedes-Benz back to people's attention by participating in world-class rallies." Fang Lang is not averse to racing. On the contrary, he likes racing very much. After all, it represents pure speed and passion. Therefore, when he learned that the company's leadership wanted to enhance the brand image through racing, he also approved it. After all, those high-end car brands in later generations have proved themselves on the racing track and have achieved their later brilliant achievements. Well, very good idea, but in my impression, there seems to be no world-famous events held now. Do you want to pull out the 3 car brands under our Fang Lang group and organize a race similar to the Le Mans 24 endurance race in Brazil? This is just a casual remark by Fang Lang, because in addition to knowing F1, he only remembers the Le Mans 24 hours rally. Another track that impressed him the most was the one called Nürburgring. In the future, when selling cars, if they don't run them on the Nürburgring track and tell everyone how good the results are, they seem to be embarrassed to sell them. Although Fang Lang has never been there, as far as Fang Lang knows, this track seems to be located on a plateau, which is famous for its many bends and high difficulty. But the Brazilian plateau is not an ordinary one. As for the many bends and high difficulty, isn't that simple? Isn't it enough to artificially create such a road? Originally just a casual remark, after thinking about it in his mind, it seems to have found a new idea for him. General Manager Gianvito Blanc didn't know what Fang Lang was thinking. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the boss would want to organize a race himself. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it didn't seem to be a problem. After all, the 3 brands under the boss were not ordinary ones. So, he quickly replied, "We have received news that the 1,000-mile rally, which was suspended due to World War II, will be restarted this year. If we can get a good ranking in this competition, we will definitely be able to make our Mercedes-Benz brand famous all over the world. As for your idea of hosting a competition yourself, I agree with both hands. I believe that with the strength of our Mercedes-Benz, no matter what kind of competition it is, we will definitely become the final champion." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly. It is obviously not a simple matter to host a competition. If it is just the 3 automobile companies under his control, what is the point of playing behind closed doors? The most important thing for a car race is to have enough influence to allow car manufacturers to gain enough sense of accomplishment. Either don't do it, or do it on a big scale. Create a world-class event, so that global car brands will flock to it and rush to participate, so that they will have a chance to make a lot of money. Anyway, now I'm ready to organize a Brazilian football league. Why not have a more exciting car race? This will not only give Brazil's auto industry a shot in the arm, but also add a new competition program to their own TV channels. Why not? Thinking of this, Fang Lang immediately decided to arrange for Fangio and media to start relevant preparations after returning. If there is no venue, he will bring his global road and bridge company to Brazil to build a hell-level car track first. Let the world's major auto brands come here to test their prowess. As for the event, mentioned by General Manager Gambino Blank, Fang Lang carefully collected his memory and confirmed that he had never heard of the name of this event. He couldn't help but ask with some doubts, "Are you sure this event has such a great influence? Why don't I seem to have heard of it at all? Where is it held?" General Manager Gambino Blank saw that his boss was interested and quickly explained, "This is an open road endurance race held in Italy. Since it was held in 1927, it has become the world's most famous automobile endurance race. It has a huge influence in society. No matter who can achieve good results here, they will be sought after by the whole world. If we can succeed here, then our Mercedes-Benz cars will definitely succeed." Hearing this, Fang Lang could only nod his head. After all, he was not a professional, and it was normal that he had never heard of this competition. Since the company's management unanimously decided to participate, he certainly would not object. In fact, this 1,000-mile endurance race is also called Mile Miglia, which is the most romantic and legendary racing race in the history of world racing. A total of 24 races were held, including 13 before World War II and 11 after the war from 1947 to 1957. It was a world-famous international race in the last century. However, due to an accident in the 1957 race, a Ferrari 290mm lost control during the race, killing 14 people including driver Alfonso Di Battago, and the Mile Miglia race was forced to be terminated. Very good, I support your idea. Can you introduce this racing car to me? Gambino Blank seemed very confident about this racing car. He gently brushed the nose of the car with his hand, bowed slightly to Fang Lang and said, "Of course, boss. It's Milner. This racing car uses the inline 6-cylinder gasoline engine developed by our Mercedes-Benz. It has a power of 215 horsepower, an acceleration time of 100 km from 0 to 100 km is 10 seconds, a maximum speed of 260 km per hour, and a fuel consumption of 15 liters per 100 km. It has reached the world's first-class level. With an excellent racer, we will definitely achieve an unprecedented victory in the arena." Although Fang Lang felt that the shape of this racing car did not seem to conform to Fang Lang's aesthetics, but it must be said that this must be a racing car with a very small wind resistance coefficient. After all, the barrel shape without even a windshield must be much smaller than the wind resistance of the old-fashioned cars on the market now. Maybe this is why it can reach a maximum speed of 260 km per hour. Hearing this data, Fang Lang had to sigh. Mercedes-Benz has a deep technical foundation. After being beaten by the war, it still has such technical strength now. Fang Lang didn't want to make too many comments on this kind of racing car. After all, he really didn't know much about it. After listening to the other party's introduction, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Are there any other models?" Seeing that the boss didn't express anything else, Gambino Blank couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Is this satisfaction or dissatisfaction?" He didn't dare to ask. Anyway, the boss didn't object, so he took it as the boss's affirmation. Hearing that the boss wanted to see other models, Gambino Blank hurried forward and pointed to the other side and said, "Of course, boss. This is the only one that has been trial produced now, but we have already started the research and development of subsequent models. Please follow me." After speaking, he saw his hand pointing in another direction and leading the way. After walking more than 100 meters, Fang Lang followed Gambino Blank and came to a large office area. There was no external mechanical processing equipment here. There were mostly some desks, and many engineers were working hard. Fang Lang saw at a glance that a car design drawing was fixed on the wall behind the office with a nail. The unique gull wing door design shocked Fang Lang so much that he was speechless. He was not a professional in the automotive industry and did not know when the gull wing door appeared. However, now he saw such a car with gull wing doors in his own Mercedes-Benz factory. To be more precise, it should be a coupe. How could he not be shocked? He had originally thought of coming here to give some advice to the designers, but his thoughts were instantly shattered. Needless to say, he also understood that there must be a lot of talent hidden in his Mercedes-Benz factory at this moment. The streamlined shape with almost no decorative element and graceful curves are different from the current mainstream shape of the front of the car with a high middle and a slightly lower wheel arch panels on both sides. The two round headlights on the left and right sides protrude slightly, and the middle hood is lower than the two sides. The shape of the entire front of the car has changed from the original convex characters to concave characters, which is definitely a subversion of the appearance. With the elegant gull wing doors, Fang Lang's eyes were instantly attracted, and his steps involuntarily walked to the design drawing. Fang Lang walked closer and saw the big Mercedes-Benz logo in the middle of the front grille, which was crossed by a horizontal line. He instantly found the shadow of the Mercedes-Benz cars passing through the streets in the future. At this moment, Fang Lang had only one thought in his mind: he must have one of this car. Chapter 442, Stunning New Model. Seeing this, General Manager Gambino Blank smiled unconsciously and immediately came to Fang Lang's side and pointed at the drawing and said, "Boss, this is a beauty, right?" Fang Lang did not answer the other party's question. His eyes were still carefully observing the design drawing, and slowly he found that he seemed to have seen this car in a car magazine in the future. According to reports, this is one of the most successful models of Mercedes-Benz after the war. The model seems to be called Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, and there should be a convertible entry-level Mercedes-Benz 190 SL later. Both cars are enthusiastically praised by car enthusiasts. The sales price is nearly 4 times higher than that of ordinary Mercedes-Benz sedans, and the sales are still very hot. There are even many famous people in the future who are proud to collect a Mercedes-Benz 190 SL, including Elvis Presley and Mark Jackson. What really impressed Fang Lang about this Mercedes-Benz 190 SL was a woman, a beautiful woman named Grace Kelly, who was known as the most beautiful princess of Monaco. But she was driving an orange-red Mercedes-Benz 190 SL on the coastal highway of Monte Carlo, and her charming smile was deeply introduced into Fang Lang's mind. When Fang Lang saw the design drawing today, the memory in his mind instantly made this classic image emerge in his mind. Hearing the words of General Manager Gambino Blank, Fang Lang seemed to murmur unconsciously, "Yes, she is really a beauty." At this moment, Gambino Blank understood that the boss was deeply attracted by this model. He waved to a middle-aged man in the office calmly. The middle-aged man walked forward with a little excitement and came to the front of several people. "Boss, this Mr. Rudolph is the chief designer of our first design studio and the designer of this car. If you have any questions, he can answer them for you." Obviously, Gambino Blank also admired this talented designer very much and wanted to recommend him to the boss. Fang Lang heard this and slowly withdrew his gaze from the design drawing. Following the guidance of Gambino Blank, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him. He saw that this was a short and fat man in his 40s, with a height of no more than 1.65 meters. He was holding a courtesy in his hand and bowing to him. He turned his shiny scalp in the Mediterranean hairstyle towards himself. Fang Lang found it hard to imagine that a designer who could design such an excellent appearance would look like this. Could it be true that he could become stronger just by becoming bald? Of course, these were just thoughts that flashed through his mind and he would never show them. He extended his right hand to the designer named Rudolph and said with a smile, "Mr. Rudolph, your work is amazing." Rudolph, who bowed and saluted, knew that his work had caught the boss's eye and was very excited. Seeing Fang Lang's outstretched right hand, he quickly shook it. "This is also the most proud work of my life. I'm glad you like it." Fang Lang smiled slightly when he heard it and turned to Jan Vito Blanc and said, "Has the model of this car been determined?" Jan Vito Blanc was stunned when he heard it and didn't understand why the boss jumped to the topic so quickly, but he still quickly replied, "Not yet." "Then name it Rudolph." He patted the designer Rudolph's arm. Rudolph, who was wondering how Fang Lang could turn around to ask other questions, was a little surprised when he heard it, and his eyes widened, looking at the boss in front of him in disbelief. "It's such an honor to name a car model after yourself." At this moment, Rudolph felt like he was floating in the clouds, and his legs were a little weak. The other people in the office also looked at them in disbelief. Slowly, everyone's eyes turned into envy, and the idea of he can be replaced arose in their hearts. Obviously, this is what Fang Lang wants to achieve. As the general manager, Jan Vito Blanc also reacted quickly. Although he understood the boss's intention, he couldn't help but envy Rudolph. He quickly replied, "Yes, boss. From now on, this project will be called Mercedes Rudolph." After that, he did not forget to extend his hand to Rudolph and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Rudolph, you will have to work hard next." Jan Vito Blanc's words made Rudolph forget his name. He reached out his hand in a daze and shook hands with Jan Vito Blanc. Seeing Rudolph's appearance, Jan Vito Blanc glanced at Fang Lang without saying a word, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Fang Lang smiled slightly when he heard Jan Vito Blanc named the project Mercedes Rudolph, and turned his eyes to the design drawings again and said, "Mercedes Rudolph, very good name. I think it can be made into a series. This upward opening gull wing door is really a genius idea, and this beautiful curve is really fascinating. I think we can consider designing the next model of this model as a convertible sports car. Mr. Rudolph, what do you think?" Rudolph, who was floating in the clouds, was shocked when he heard this, and was pulled back by the sky. He cast his eyes on his own design drawings. His eyes gradually became solid, and gradually his eyes began to shine. He quickly loosened his right hand that was holding Jan Vito Blanc, picked up the drawing board beside him, and began to use a sketch pen to sketch out beautiful arcs on it. Soon, a vehicle similar to the design drawing appeared on the paper, but the original roof part was removed, and it became a convertible sports car with only a windshield. As Rudolph painted, everyone's eyes were firmly attracted. When the concept map of the vehicle appeared, everyone's eyes began to become enthusiastic. Fang Lang also showed a satisfied smile. He didn't expect that he just said it casually, and the designer named Rudolph in front of him immediately burst into inspiration and drew the appearance of the Mercedes-Benz 190 SL that Fang Lang had seen in the future and swept the world. Jan Vito Blanc had a look of seeing a ghost, and his eyes kept sliding over Fang Lang, Rudolph, and the concept map. Even Rudolph himself was full of surprise at the work in his hand. When he looked at Fang Lang again, his eyes showed gratitude and a little admiration. After Fang Lang looked at it for a while, as if he thought of something, he said to Rudolph, "Do you have paint? I want to see if the orange-red body will be amazing." Hearing this, Jan Vito Blanc couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that Fang Lang would want to make the color of this car orange-red, which is a very bold color. Compared to the almost stereotyped black car body now, it is even a bit unorthodox. But when Rudolph heard it, his eyes lit up, and he turned around and began to search on the table, but there was obviously no such color on the table. Rudolph did not give up. He took out a box from under his desk, took out a set of watercolor paints from it, mixed several different colors together, and soon it turned into orange-red. Fang Lang saw this, and also stepped forward and said, "I think it can be redder." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Rudolph added some red, and soon after a while of stirring, a brand new color appeared in front of everyone. Fang Lang nodded, and Rudolph saw this, and directly picked up the paintbrush, and began to color the concept map. The picture was not big to begin with, and Rudolph painted the color on it in a few strokes. As the color on the car body began to appear, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted again, and they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This was really amazing. Jan Vito Blanc, who was originally frowning, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. A voice in his heart told him that, as long as this car was manufactured, Mercedes-Benz would be completely repositioned. Luxury, elegance, precision, and a series of nouns flashed in his mind. In front of such a car, Ford was not good enough. Even Rudolph himself did not expect that, after changing to such a color, this coupe would become so attractive. Now he can imagine what it would be like to see such a car driving on the road. The eyes of people around him should be attracted by it. Fang Lang felt that the product on the drawing was almost the same as the Mercedes-Benz 190 SL in his impression, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing that everyone's eyes were attracted by this work, Fang Lang's mouth curled up slightly, and he said to Gambino blank beside him, "Such an excellent exterior design must be equipped with a sufficiently excellent powertrain and a comfortable suspension system. Only in this way can our Mercedes-Benz Rudolph series become a classic." Gambino blank beside him certainly understood this truth, and nodded seriously and said, "We originally planned to transplant the powertrain of the racing car outside to this new model. At the beginning, we positioned this model as a sports car, so we used such a bold design." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded. Since these two cars of the later Mercedes-Benz can be popular all over the world, needless to say, the powertrain and suspension system of this car must not be bad. My appearance is estimated to speed up the listing progress of these two models at most. After all, the models that the boss likes, the people below will definitely pay special attention to them and give priority to them. Looking at Rudolph, who was still thinking about the drawings beside him, Fang Lang smiled, patted his arm and said, "Mr. Rudolph, you did a great job. Please keep working hard and bring more excellent works to our Mercedes-Benz Rudolph series." Fang Lang's practice of only giving incentives, but not rewards, was too capitalist, and Gambino blank on the side was also a little surprised. In fact, it was not that Fang Lang was reluctant to give money to reward the other party, but that he did not want to destroy the company's system. Needless to say, any company has its own clear reward and punishment system, and the boss cannot arbitrarily distribute rewards to individuals according to his personal preferences. This can easily cause dissatisfaction among other employees, leading to disharmony within the company. This is different from Fang Lang's proposal of a task achievement reward to the company's management as soon as he came in. Rudolph is now obviously still immersed in the excitement that a series of models will be named after him, and he has no idea that Fang Lang has not given any actual material rewards except for some false reputation. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he bowed to Fang Lang again with a serious expression and said seriously, "Thank you for your trust, boss. I will work harder in the future for Mercedes-Benz Rudolph." Fang Lang could hear the trembling in his voice when he said for Mercedes-Benz Rudolph. Obviously, Mr. Rudolph might be bound by this name for the rest of his life. In response, Fang Lang just smiled slightly and winked at Gambino blank, indicating that he could continue to look at other things. Chapter 443, Tiger Head Running. Gambino blank nodded slightly after receiving the instruction and pointed to the other side and said, "Boss, please come this way." After that, he continued to lead the way. Fang Lang was not polite and followed him and continued to walk forward. Soon he came to another large compartment. The people inside were also sitting at their desks working. Fang Lang only needed to take a glance to determine that this was also a design department. However, the design was for a different style of car, because he saw several car design drawings nailed to the wall. From the upright Mercedes-Benz logo and the highly recognizable front grille, Fang Lang had already seen the shadows of some later luxury Mercedes-Benz. From the huge size and elegant shape, it looked very classy. Only big bosses with full-time drivers were qualified to ride in this car. Although it looked very luxurious, the old-fashioned shape of the raised hood in the middle and the arc-shaped wheel covers on both sides still existed. Although the gap between the raised part of the hood and the arc-shaped wheel covers on both sides was a big step forward compared to the old model. Maybe many people have a special liking for this style, but it does not quite fit the aesthetics of Fang Lang, whose soul comes from the afterlife. But Fang Lang did not rush to express his opinion, but continued to follow the general manager, Gambino blank, to the front of the design drawing. Everyone in the office had obviously heard about what happened in the design studio. Soon, a man in his 50s, with grey hair, a well-groomed suit, and a gentlemanly demeanor, took the initiative to come forward. Gambino blank also began to introduce the two parties. "Boss, this is Mr. Reborn Milton, the chief designer of the second design studio. He is the one who designed this product." Reborn Milton nodded slightly to Fang Lang and said, "Boss, hello. Nice to meet you." Fang Lang also nodded slightly with a smile on his face and stretched out his right hand to the other party and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Reborn Milton. Your work looks like you, full of gentlemanly style." Upon hearing this, a slightly reserved smile immediately appeared on Reborn Milton's face, and he nodded slightly and said, "You are too kind. I noticed that the gap between the hood of the car you designed and the wheels on both sides seems to be decreasing." Fang Lang pointed to the position of the front of the car on the design drawing and asked Reborn Milton. As the chief designer of this model, Reborn Milton naturally has his own design concept, and obviously, this concept is also in line with the future development trend. Although Fang Lang was not very interested in this old-fashioned style, he could see that, although this old man was an old-fashioned gentleman, he had also found the vein of development. From this point of view, the chief designer named Levi Milton was by no means an ordinary person. It's just that he was not as imaginative as Rudolph or radical. Fang Lang knew very well that this might be the aesthetic habit of most people nowadays. Although Fang Lang, who was used to seeing later models, did not like this style very much. But sometimes preferences must learn to give way to the market. If he directly denied this design at this time, it would definitely cause a serious blow to these designers. Moreover, the new style he proposed may not necessarily conform to the current aesthetics of people. If he mechanically copied the future style, he might like it. But, can the market accept it? Therefore, in the end, Fang Lang decided to use the way of speech guidance to convey the future direction he knew. "Yes, boss. This is a bold attempt." Levi Milton was not sure whether Fang Lang could accept his design concept, so he answered conservatively. Fang Lang could hear the other party's concerns from his tone. Obviously, he was a little worried that his design idea would not please the boss. After all, in this era, where everything pursues streamline, he added more three-dimensionality to the front face of this Mercedes-Benz, which would look more stable. This also shows that the other party is not actually a truly conservative person. This made Fang Lang very pleased, so he said without hesitation, "Very good. I like this feeling very much. It looks very calm and majestic, and has a kind of introverted temperament of middle-aged man with full confidence. This type of car will definitely be favored by celebrities in the political and business circles." In fact, as Fang Lang said, this model is the first luxury model Mercedes-Benz 300D launched by Mercedes-Benz after the war. It was also the largest and fastest car in Germany at that time. At that time, Adenauer, the first Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Germany, was a loyal supporter of this car. The boss's affirmation is obviously the best compliment to the employees. Levi Milton heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly and continued, "From your bold attempt, I seem to have found a hint of inspiration. I think we can be more bold in the future. For example." Fang Lang began to gesture on the drawing with his hands while speaking, and what Fang Lang drew was Fang Lang's favorite image of the tiger head running in the future. As Fang Lang described, many designers cast their eyes over. Fang Lang could feel that the eyes of these people were not all appreciative, but Fang Lang did not care, just expressed his ideas. Reborn Milton also frowned slightly. He did not expect that his boss was more radical than himself. He actually found inspiration from his design and began to make a bolder attempt. But this was his boss. Although he thought that the other party was too crazy, he still felt that he should listen carefully. At the same time, he unconsciously picked up the drawing board beside him and began to draw according to Fang Lang's description. Seeing this, Fang Lang moved his eyes from the design drawing on the wall to the other party's drawing board and began to directly instruct Reborn Milton to draw his ideas bit by bit. Yes, that's right. We should simplify things, remove those complicated curves, and refine them into simple lines. As the shape on the drawing board became clearer, everyone's eyes began to become strange. General Manager Giant Vito Blank frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Boss, will this shape cause excessive wind resistance and affect the speed performance of the vehicle?" Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "This is related to our positioning. Customers who want to pursue performance and speed should buy the products designed by the first design studio just now. The products of our second design studio are obviously positioned as grand, calm, and luxurious, and they are aimed at a different group of people than the first design studio. Our target customer group should be mature and stable middle-aged successful people. Besides, who told you that our shape will affect the speed and performance of the vehicle? As long as we give him enough power, even if he is a brick, I can make him fly. Do you think it's right? Gianvito Blanc was also stunned when he heard this. He understood what Fang Lang meant and couldn't help but start to think seriously about what Fang Lang said about target customer positioning. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became, and his eyes slowly began to shine. Although he still couldn't accept this overly advanced design style, he didn't say much. As a designer, Rev Milton looked at the drawing board in his hand and began to fall into deep thought. This bold design style, overall, was unexpectedly very coordinated. Then he compared it with the original design drawing and thought about the current mainstream models. Slowly, it seemed that the originally slightly hazy ideas gradually began to become clear. Fang Lang obviously noticed everyone's expressions. Most people here couldn't accept the advanced design he proposed. After slowly having a bottom line in his heart, he couldn't help but be cautious. After looking around at the people around him, he said, "Of course, this is just a little inspiration I got, based on Mr. Levy Milton's design. I'm not asking you to overturn this design and start over. I just hope that my ideas can bring you some new inspiration." Levy Milton's eyes never left the drawing board in his hand. From this concept map, he can still find the shadow of his current car model, such as the two diagonal lines in the middle of the hood, which obviously merge the current hood and wheel arch plate together. It's just that the gap between the hood and the wheel arch plate has changed from more than 20 centimeters to 2 or 3 centimeters now. And the original huge wheel arch part has also become a small wheel arch that protrudes only 4 or 5 centimeters. The biggest change should be that the tall car body has been lowered a lot. I began to think unconsciously in my heart, how should the power system be arranged for such a low car body? Thinking about it, I actually began to be a little absent-minded. Seeing this situation, General Manager Gianvito Blanc could only speak to Fang Lang and say, "Boss, it seems that everyone needs to digest your idea." Fang Lang heard this and smiled and said, "Don't mind it. Obviously my idea is too crazy, and it is impossible to take shape directly now. You can treat it as a concept and find some inspiration from it. I hope it will not cause trouble to everyone's work." After that, he gestured to General Manager Gianvito Blanc and prepared to leave here and visit the next place. Gianvito Blanc also nodded quickly and pointed outside and said, "Boss, let's go to the next place to have a look." Fang Lang did not continue to say more to everyone. Taking out the future Tiger headbands should allow designers to find a lot of inspiration. Maybe their own Mercedes-Benz will be faster and more powerful in the future. This design style affects not only the appearance, but also the internal structure of the vehicle. After all, a lower body means a brand new power and chassis structure. To solve these problems, engineers have to study day and night. Once these studies have new results, it means that this factory is at the forefront of leading the world trend, and it will be difficult not to succeed. After leaving this design room, Fang Lang visited the design rooms of several other models and combined his future knowledge in them to guide everyone. After visiting all the design rooms, General Manager Gianvito Blanc wanted to take Fang Lang to the power research laboratory on the other side. Fang Lang frowned and stopped, looking at Gianvito Blanc with some confusion. "Does our Mercedes-Benz factory only have these car production lines? Why don't I see the truck production line?" You know, one of the important purposes of Fang Lang coming here today is to choose the right engineering truck for his upcoming highway construction project. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles of later generations are not inferior to cars at all, but I didn't see them today. How could Fang Lang not frown? Chapter 444 All-wheel drive heavy off-road dump truck. Speaking of which, the current trucks are not specially designed for construction projects. That is, the mud trucks that can be seen everywhere on the roads in the future have not been developed. Even before the war, the load of trucks was generally between 1.5 and 5 tons, but with the outbreak of the war, due to the demand for military transportation, countries began to develop heavy trucks to carry heavy equipment, such as tanks and artillery, which promoted the development of heavy trucks. Moreover, most of the current trucks are mainly rear-wheel drive, and the road surface they travel on is mainly paved. They are not the common 6 or 8 heavy dump trucks in the future. Hearing Fang Lang's question, Jan Vito Blank was stunned, and soon reacted. Looking at Fang Lang's expression, he said hesitantly, boss, our factory has only completed the first phase of the project. The production line put into production is still mainly for cars, and there is no truck production line for the time being. If necessary, we will immediately start the construction of the truck production line next. Fang Lang sighed. It seems that he still doesn't pay enough attention to these industries. Surprisingly, he didn't remind them to start the production of commercial vehicles earlier. You have to know that the next few decades will be a period of rapid economic development, and the demand for commercial vehicles is an astronomical figure. If you don't get involved in this market early, you may be preempted in the future. Fortunately, it's not too late to find out now. Fang Lang glanced at the people behind him, many of whom were Germans. It is definitely not appropriate to talk about the European aid plan that will be launched in the future. After all, it is only an experiment in Greece and Turkey now, and the real announcement of this plan will have to wait until next year. If the Germans here spread this news back to Germany, it will definitely cause some adverse consequences. And if the American people know about it, will they start to oppose the plan before it is proposed? At that time, it will only add to the trouble. But fortunately, he is a major shareholder, and he has the right to decide when to start the construction of the second phase of the project. The worst case scenario is to make additional investments. Therefore, he just thought about it for a while, and said to everyone directly, now my construction company in the United States needs a lot of heavy trucks. I don't want to give this business to others cheaply, so I want to know if our company has such technical strength. Can it quickly produce suitable heavy trucks for the construction company? Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. A middle-aged man with thick black-framed glasses looked at Fang Lang with a little hesitation and asked, for the heavy trucks that the boss mentioned, our Mercedes-Benz company has relevant technical reserves. During the war, the maximum load capacity of the L6500 heavy truck we produced reached 7 tons. I don't know if it meets your needs. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. He had been in this era for so long, and he had always seen small trucks. He didn't expect that Mercedes-Benz had already built such a heavy truck with a huge load capacity as early as the war. This made him think that, since Germany had such heavy trucks, the United States must also have such trucks, and such trucks must belong to the military. In other words, in the early stage, he could completely purchase a large number of second-hand trucks from the US Army Logistics Department through Shatter Company to meet his needs, and even sell these second-hand trucks at a high price to local contractors in Europe. At that time, he could leave enough research and development time for his own factory to study new special dump trucks. When those second-hand trucks are almost ruined, he can start selling his new trucks to Europe. In this way, there will be no gap at all, and other car manufacturers will not be cheap. After understanding this, Fang Lang's impatience just rose, and he immediately calmed down. He looked at the middle-aged man with a pleasant face and said, "Oh, I wonder if the truck you are talking about can be used as an engineering vehicle." The middle-aged man paused when he heard the words, and continued hesitantly, "Boss, I don't know what specific requirements you have for the engineering vehicle you are talking about." "Yes. What are the requirements?" Fang Lang heard this, and began to recall the mud trucks that everyone in the city avoided. He thought about it and answered, "First of all, this kind of engineering truck must be able to travel in unpaved areas, so it must have strong off-road capabilities. Secondly, it needs to carry mud and rocks, which will result in a huge load, and it must have a strong enough body structure. Then, sometimes it even needs to carry heavy goods and climb steep uphills, which requires it to have strong enough power. Finally, its bucket must have the ability to automatically tip over backward or sideways. I hope it can be an all-wheel drive heavy-duty off-road dump truck." This requirement is obviously not low, but Fang Lang believes that it is not impossible to do it. At least there is absolutely no problem with all-wheel drive. The Willys Jeep equipped by their army now belongs to a four-wheel drive vehicle. In Fang Lang's impression, it seems that there are also four-wheel or six-wheel drive trucks among military trucks. With Mercedes-Benz's technical strength, it should be able to meet such technical requirements. The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he whispered a few words with his colleagues around him, before looking up at Fang Lang and saying, "Boss, I remember that in 1942, Mercedes-Benz developed a research and development plan for an all-wheel drive flathead vehicle. In 1945, Mr. Heinrich hand-painted a chassis design sketch and determined the design concept: coil spring shock absorbing axle, four-wheel drive with front and rear axle differential locks, and a sturdy frame. These seem to meet your requirements. As far as I know, the prototype of this vehicle has entered the testing phase at the Mercedes-Benz factory in Germany in October 1946. Fang Lang was overjoyed upon hearing this and asked quickly, "That's great. We can directly introduce this model for use." But when the middle-aged man heard this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he said embarrassedly, "But, as far as I know, the load capacity of this model is not large, and the cargo carrying area is only 1.5 square meters." Fang Lang was stunned when he heard that the cargo carrying capacity was only 1.5 square meters. What was going on? It was a pickup truck. He was making fun of himself. His face fell immediately, and he looked at the middle-aged man with a cold look and asked, "I'm talking about an all-wheel drive heavy-duty off-road dump truck. What do you mean by recommending a pickup truck to me?" The middle-aged man shivered under Fang Lang's gaze and waved his hands to explain, "Boss, don't get me wrong. This model is not a pickup truck. It is the model that I can think of that best meets your requirements. Although its carrying area is only 1.5 square meters, we can further upgrade it based on this model and develop an all-wheel drive heavy-duty off-road dump truck that meets your requirements. You know, the name we gave it when we established the project was UNIMAG, which is translated as a universal self-propelled machine." Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this German name, as if he had heard of it somewhere. UNIMAG? Wait, you're not talking about UNIMAG? If it was really called this name, Fang Lang would be a little surprised. Wow, this is a real off-road artifact. You know, although it was originally developed as an agricultural machinery, later, because of its strong off-road ability, it was modified countless times and applied to various occasions. It can also be used in the military field. If it can be introduced to Brazil for production and slightly improved, it can become a magic weapon for traveling through the Amazon rainforest. Unfortunately, although it is an off-road artifact, it obviously does not meet the positioning of its all-wheel drive heavy-duty off-road dump truck, because the coil springs used by the other party determine its upper limit of carrying capacity. The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect Fang Lang to have heard of this project. He looked at Fang Lang with some surprise and said, "Boss, do you know this project?" Hearing the other party's question, Fang Lang coughed and said, "I have heard of this, but I think it is an agricultural machine." The middle-aged man nodded calmly and said, "Yes, although it is just an agricultural machine, its design principle is very consistent with your requirements. We can refer to it to design a heavy truck that meets your requirements." Although Fang Lang felt that UNIMAG did not quite meet the positioning of an all-wheel drive heavy-duty off-road dump truck in his mind, since these automotive industry professionals in front of him believed that they could develop a car that met their needs based on it, Fang Lang would certainly not refuse. Moreover, Fang Lang also hoped to squeeze some of his own people into this research and development team to enhance his own independent research and development capabilities in the future. After all, the European aid plan was about to start. The Mercedes-Benz headquarters in Germany will soon slowly recover. At that time, if the researchers here miss the embrace of their motherland and hope to return to work in their country, he will not be able to stop them. He can only take advantage of this period of time to train more talents. Anyway, now he can purchase a large number of second-hand heavy military trucks from Shatter Company and use them first, leaving enough time for the successful research and development here. In addition, Fang Lang will not put all his hopes on Mercedes-Benz. You know, he now owns a Caterpillar company in the United States, which is a company specializing in the production of engineering machinery. Many heavy mining trucks that broke world records have been produced in later generations. It should be a piece of cake for them to produce some all-wheel drive heavy off-road dump trucks that meet their needs. What Fang Lang didn't know was that the German Mercedes-Benz company did develop a military truck called Mercedes-Benz Cetus based on an image. Its powerful off-road and load-bearing capacity made it one of the main transport trucks of the German army. It's just unknown whether this world, because of Fang Lang's intervention, can produce another Cetus truck in Brazil by promoting the research carried out by Brazilian Mercedes-Benz. Very good, then I'll leave it to you. Please start the construction of the truck production line as soon as possible. There is a huge gap in the truck market now. We must not give up the huge market of commercial vehicles. If there is anything you need my support for, please feel free to ask. I will definitely support your work with all my strength. All the company managers looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said to the general manager Janvito Blank, then let's continue the tour. Hearing this, Janvito Blank hurriedly stepped forward again and began to lead the way. Next, Fang Lang visited the Power Technology Research Laboratory and New Technology Research Center of the Mercedes-Benz factory in Brazil and proposed a series of new technology directions such as 3-point seat belts, car radios, car air conditioners, automatic transmission, power brakes, power steering, electronic ignition, etc. Chapter 445 Current Status of the Replacement Players. When he returned to the Navy Club, it was completely dark, but Fang Lang did not rest immediately. He needed to hurry up to sort out today's gains. First, he arranged for the global group to find Edward Deming's whereabouts in the United States and find a way to cut off his chance of contact with Japan and invite him to Brazil to work for him. Secondly, he sorted out what he thought of today during the inspection of Mercedes-Benz and reported it to Porsche and Aston Martin. After all, they are all his own industries, and he must not favor one over the other. Finally, he issued a task to Caterpillar to develop an all-wheel drive heavy-duty dump truck. The next morning, the waves kept hitting the beach, making a rustling sound, and the sea breeze gently blew across the sea, rustling the palm trees on the coast. The fiery sun reflected the sea water into a sea of fire. Today is a rare good weather, and a group of people in shorts are running hard on the beach. Unlike most people who jog when exercising, Fang Lang is used to running fast. Running on the soft beach is much more strenuous than on a flat road, but obviously, Fang Lang is used to doing morning exercises in such a venue. As his guards, they were naturally forced to adapt to Fang Lang's pace, but there were very few people who could follow Fang Lang and run the entire course. After all, Fang Lang's training distance was as long as 10 kilometers. Not everyone had the same abnormal physical fitness as Fang Lang, which could be regarded as the sequel of Fang Lang's time travel. A black Ford sedan quickly drove into the Navy Club along the coastal road. When it saw the people exercising on the beach, it braked suddenly and stopped on the road. Colonel Adams Teach opened the door and jumped out of the car with a smile on his face. He was wearing a military uniform and black leather shoes. He looked at the beach in the distance. After hesitating for a while, he took off his shoes and socks and threw them in the car, rolled up his trouser legs, and jumped off the road barefoot and walked straight towards Fang Lang and others running on the beach. The guards on guard at the beach saw that it was Colonel Adams Teach and did not step forward to stop him. They just smiled and nodded at him and then looked in other directions. Adams Teach came to the beach near the sea and stopped far away, watching the crowd running with some curiosity. Fang Lang saw this and did not mean to stop, but waved to Adams Teach, signaling him to wait. He continued to run without hesitation. Adams Teach nodded and waved, then stood there quietly waiting. Seeing Fang Lang and others running at a speed that was almost like a sprint competition, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was good to be young. Although he couldn't do such high intensity exercise when he was young. After running 10 kilometers with great difficulty, the guards who were exercising with him behind him had already scattered in a mess. Fang Lang didn't care and walked towards Adams Teach, who was standing on the beach, panting. A guard stood on the beach with a towel and a water bottle. Fang Lang went over and took the towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead. "Good morning, General," Colonel Adams Cheech said with a smile on his face. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. He paused while wiping his sweat with a towel. He said dissatisfiedly, "We are brothers. Don't call me General. Just call me by my name." Seeing this, Adams Cheech smiled and continued, "Although we are brothers and you are younger than me, you are my boss. Of course, I must maintain the necessary respect." Fang Lang understood what Adams Cheech meant. This was to tell him that he was his own man and he must be respected. In fact, Fang Lang didn't care about these. The so-called respect was false. Loyalty is not expressed by words, and respect is not reflected in words. He pushed Adams Cheech to the top, not necessarily to gain another subordinate, but to gain another ally. As long as everyone's interests are consistent, their relationship will inevitably be unbreakable. As for Adams Cheech's decision to put himself in the position of a subordinate, Fang Lang was also a little amused. He shook his head helplessly and stopped dwelling on this issue. He wiped his sweat casually while continuing to walk along the beach, asking casually, "What's the matter with you coming here so early?" Adams Cheech followed Fang Lang, slightly behind him by half a body length, and said softly, "I had dinner with Colonel Anta Heydrich last night and tested his attitude." He casually put the towel he had just used to wipe his sweat on his shoulders, looked at Colonel Adams Cheech with interest and said, "Oh, what did he say?" Adams Cheech smiled slightly and said, "He didn't agree or disagree, he just told me that he wanted to think about it again. But I can feel that he should be a little tempted." Fang Lang looked at Adams Cheech with some surprise and said, "Didn't you say that he is a pure soldier? Why is he so easily tempted by you?" Hearing this question, the expression on Adams Cheech's face looked a little bitter, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He sighed softly and said, "Alas. Something happened in his family. I just found out about it this time." Looking at Adams Cheech's expression, Fang Lang frowned slightly, put away his casual expression and said, "What's going on?" Some time ago, his youngest son fell seriously ill. In order to treat his son, his family's assets were almost emptied. But in the end, his child didn't get much better and is still in the hospital. The doctor suggested sending his child to the United States for treatment, but he was worried that his child would not be able to survive the long journey, and his financial conditions could not support the high cost of going to the United States. He needs money now, but his current position does not allow him to get enough money to treat his child. My proposal should give him a glimmer of hope. After listening to Adams Cheech's explanation, Fang Lang did not breathe a sigh of relief, but frowned even more tightly. He knew very well in his heart that, if the other party served as the commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base under such circumstances, he would definitely find a way to make money quickly, which obviously did not meet his requirements. After all, if he recommended a corrupt official, he might be implicated, which was also inconsistent with his own values. He has been a naval officer for so long, and his savings are not enough to pay for his children's medical treatment. Hearing this, Adams Cheech smiled bitterly and said, "This guy is a freak. He almost never accepts benefits from his subordinates, and is unwilling to give benefits to his superiors." So, Fang Lang has been in the Brazilian army for these years, and is very familiar with the morality of the Brazilian army and governments at all levels. In order to change this situation, he even paid out of his own pocket to pay extra allowances to the officers and soldiers of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier formation under his command. He also formulated clear military regulations to make this phenomenon disappear under his command. But other troops do not have such good things, so this kind of corruption is the norm and very serious. Looking at Adams Cheech with a frown, he asked puzzledly, "Then how did he become a naval colonel?" In fact, Fang Lang had already had doubts about this question when Adams Cheech recommended him to him last time, but he did not ask it at that time, and was ready to wait for the results of the investigation of the second section of the Logistics Department. Now that Adams Cheech took the initiative to bring it up, he wanted to see if the other party knew it. Adams Cheech, who heard this question, showed a slightly strange expression on his face and said, "Actually, this is all thanks to his wife." Fang Lang was also stunned when he heard this, and immediately thought of Colonel Anta Heydrich wearing a dark green hat. His expression also became a little strange. Unexpectedly, Adams Cheech as if he knew what Fang Lang was thinking, waved his hand and said, "General, please don't misunderstand. His wife has not done anything to let him down. On the contrary, I think his wife is a very rare good woman. As far as I know, his wife is a descendant of Portuguese nobility and was very wealthy when she married him. He knows Colonel Anta Heydrich very well and understands that he cannot accept bribing his superiors to get promoted. Therefore, he uses his status as a descendant of nobility to often hold salon parties, and the invitees to such parties are often the wives of Anta Heydrich's colleagues or superiors. Even my wife is often invited. In this way, his wife has a good relationship with the wives of his superiors. Therefore, although he did not bribe his superiors did not particularly hate or target him, which allowed him to display his talents in a relatively fair environment and steadily get promoted. This is also the reason why he can reach his current position. Fang Lang did not expect that there would be such a wonderful woman. This is obviously taking the wife route. This made him unconsciously curious about this lady. Of course, it was not that he wanted to do anything with the other party, but simply admired the other party's ability. If such a person could enter the business world, he would be a good hand. Unfortunately, in this era, women have not yet been completely liberated, and it is almost difficult to see successful women. Oh, this is a rare and wonderful woman. But since his wife is a descendant of the nobility and can often hold such salon parties, how could she not even have money to treat her children's illness? Adam Stitch could only continue to smile bitterly after hearing this. The cost of organizing a salon party is not low. Over the years, her wife's family assets have long been emptied. Otherwise, Colonel Anta Heydrich would not have been transferred away at all before the war. At this time, Fang Lang did not understand the situation of Colonel Anta Heydrich's family. It seemed that being able to let him ascend to the position of colonel was already the limit of his wife. He was a little careless. His wife did not seem to be suitable for business. She could not increase her wealth, but could only eat up all the money. Now this family can only live on Colonel Anta Heydrich's salary. If the child suddenly gets sick and the savings are drained, if there are no special circumstances, the family will fall into poverty. But now he obviously has the ability to change all this. Thinking of this, he turned to Adam's Teach and said, "Do you know which hospital his child is in?" Adam's Teach nodded uncomfortably. Seeing this, Fang Lang patted him on the shoulder and said, "It just so happens that I don't have any plans today. Let's go to the hospital to visit this poor little guy." Hearing this, Adam's Teach didn't react at first, but he immediately understood Fang Lang's intention. He looked at Fang Lang with surprise and said, "Yes, why didn't I think of it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 446, Visiting the Sick. Hearing Adam's Teacher's words, Fang Lang smiled slightly and turned to walk in the direction of the Navy Club. Everyone hurriedly followed him and returned to the room. Fang Lang took a cold shower, changed into a decent white shirt and black trousers, and then drove to the hospital where Colonel Anta Heydrich's youngest son was under the guidance of Adam's Teach. This is a hospital located in the urban area of Rio de Janeiro. It looks like the scale is about the same as the county level hospital that Fang Lang saw in his hometown in the 1990s. But at this time, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, was already a good private hospital. At least there are 3 buildings with more than 3 floors here. Compared with the hospital far away in Natal, this place can already be called luxurious. Of course, this is not the same as the scale of the hospital that Fang Lang is building in Sao Paulo. As for the medical strength of the hospital, Fang Lang didn't know. The group passed through the building in front of the hospital and came to the reception desk on the 2nd floor of the inpatient department. 2 Indian men who looked slightly fat were busy inside. Seeing such a group of big men coming in, they were all stunned. Among them was an officer wearing a colonel's uniform. The 2 of them quickly stopped what they were doing and looked at everyone at a loss, obviously frightened. Adam Stitch quickly walked to the reception desk and asked, "Is there a little patient named Ricardo Heydrich hospitalized here?" The male nurse with a nervous face breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and quickly picked up a clip to search for it and soon found the name. He looked up at Adam's Titch nervously and said, "Yes, there is such a person, living in room 206. Hearing this, Adam's Titch nodded with satisfaction and said, "Take us to visit him." The male nurse swallowed hard, looked at the group of strong men in front of him with some concern, and then turned to look at his companion. When the other saw his eyes looking at him, he quickly turned his head to avoid him. He could only curse inwardly, walked out of the reception desk trembling, and walked towards the direction of ward 206. After knowing that it was on the second floor, Fang Lang's guards dispersed and took control of the entire second floor. For a moment, the atmosphere on the second floor became somewhat solemn. A bald strong man who was cursing was carrying a kettle and pushing open the door of the ward and walking out. He met a strong man who was still wearing a suit on a hot day. He was about to curse in his heart, "Stupid X, wearing a suit on a hot day." But he was pushed back to the room by the other party. The strong man was angry and was about to curse, but he saw that the whole corridor was full of men dressed like the other party. He was about to say something, but he was forced to hold it back, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, What are you doing?" The guard in the black suit heard this and ignored it. He just blocked the other party with his left hand, and his right hand unconsciously touched his waist, looking at the other party with cold eyes. "Go back." The bald man's eyes accidentally glanced at the other's right hand, and suddenly found that there was a gun handle with a clear metal texture. The whole person trembled and retreated back in fear, almost peeing. He didn't dare to say any more nonsense, and went back to the room obediently, and locked the door instinctively. The woman on the bed saw this, and was about to ask, but the bald man hurried forward, covered the other's mouth with his hand, and said in a low voice, "Shh, don't talk, don't talk." The woman was stunned when she saw this scene, and then looked at the fine beads of sweat oozing from the other's bald head and the slightly pale fat face. She knew in her heart that this must be a big deal, and she didn't care about arguing with the other. She wisely chose to keep her mouth shut, but her eyes looked out the door uncontrollably. Fang Lang obviously wouldn't ask about these trivial matters. Since he had an experience of being attacked, the vigilance of the guards around him has increased linearly, and the slightest movement will cause them to be highly alert. That's why today's trip was a temporary one. If he had received the news in advance, his men would have come here in advance and checked it carefully. He was probably the one who made the most pomp in the entire Brazilian army. Although Adam's Teach beside him was a colonel, he usually went out with only a driver and a guard. Even when his superior, Lieutenant General Crook, went out, he only had a guard squad at most, but he was indeed the only rear admiral who was specially approved by the president to have a guard company to protect him. As a minority, Fang Lang would not relax his vigilance in the chaotic place of Brazil, so no matter where he went, he would at least have a fully armed guard platoon of soldiers taking turns to protect him. Fang Lang and Adam's Teach followed the male nurse and came to a ward with the house number 206. When they opened the door, they saw that there were 6 beds inside, which seemed very crowded. There was not even a single isolation curtain around. As the male nurse opened the door, 5 or 6 soldiers from the guard platoon squeezed in at the first time, stood around the room calmly, and looked at the people in the ward vigilantly. Everyone in the ward looked at all this in bewilderment, obviously not understanding what was going on. The male nurse didn't care about that, and pointed to a bed next to the window outside and said, "That's the Ricardo Heydrich you're looking for." After saying that, he stepped aside, unwilling to move forward. Adam's Teach, who followed behind him, saw at a glance a very elegant lady sitting next to the bed. Without paying attention to the male nurse's reaction, she gestured to Fang Lang, then took the initiative to step forward and nodded to him, saying, "Mrs. Heydrich, good morning. I'm Adam's Teach." She pointed to Fang Lang behind her and said, "This is Rear Admiral Fang Language. When I was having dinner with Colonel Antiel Heydrich last night, I heard about little Heydrich's condition and reported it to His Excellency the General early this morning. His Excellency the General is very concerned about the child's condition and immediately asked me to bring him here to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you." Mrs. Heydrich had long chestnut hair tied up behind her head and wore a plain long skirt. She looked elegant. From her straight back as she sat on the stool, it can be seen that she was a noble woman who had received a good education since childhood. She was feeling strange about so many people suddenly breaking into the ward, but when she saw Adam Stitch wearing the same naval colonel uniform as her husband, she knew his identity after hearing his self-introduction. After hearing him introduce the identity of the young man behind her, she was obviously stunned. As a noble woman who often organized salons for the wives of naval officers, she had a certain understanding of the situation in the Navy. Seeing the other party's skin color and his unbelievably young age, she had already vaguely understood his identity in her heart. It was precisely because she understood Fang Lang's identity that she was a little flustered. She didn't quite understand why he came to visit her children. After all, her husband was now just a nominal naval colonel who was squeezed to the bench. And the man in front of her, if she guessed correctly, should be the most powerful general in the entire Brazilian Navy. Seeing that the other party was a little dazed, Fang Lang didn't care. He smiled and stepped forward to stretch out his right hand and gently shook the other party's hand, and then let go of the other party's somewhat cold fingers. She spoke very kindly, "Mrs. Heydrich, good morning. I'm your husband's colleague. My name is Fang Language." As she spoke, she took the flowers handed to her by Adjutant Kikingshan and presented them to her, saying, "I heard about little Heydrich today and came to visit specially. I hope I didn't disturb you." Mrs. Heydrich, who had been in a daze, did not react until she took the flowers. The habit she had cultivated since childhood forced her to calm down. She forced a smile on her face, bowed slightly to Fang Lang, and said to Fang Lang, "General Fang, we are honored to have you here. The conditions here are simple, and we are very sorry for the poor hospitality." Seeing the other party's forced appearance, Fang Lang just nodded at him. His husband was not here, so it was obviously not easy to say anything more to him. So, he turned his head and looked at the little patient Ricardo Heydrich on the bed. He was wearing a mask that covered most of his face, so he couldn't see his specific appearance. But from his thin physique and pale skin color, he could tell that he had been ill for some time. The little guy obviously noticed Fang Lang, and when he saw Fang Lang looking at him, he nodded politely. Just as he was about to say something, he started coughing. This made Fang Lang frown, and when he saw him wearing a mask, his heart tightened, and he became a little worried. Could it be some infectious disease? He was about to go up to see the other party, but he paused and turned to look at Mrs. Heydrich and said, "Madam, what disease is little Heydrich suffering from?" Mrs. Heydrich still looked a little dazed. After hearing Fang Lang's question, she quickly replied, "Alas. The doctor diagnosed that Ricardo had tuberculosis. My poor child, I don't know why he got such a disease. No one else in our family has such a problem." Fang Lang's heart tightened when he heard this. Good guy, it's really an infectious disease. This completely stopped him from going in to visit the little guy. However, as far as Fang Lang knows, tuberculosis in later generations seems to be completely cured. I just don't know if there is a special medicine in this era. Oh, does the doctor have any good treatment? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Mrs. Heydrich smiled bitterly inside. Now the doctor has used penicillin injection, but it has been almost 2 weeks now, and there has been little improvement. Hearing this, Fang Lang was stunned. Penicillin. I'm familiar with this. No wonder the family's savings were emptied in such a short time. Penicillin is now extremely expensive. At the same time, it is also regarded as a miracle drug by many doctors. As long as there is an unsolvable disease, the first reaction is to use penicillin. But it seems that the doctor's level is obviously not good enough. If penicillin is useful, why does it need to be used for 2 weeks? Wouldn't this make the little guy produce antibodies in his body? The effect of penicillin on him will become worse and worse in the future. Suddenly, he remembered that, when he was chatting with the team doctor on the ship in his previous life, the other party seemed to have mentioned that not long after penicillin was invented, a kind of streptomycin was invented. That thing seems to be a special medicine for tuberculosis. I just don't know if this thing has been invented now. I will send a telegram to Lilith to ask. If streptomycin has been invented, it can be used directly for the little guy. If the little guy's disease is cured, he believes that, even if Colonel Anta Heydrich does not swear allegiance to him, he should not stand against him. Moreover, this can also save a rare upright soldier. Chapter 447, Grace. After figuring all this out, Fang Lang had an idea in his mind. He looked around the room, and seeing the chaotic ward environment, he frowned and said to Kikingshan beside him, "Go out and find the hospital director, and ask them to move the little guy to a high-end single room. I will arrange for someone from Fang Yuan Group to pay for the subsequent treatment expenses." Kikingshan heard this, nodded without further ado, and turned to leave. After hearing what Fang Lang said, Mrs. Heydrich waved her hands in a panic and said, "General, no, our family." Before he could finish, Fang Lang interrupted him and said, "Madam, the little guy's disease is contagious. You don't want him to cross-infect with other patients in the ward. I put him in a single ward because I'm responsible for him and other patients. As for the cost of treatment, you don't have to worry about it. Just think of it as a little thought from me." Mrs. Heydrich, who had always been very elegant, could no longer maintain her aristocratic etiquette after hearing this. Her emotions gradually showed signs of losing control. She could only mutter, this. Obviously, she was a little lost for a while. Originally, as a noble lady, she should not be so confused, but it was obvious that the hardships of life had slowly worn away her pride. She was grateful for Fang Lang's kindness, but also worried that she could not repay this favor. From this point of view, she didn't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate to meet this guy. Anta Heydrich. Seeing her look, Fang Lang couldn't help but understand her thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Madam, don't worry about it. This little thing is not worth mentioning to me. Colonel Anta Heydrich and I are colleagues in the Navy. If we don't know about these things, it's fine. Since we have encountered it, how can we remain indifferent? In addition, if this penicillin injection has not worked for 2 weeks, it is obviously not the right medicine. But don't worry, I still have some connections in the United States. I will send a telegram to the United States to see if I can invite some American experts and professors to come and see the little guy." Mrs. Heydrich really couldn't maintain her image anymore. She looked at Fang Lang with disbelief, and her voice became a little trembling. "General, is it really possible to let American experts come to treat Ricardo?" Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly. The United States is a capitalist country. Is there anything that money can't solve? If there is, it can only mean that the money is not enough, or the money is given to the wrong place. But Fang Lang would definitely not say these directly. After all, how could the other party cherish something that is too easy to get? Although this is a little difficult, please rest assured that I will do my best. Surprisingly, after hearing Fang Lang's words, Mrs. Heydrich's first reaction was to draw a cross on her chest with her right hand, and her speech gradually became smoother. "Oh, God bless. The Lord must have heard our request and sent an angel like you to save us. General, thank you so much." Fang Lang frowned when he heard this. "What does it mean? I'm not familiar with God, and he didn't ask me to save you. I have spent money and worked hard for a long time, but you don't thank me, but thank God instead. This is meaningless." Adam Stitch on the side knew very well what Fang Lang's purpose was this time. Hearing Mrs. Heydrich actually started to pray, he couldn't help but frowned. What the hell? Looking at Fang Lang's expression beside him, he knew that he was also somewhat dissatisfied. He quickly thought about how to guide him to attribute this feeling to Fang language. Ahem. Mrs. Heydrich, our General Fang is of Chinese descent, and he does not believe in Christianity. Mrs. Heydrich, who was praying, was stunned by this. She looked up at Fang Lang's skin color and realized that what he said was true. Looking at Adam Stitch's expression, she also came to her senses and understood that the other party wanted to remind him that Fang Lang's coming to help his son had nothing to do with God. But for a devout believer like her, whether the other party believed in God or not was not necessarily related to whether he was an angel sent by God. With the power of God, it was not impossible for him to assign a pagan to help him. Therefore, although he understood what Adam Stitch meant, he did not intend to say much, which made the atmosphere suddenly become a little awkward. Unfortunately, Kikingshan came in with 3 men in white coats and pointed to Ricardo Heydrich's bed and said, "This is the patient." The 3 of them took a look at the situation in the ward, and the oldest man said to the 2 behind him, "Then hurry up and transfer the patient to the single ward." After that, he took 2 quick steps and came to Fang Lang and others and stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello, I'm Berkey Larson, the director of the hospital. Nice to meet you." At this moment, Fang Lang has adjusted his mentality. Although Mrs. Heydrich in front of him credited God for the credit, he was unhappy, but he couldn't say much. After all, his real target is not this lady. As long as his husband can understand his feelings, it is enough. But I can't help but sigh in my heart that the traditional Western education of this era is really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the spread of doctrines. No wonder there are so many church schools everywhere. It's no wonder that a noble lady like her can organize a salon party, but she can't use the wealth in her hands to accumulate wealth. Instead, she has lived off her wealth and has come to the current situation. It seems that this so-called aristocratic education is not very good. Seeing the hospital director who came in person, Fang Lang also smiled and nodded, stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Dean. I'm Fang Language. This little Ricardo Heydrich. Please take care of me." Although no one told the dean the identity of the young man in front of him, he still found him out of the crowd at a glance. Otherwise, he would not have turned a blind eye to a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform and shook hands with Fang Lang directly. Hearing that the other party's self-introduction was just a simple name, he did not ask any more questions, but nodded very politely and said, "Please rest assured, our hospital is the best hospital in Rio de Janeiro, with the best medical team, and we'll definitely do our best to help this little Ricardo Heydrich with treatment." Fang Lang just listened to the other party's so-called best hospital and the best medical team, and did not take it too seriously. Although the other party said that he would do his best to treat, he did not dare to guarantee that he could be cured. Fang Lang understood all these things, so he would not deliberately expose the other party. He just smiled and nodded, and asked, "I wonder if there is any special medicine for the treatment of tuberculosis now?" After listening to Fang Lang's inquiry, Dean Berkey Larson shook his head slightly and sighed. "So far, we have not found a better treatment method. But please rest assured that our medical team will definitely do their best." Good guy. After talking for a long time, he said nonsense. Fang Lang also roughly understood the level of this hospital. He nodded and asked calmly, "I have heard of a drug called streptomycin. Do you have it here?" "I don't think I have heard of it." As he said that, he also looked at the 2 doctors who came in with him. The 2 also shook their heads slightly with a confused look. Seeing this, Fang Lang could only shrug his shoulders and smiled indifferently. "It's okay. Please transfer the child to a single ward first. Later, I will try to invite several experts and professors from the United States to come and see the child. I wonder if your hospital minds." "Ah, really? Can you invite experts from the United States to come to our hospital for consultation? This is really great. Of course we don't mind. I wonder when they are going to come." Fang Lang knew that the experts and professors in the future would perform routine operations such as flying knives and consultations, but he didn't know whether everyone in this era could accept it, so he asked this question. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not have any unhappy thoughts, but was full of excitement and looked at Fang Lang with expectation. This was beyond Fang Lang's expectations, but it was also good, which could save a lot of trouble. In the future, his hospital in Sao Paulo would definitely invite experts and professors from those medically developed regions in Europe and the United States to come for flying knives, consultations, and teaching. This would not only meet the needs of patients, but also improve the medical level of doctors in the hospital. Maybe the dean in front of him had the same idea as him, which made him look at him with a new eye. Now I have this idea and want to try it out. Whether it can be successful depends on whether the doctors in the United States are willing. Since your hospital can accept it, we will start operating in the United States." Hearing this, the dean's eyes narrowed into a slit, and he nodded repeatedly. "Please rest assured that our hospital will fully cooperate. If you can operate successfully, please be sure to notify us in advance, and we will do our best to receive you." Fang Lang looked at the other party and smiled knowingly. It seems that there are many smart people in this world. Although the dean did not say what they wanted to do, Fang Lang had already had some guesses in his mind. Mrs. Heydrich, who had been standing beside him, heard the conversation between the two and understood that General Fang in front of him really wanted to invite experts and professors from the United States to come for consultation for her son. He was excited again, and the slight embarrassment just now was thrown behind him. He bowed to Fang Lang seriously and said, "General, thank you very much." Hearing that the other party was not thanking God this time, Fang Lang also smiled, looked into the other party's eyes and said, "We are colleagues of Colonel Heydrich. I will try my best, but I dare not guarantee whether it will succeed, so don't rush to thank me." Mrs. Heydrich hesitated when she heard this. She could hear the difference in Fang Lang's tone before and now, but she couldn't understand the meaning of Fang Lang's words for a while. She could only think that the other party was worried that there was no absolute certainty of success, so he said this. But Adams Teach beside him was a smart man. He immediately understood the meaning of Fang Lang's words and looked at the elegant noble young woman in front of him helplessly. He sighed in his heart and shook his head secretly, thinking that it would depend on how Mrs. Heydrich talked to Colonel Heydrich. If Colonel Heydrich was smart enough, he should hurry up and visit General Fang. Chapter 448, Recruitment. Fang Lang did not stay in the hospital for long. When Colonel Heydrich learned about what happened, it was already afternoon. Seeing his son lying in a comfortable single ward with a special person serving him, and hearing that Fang Lang would invite American experts and professors to consult for his son, he felt mixed emotions. This was the respect he had never felt in all his years in the Brazilian army. Originally, he was a little hesitant when Colonel Adams Teach communicated with him last night, but today, the sincerity of the other party moved him inexplicably. Although he did not know what the other party's purpose was in finding him, he was willing to violate his principles for the other party. Adams Teach certainly would not tell him directly that he wanted to recommend him to take over the position of commander of his naval base, provided that he was loyal to Fang Language. After all, he only recommended this person to Fang Language. It was not up to Fang Lang to decide whether Fang Lang would use him or not, and where he would use him. He could not have revealed these things to the other party in advance. Colonel Heydrich, who was very clear-headed, immediately found Adams Teach, hoping that he could introduce General Fang Lang to him. Fang Lang did not agree to meet him immediately, but made an appointment with them to meet at the Navy Club at 7 p.m. Although Fang Lang took the initiative to go to the hospital to show favor to Heydrich's family, it did not mean that he would directly use them. After all, the two sides did not know each other, and he had to wait for the results of the investigation of him by the second section of the Logistics Department. At around 5 p.m., the agents of the second section of the Logistics Department delivered a complete file of Heydrich and their other investigations to Fang Language. At 7 p.m., when Adams Teach brought Heydrich to the Navy Club, Fang Lang warmly greeted the two of them at the entrance of the club. After the three of them introduced themselves to each other and exchanged greetings, they came to a separate box for dinner under the guidance of the club service staff. "General, thank you for your help." Colonel Heydrich saluted Fang Lang very formally. Seeing this, Fang Lang had to return a military salute seriously, and then pointed to the dining table and said, "We are all colleagues. Since I know you are in trouble, I will not be polite if I can help you within my ability. You don't have to take it too seriously." After saying that, he sat down first, looked at Heydrich with a smile and said, "There is another good news to tell you. This afternoon, I got in touch with the Mayo Clinic in the United States. It turns out that as early as 1944, a new antibiotic called streptomycin was discovered by scientists. Large-scale clinical trials were conducted in Britain and the United States, and it was finally confirmed that this streptomycin has a significant effect on the treatment of tuberculosis. I have entrusted Professor Albert of the Mayo Clinic to lead his medical team, bring this new drug, take a plane, and come here to treat little Heydrich." This made Colonel Heydrich, who had just sat down, jump up from the stool and look at the smiling young Rear Admiral in front of him with an unbelievable look. He was already a little haggard because of the family affairs. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that the 1.80 meter tall man was about to cry, Adams Teach stepped forward at the right time, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Okay, don't get excited. As subordinates of the general, it is our honor to meet such a superior, isn't it? Some things, some favors, I just need to remember him firmly in my heart. Speaking of which, Adams Teach and Anta Heydrich are not Fang Lang's subordinates. After all, the only things Fang Lang can really command are the naval base and the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group. The commander of the naval base, Adams Teach, should actually be regarded as the same level as Fang Lang, except that Fang Lang also serves as the commander of the aircraft carrier formation and has the rank of Major General. The actual power and influence are greater than Adams Teach, but the two are not actually subordinate to each other. But Adams Teach said at this time that he and Colonel Anta Heydrich were both subordinates of Fang Lang, which was obviously telling the other party that he was Fang Lang's man, and directly called the other party Fang Lang's subordinate. Colonel Anta Heydrich could certainly understand what Adams Teach meant. He was just a naval colonel who sat on the bench in the Navy Department and no one paid attention to him. When Adams Teach went to him yesterday, it was as if he revealed Fang Lang's idea of recruiting him. This made him, who had already been disillusioned with the army, a little moved. In addition, Fang Lang's operation today really moved him. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, a soldier will die for his confidant. So, he stood at attention again without hesitation and saluted. General, Anta Heydrich is willing to offer my loyalty to you. No matter what you need me to do, please tell me, and I will do my best. Adams Teach was shocked by the other party's actions. This was a formal oath of allegiance to Fang language. Fang Lang was also startled when he saw the other party's serious face and swearing allegiance to him with the most standard military salute. He obviously did not expect that the other party would join his camp so easily. From the other party's appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it, which made him feel a sense of accomplishment. Could this be the legendary aura of kingship? At this time, he certainly could not refuse, otherwise it would seriously undermine the other party's enthusiasm. So, after thinking for a while, he had to stand up again and return the other party with a serious military salute. Thank you for your trust, Colonel Anta Heydrich. I, Fang Lang, accept your loyalty. After saying that, he reached out and patted the other party's arm again and held his right hand tightly with the other party and shook it heavily a few times. Then, he smiled slightly and motioned the other party and Adams Teach to sit down and talk. Unexpectedly, Colonel Anta Heydrich was such an impatient person. He couldn't wait to say directly, General, please tell me what task you have, and I will complete it. Hearing this, Fang Lang was stunned and looked at Adams Teach, thinking that the other party had said something to him. It turned out that the other party also had a confused look on his face. He realized that Anta Heydrich must have misunderstood that he wanted to buy his life. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Colonel Anta Heydrich, I wonder if you have misunderstood something. I don't have any special tasks for you to complete. I just heard Colonel Teach mention your experience and said that you are a rare talent. This made me very interested, so I asked someone to learn about your situation and found that it was indeed as Colonel Teach said. You actually relied on solid military merit to get to where you are today. This is very rare in our Brazilian army. If you are allowed to retire in the Navy Logistics Department in advance, it would be a pity. So, I want to transfer you to my Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier fleet as Deputy Chief of Staff. I wonder if you are willing. Adams Teach and Anta Heydrich looked at Fang Lang in shock. Adams Teach thought to himself, this is different from what was agreed upon at the beginning. Why didn't he let him take over his position as commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base? However, he was just surprised for a moment and did not express his doubts. After all, the general naturally has his own ideas on how to use people. At most, he can only provide some suggestions. Whether they will be adopted depends on him. Colonel Anta Heydrich was directly hit by this sudden surprise. He thought that the other party was interested in his life, but he didn't expect that he was interested in his talent. He wanted to promote him from the bench of the Navy Logistics Department, which was nothing to the position of Deputy Chief of Staff of the Aircraft Carrier Fleet. This is a real and powerful department. This is something he dared not dream of, but now it suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he not be surprised? At this moment, Fang Lang, a rear admiral who was one generation younger than him, was simply his reborn parent in his eyes. "General, are you serious?" Fang Lang saw the other party's expression of disbelief, smiled slightly, and asked indifferently, "Do you think I would joke about such a thing?" Colonel Anta Heydrich had an indescribable emotion brewing in his heart. His eyes instantly turned red, and tears were about to burst out. He never thought that he would have a chance to turn things around in this life. At this moment, his eyes looking at Fang Lang were full of unprecedented firmness. He raised his buttocks, that had just sat down again, looked up and looked at Fang Lang opposite, and saluted again. "General, I'm willing to die for you." This time Fang Lang did not stand up, but smiled and pushed down casually, motioning the other party to sit down, and smiled slightly. "I have read your file. Although you only graduated from a not very famous Portuguese military academy, you have come to this point today with your own strong ability, which I admire very much. However, our aircraft carrier formation is a brand new thing for both Brazil and you. If you agree to serve as the Deputy Chief of Staff in my aircraft carrier formation, you must be prepared to learn again. Considering your age, this may be a very painful process, and you must be fully prepared. Do you understand?" Colonel Anta Heydrich obviously could not give up such an opportunity, so he answered firmly without hesitation, "Please rest assured, General, thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity to learn and improve. I will never let you down." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded. In fact, this was a decision he made after reading the other party's files and investigating the situation of the second section of the Logistics Department. The Royal Military Academy of Portugal, where Colonel Anta Heydrich graduated, is not a top-ranked military academy in Europe. In addition to training officers for Portugal, only countries like Brazil, which used to be a Portuguese colony, would arrange for students to study in the academy. Fang Lang had no way of judging the specific strength of this school. After all, this school has not produced any world-famous generals. The King of Portugal would go to this school to gild himself. But Colonel Anta Heydrich, who graduated from such a school, relied on self-study, and became the captain of a cruiser step by step from an ordinary gunner. According to what he learned from his former subordinates and superiors, although this guy is very serious and even very rigid at work, he is not a difficult person to get along with in private. Most people who have worked with him have no bad reviews of him. This can be called a miracle in the corrupt environment of Brazil. Moreover, this guy's ability to command warships has won unanimous praise from his colleagues, and he has led them out of danger countless times. It is obviously a waste for someone with such ability to be placed as a commander at a naval base and confined on land. Therefore, Fang Lang wants to train him as the captain of a future aircraft carrier. After all, it is not appropriate for him to serve as the captain of this aircraft carrier. Chapter 449 Personnel Arrangement. The host and the guests had a great dinner. After seeing off Colonel Anta Heydrich, Adams Teach stood beside Fang Lang. Watching the car, Colonel Anta Heydrich took leave. He looked at Fang Lang in some confusion and asked, "General, if Colonel Anta Heydrich comes to your aircraft carrier fleet as Deputy Chief of Staff, what will happen to the Chief of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base?" Fang Lang looked at the faint taillights of the car in the distance, smiled and said to Adams Teach beside him, "The current Minister of the Navy is General Crook. We should not go too far. It is a great victory to be able to send you to the naval staff first. As for the Chief of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, let General Crook choose it." In the end, Fang Lang gave up the competition for the commander of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, considering his good cooperative relationship with General Crook. After all, although this position has a small number of troops, it has an important geographical location, is close to the center, and is the focus of everyone. Any slight disturbance may be infinitely magnified. This was not in line with Fang Lang's goal of growing up in a sleazy way. But as a Westerner, Adams Teach could not understand Fang Lang's thinking. How could he give in to such a thing? Therefore, he could not help but feel puzzled and continued, "But at that time, if General Crook proposes to send a difficult person to come up, we will not be very passive." Hearing this, Fang Lang turned his head and looked at Adam's cheek, smiled, patted his shoulder, and motioned to go to the beach to chat together. Then Fang Lang took the lead and walked towards the beach. Seeing this, Adam's teacher also hurriedly got up and followed. Fang Lang said as he walked, "Do you know how many major forces there are in the Navy now?" Hearing Fang Lang's sudden question, Adam's teacher was a little confused, but still answered truthfully, "4 forces." "Tell me, which 4 forces do you know?" This kind of internal power situation in the Navy, an old Navy like Adam's teach, is of course very clear, so he said it like a treasure. First, it must be the forces represented by General Crook, the Minister of the Navy. These are some emerging factions that have participated in the European War. Secondly, there are conservatives headed by Colonel Marcelino Orlando, the captain of the battleship Minas Gerais. Most of them are stubborn forces influenced by the idea of big ships and cannons in the Navy. Third, there are the land defense factions mainly composed of local defense forces. I originally belonged to this faction. Hearing Adam's teach say that he originally belonged to the land defense faction, Fang Lang smiled slightly and understood what he meant. This may be a not so close alliance between the commanders of several naval bases. In Fang Lang's view, this is not a big force at all. If he really counted it this way, would he also be a member of the territorial defense faction? After all, he was the commander of the naval base. What else? There are only 3 here? Thinking about what Adam's teach said, he found that he only mentioned 3 forces and stopped, and couldn't help asking in confusion. Unexpectedly, Adam's teach really looked at him with a strange face, and didn't say anything, which made Fang Lang a little confused. However, he soon reacted and said helplessly, "You don't mean to say that the 4th force is my aircraft carrier formation?" Adam's teach saw Fang Lang said it himself, and nodded with a smile. "At present, your force is the most powerful." Fang Lang glared at him unhappily and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not the 4th party. I'm from General Crook's faction. At most, I'm a small force under General Crook's power." Hearing this, Adam's teach looked like he had seen a ghost, not knowing what to say. "Is there a small force as powerful as yours?" Seeing his expression, Fang Lang didn't want to say more to him, but continued to ask, "You said that several of you naval base commanders belong to the territorial faction. I also feel that it's not right. I won't say anything. I heard that Colonel Gernard Berry of the Sao Paulo naval base is very close to General Crook. Shouldn't he also be from General Crook's faction?" Adam's teach smiled after hearing Fang Lang's words and said, "In fact, these so-called forces do not have clear boundaries, but I divide them according to their respective positions, dependence on that commander, and those common interests. Conservatives headed by Colonel Marcelino Orlando, captain of the battleship Minas Gerais, were actually promoted by the previous Minister of the Navy. With the outbreak of World War II and the strong rise of General Crook, the backward tactical thinking of giant ships and cannons gradually came to an end. Coupled with the retirement of the previous Minister of the Navy, the influence of this faction has become increasingly low, and General Crook accepted a completely new tactical thinking during World War II, believing that aircraft carriers were the new school of the future. With the victory of the war, General Crook was promoted to the Secretary of the Navy and was at the peak of his career. If we follow this kind of tactical thinking, we only have 2 factions. Do you understand what I mean? You mean, Colonel Gernard Berry of the Sao Paulo naval base agrees that aircraft carriers are the future in terms of tactical thinking, so he is close to General Crook. But at the same time, he is the commander of the naval base, so he is also a defensive faction. Is that what you mean?" Adam's teach nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled and shook his head directly, saying, "Your division is wrong. In my opinion, there should be only 2 factions, the conservatives and the emerging factions. The other so-called land defending factions are just small factions under these 2 factions. You have me, and I have you. This is normal. As for me, I must belong to General Crook's emerging faction. What do you think?" Adam's teach didn't know who the chairman Mao that Fang Lang was talking about was, but he just thought, "Since you said so, what else can I say?" He could only shrug helplessly and spread his hands. Seeing this scene, Fang Lang just smiled and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "You foreigner, you don't understand anything. This is called taking shelter under a big tree." If you don't understand the principle that a big tree attracts the wind, you still have to rely on the wisdom of our ancestors. Patting Adams Teach on the shoulder, he continued, then do you know who promoted Colonel Nardberry? This question was obviously beyond Adams Teach's range of information. He shook his head helplessly. Based on his own experience, it is impossible to get promoted in Brazil by giving gifts to a superior. After all, in non-war situations, the army is not a one-man show, and you can't get promoted just because someone says you can. You have to be sensible and give benefits to the relevant departments and leaders before you have the opportunity to sit in this position. It's not enough to sit in the position, and you can't be less filial every year, otherwise you will be replaced. As for who Colonel Nardberry took the path, and who led it, how could he know? But since Fang Lang asked, he had to think about it carefully. Soon, he looked at Fang Lang with some surprise and said, wasn't it General Crook? Fang Lang smiled when he heard it, but didn't say anything. Adams Teach was really shocked. He didn't expect that this guy, Nardberry, looked carefree, but he was actually so hidden. I think you can recommend Colonel Nardberry to take over your position as the commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base. What do you think? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Adams Teach's heart moved, and he immediately understood what Fang Lang meant. Since Colonel Nardberry was General Crook's man, the Minister of the Navy would definitely not refuse if he pushed him to the position. He also had a good personal relationship with Colonel Nardberry, and it would not harm him to have him take over his position. Although Colonel Nardberry was transferred from the Sao Paulo Naval Base to the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, it was a horizontal transfer, but the location of the capital Garrison Naval Base was obviously more important, and the other party would definitely not refuse. After figuring this out, Adams Teach showed a pleasant smile on his face, and looked at Fang Lang and said, General, I think this idea is great, and the chances of success are very high. I think I should have a good chat with Colonel Nardberry first. Fang Lang smiled slightly when he heard this. It seemed that this guy had understood what he meant, and he wanted to sell a favor to him in advance. Don't worry, you'd better recommend someone you trust to Colonel Nardberry, and include him in the list of candidates for the successor to the commander of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. Adams Teach was really shocked. It turned out that Fang Lang wanted the position of commander of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. But thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, Fang Lang's hometown is in Sao Paulo, and most of Fang Yuan Group's industries are also concentrated in Sao Paulo. Although this naval base has a small number of troops, it is also an important location. It must be reassuring to have someone watching over it. However, I don't know why Fang Lang didn't choose someone himself, but let him arrange someone he trusted. In fact, Fang Lang's thoughts were not that complicated. Since he had accepted Adams Teach, he would not be left alone. He must have his own confidence to do things. By then, he would definitely form his own power, and what he needed to do was actually to balance the various forces under his command. Seeing Adams Teach's hesitant expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, it's just a recommendation, and it may not succeed. After all, you are going to be the Chief of Staff of the Navy, so how can you not have your own people? Hearing this, Adams Teach was overjoyed. This was the boss asking him to properly cultivate his own power. Yes, General. Although Fang Lang said that it might not succeed, he believed that the boss would definitely not be aimless, not to mention that the location of the Sao Paulo Naval Base was even more important to Fang Lang than the Rio de Janeiro base. He would not give up easily. According to Adams Teach's thoughts, the reason why Fang Lang asked him to recommend Colonel Nardberry to take over his position might also be for the position of the chief of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. The two of them knew what was going on and ended the topic. After chatting about other things for a while, Adams Teach said goodbye and Fang Lang sent him off with a smile on his face. In the next half month, as Adams Teach had expected, the Navy Department announced a series of personnel appointments and dismissals. Unexpectedly, he became the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Navy Department, which was obviously a surprise to him who was only going to take a sinecure. Then it was Colonel Nardberry who took over as the commander of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, and his trusted deputy who he recommended was also directly promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. Compared with a series of major personnel changes, Colonel Lanta Hadrich was transferred to the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier fleet as the Deputy Chief of Staff, which seemed a bit insignificant. Chapter 450, Air Force Appointment. In the early morning, Fang Lang was awakened by the sound of heavy rain outside the window. He got up from the bed with a little helplessness, walked to the bedside, and opened the curtains. He saw that it was dark outside. The entire window was covered by thick rain curtains. A faint light passed through the dark clouds and projected on the sea in the distance, reminding people that it was already dawn. Through this ray of light, you can see the huge waves surging on the sea. The palm trees outside the door were swaying and the wind mixed with heavy rain, and there were huge fallen leaves on the ground. Obviously, this is not a simple heavy rain, but a big typhoon. In fact, typhoon weather rarely occurs in Brazil. According to geographical knowledge, it is because the subtropical high pressure in the South Atlantic makes the wind shear in the southern hemisphere very strong, and it is not easy to form a typhoon. With Fang Lang's experience as a seaman in the future, he rarely heard of typhoons in Brazil. Therefore, this time he was caught off guard by the sudden typhoon weather. It can be regarded as people don't keep guests, but heaven keeps guests. Fang Lang has been isolated in the Navy Club for 2 days by the typhoon. He was going to fly back to the Natal Naval Base after reaching an agreement with Adams Teach the day before yesterday. But because of the typhoon, flights were suspended. In this case, it was even more impossible to take a ship. If you want to go back to Natal, you can only take land transportation, that is, cars and trains. On typhoon days, the safety of cars is also not guaranteed. The train line to Natal is built along the coastline, so unfortunately, train transportation is also affected. Therefore, Fang Lang can only be forced to stay in the Rio de Janeiro Navy Club by the typhoon weather. He sighed lightly and shook his head helplessly, thinking about whether to go to the gym to do some boxing and exercise. The phone in the room suddenly rang, which made Fang Lang a little strange. He turned around and went to the phone and picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Fang Language." The voice from the phone was very unexpected. "Haha. General Fang, I heard that you were stranded in Rio de Janeiro by the typhoon, right? Haha. It turned out to be General Mora." "Oh. Who said it wasn't? I encountered this kind of weather that is rare in the past few years." The person who called was General Nero Mora, the Minister of the Air Force, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "That's perfect. I've always wanted to meet you. You are all very busy. It's rare that you are free now. Do you want to come to my place for tea?" Fang Lang was very surprised by the sudden invitation of the Minister of the Air Force. He was not surprised at all that the other party knew that he was in Rio de Janeiro. After all, he had been visiting the Navy headquarters almost every day in the previous week. It's just that he didn't know why the other party suddenly invited him. But soon he had some guesses. After all, there were only a few things between him and him. Turning his head to look out the window, the beam of sunlight that penetrated the dark clouds and pierced the sky, it was estimated that the typhoon would soon pass. After thinking about it, he did not refuse and replied directly, "Haha. Thank you very much for the invitation, General. It's my honor. I wonder when you are free." The other party was obviously very happy to hear Fang Lang agreed directly and said cheerfully, "Haha. I'm always free to have tea with General Fang. If it is convenient for General Fang, I will send a car to pick you up now." Although it was a typhoon day, the seawater had obviously receded today. Yesterday, the road was flooded by the seawater. Therefore, Fang Lang understood that the other party had confirmed the weather conditions before inviting him. It seems that the other party is very sincere. He smiled and declined the other party's idea of sending a car and replied directly, "Haha. General Mora is too polite. There is no need to send a car. I have a car here. I will visit you in your office when the rain is a little lighter." Hearing this, the other party also laughed and said directly, "Then I will be in the office, waiting for General Fang's visit." After several contacts with General Nero Mora, Fang Lang had a very good impression of this general. At least compared to most Brazilian generals with fat bellies, this general can be regarded as cultured and has a good record. He received a full set of Air Force knowledge training in the United States and led his soldiers to participate in World War II. He can be regarded as a rare talent. I don't know if both parties have American backgrounds, but Fang Lang feels that the other party is very close to him. Judging from the other party's behavior of supporting his airline company to independently develop a trainer aircraft, he should also be a general with a very strategic vision. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang raised his wrist to look at his watch and found that it was still early. Although the wind and rain outside had weakened, they had not stopped yet, so he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, after washing up, he went downstairs to the gym to stand and practice boxing, sweating all over before returning to the room to take a shower. When he finished all this, the wind and rain outside gradually weakened. Fang Lang slowly put on his military uniform and drove to the Air Force Command near the Brazilian Ministry of Defense under the escort of the guards. Along the way, although the wind and rain weakened, the typhoon still caused a lot of disasters to Rio de Janeiro, a place rarely visited by typhoons. There was water everywhere on the road and many trees were broken, so it was very difficult to walk along the way. Brazil is different from the hometown in the future. There are soldiers who will appear in various disaster-stricken areas for disaster relief, so the local people can only solve it themselves. Fortunately, although it was a typhoon this time, not many houses collapsed along the way, which reduced the probability of casualties. It is no wonder that Rio de Janeiro in the future will be called the City of God. With such a long coastline, a typhoon only occurs once every few years. It is hard not to think that God is blessing them. Moreover, even if a typhoon is formed, it is easy for wind shear to reduce the power of the typhoon. This typhoon may be recorded in the history of Brazil. After all, there were branches breaking on the road, which means that the wind must be strong. I just don't know if my company has suffered any losses. Along the way, Fang Lang was thinking about all kinds of things. When the convoy finally arrived at the downstairs of the Air Force headquarters, Fang Lang raised his hand and saw that the time had come to 10:30. Shaking his head helplessly, Fang Lang tidied his military uniform and got out of the open car door. Kikingshan was already standing by the car door with an umbrella. It seemed that he wanted to hold an umbrella for Fang language. Fang Lang smiled and took the umbrella from the other party, indicating that he would do it himself. Fang Lang didn't like to delegate such trivial matters to others. Unless there was a security risk, the guards would let others hold an umbrella for him when they used black umbrellas to block the view of outsiders. Otherwise, Fang Lang would do it himself when he could. Kikingshan certainly knew Fang Lang's habits, so he didn't say much, but followed Fang Lang with another umbrella. Fang Lang, who had just taken the umbrella, looked up and found that there were already several people waiting at the door of the Air Force headquarters. The leader was the Minister of the Air Force, General Nero Mora. It was unknown how long the other party had been waiting here. This made Fang Lang feel very embarrassed. The dignified Minister of the Air Force personally greeted him at the door. What a great respect. Instantly, Fang Lang felt unprecedented attention. It also made Fang Lang feel a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be that there were some excess of demands waiting for him? Fang Lang, who didn't have time to think, took 2 quick steps, saluted from a distance, then walked up quickly, grasped the right hand of General Nero Mora who had just put down the salute, and hurriedly explained, "General, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I didn't expect the weather to be so harmful. The roads have become very bad, and it is very difficult for vehicles to move." General Nero Mora laughed and gave Fang Lang a big hug without caring. This is a rare typhoon weather in Brazil. I have only encountered it a few times since I grew up. If it weren't for this weather, I don't know when we would have the opportunity to meet again. Besides, I didn't wait for long. You came at the right time. Fang Lang felt very comfortable with the other party's enthusiasm. He had to say that the other party was really good at dealing with people, and it was impossible for people to say no. After the two of them exchanged a few greetings, General Nero Mora introduced Fang Lang to the people who came out to greet him. Most of these senior Air Force generals were only school-level officers, but Fang Lang did not dare to look down on them. After all, these people were considered the first generation of veterans of the Brazilian Air Force. If nothing unexpected happened, their future prospects were limitless. After everyone got to know each other, they entered the office building of the Air Force under the leadership of General Nero Mora. Compared with the office buildings of the Army and the Navy, the office space of the Air Force is obviously much smaller. After all, the scale of the Brazilian Air Force is not much different from the number of aircraft in his aircraft carrier fleet. Even the types of aircraft are still insufficient. I guess this is why the Minister of the Air Force is so friendly to him. Maybe the other party wants to take over the aviation force in his hands under the management of the Air Force. During this period, everyone was not as clear about the use of aircraft as in later generations, and such a situation was not uncommon. The current US Air Force has the idea of swallowing up the Naval Aviation Force in one bite. Therefore, the more enthusiastic and polite the other party was, the more vigilant Fang Lang was. The other party said that he invited himself to his office for tea, but he got a lot of Air Force officers to receive him. How could he not be vigilant? With a vigilant mood, Fang Lang followed everyone into the Air Force building without making a sound. Soon, everyone came to a meeting room of the Air Force, talking and laughing all the way. Fang Lang looked up and saw the words meeting room written on the door. He pretended not to understand and said, "Is General Mora's office here?" Nero Mora was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Fang Lang, then looked at the group of Air Force officers following him, and couldn't help laughing. After a long while, he stopped laughing and said, "Haha. General Fang, don't get me wrong. We don't mean anything else. Originally, I wanted to invite you to my office alone for tea and chat. But when the chief of staff heard that you were coming, they all said they wanted to get to know you and have a casual exchange. Don't worry, what we want to discuss is mainly about entrusting Fangio an aircraft manufacturing company to manufacture aircraft." Hearing this, Fang Lang carefully looked at the other person's expression and saw that he looked calm. He turned around and looked at the other Air Force officers and saw that there was no other expression on their faces. Only then did he feel relieved. If it really is a problem about aircraft manufacturing, Fang Lang would certainly not have any problem. After all, this is also taking care of his own business. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.